cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Put us out at your birthday on Walt.
Okay, 411 out at the burglar. Air's still closed.
Air closed for Collingwood.
Air's closed for Collingwood.
You can open it.
Air's open, time is 10:07.
Morning, Greg.
211, go ahead.
Morning, Oklahoma.
Yeah, they're doing work over here. It's gonna be a concrete gun.
Okay, concrete gun.
$110 Charles 22.
Charles 22.
Be right there.
One, you can cancel the other crew.
Okay, 113, you can item.
Whatever. 205A.
Eddie.
David.
David.
321A.
Eddie.
Edward.
Eddie.
Yeah, use StreamYard. For sure. Hey, Midwest. Yeah. Use StreamYard. You can use Restream to bring extra streams into StreamYard, but why wouldn't you use StreamYard for panels? Oh, he's not driving now. He's usually not driving when he's on his Midwest account.
You mean Eddie?
Eddie. Eddie. One ten 113, ticket disorder at 5463 Suter Avenue. Multiple callers on this. It's going to be a female caller, Cheryl, lives at 5470 Suter. She's a woman destroying her neighbor's property. Suspect's going to be a black hair and a ponytail, wearing a black plaid shirt, light blue jeans. That was at 5463 Suter Avenue near Mayport Drive, 110.
900 Phillips.
113.
Straight through. 221, I can head to also.
Okay, 221.
Nine five six, Eddie.
Eddie. .420, I think I checked safe at Navarre in Miami. You got a female caller. Stays at the old entrance to the docks. There's a white male wearing a yellow shirt. Has a red keychain. Seemed unstable, possibly intoxicated, possibly suicidal. Keeps walking to the water, then coming back. I've been trying to talk to him. He's not responding. That was at Navarre in Miami. 420.
500 Walden.
82 is Adam 11.
Adam 11.
So yeah, as soon as we'll have our text done, that's when I'll be looking at other information. We'll break. There are certain jobs sometimes that people want. Okay, see what we're doing. Some of that's full time. Yeah.
Which way were 2-3 looking?
I'm seeing looking.
You don't have to pay to do that. You can do it just with the free version,
Inside the Metro Park.
Greg. You can do the free version, Greg.
Doesn't say. It just has Navarre in Miami. We can do a callback if you'd like.
Yeah, if we can get a better location.
Okay, I can check all that. $420, that callback went to voicemail.
Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow.
Three, one. Upside down. Friends don't what? Up in my head this Friday.
Morning.
I woke up at there this no.
JB.
I woke up in my head this Friday. I woke up at there this no. The Demogorgon's not wrong. I know what was good. The Demogorgon's not wrong. Good. You knew the Demogorgon's not wrong. You know what was good. I knew what you once you were. Just cause someone's from the Death Star doesn't make them just ignore someone's from the Death Star. Hey, just cause someone's from the Death Star doesn't make them just ignore someone's from the Death Star.
Yes.
Donald Trump blamed President Biden and Vice President Harris for the latest assassination attempt against him. He claimed without evidence that their rhetoric is causing him to be, quote, shot at. How is the White House responding
That
to
is
this?
such, of course it's their rhetoric. Who's been calling him Hitler since he came down the escalator? There's actually footage of Hitler on an escalator. Have you seen that? Honest to God, in Berlin, the thing stopped. A couple of his Hitler youth carried him the rest of the way. Of course it's their rhetoric. You can't say somebody's Hitler over and over again in a country of 340 million people. You think a few wackos might believe that? And if you don't kill Hitler, you're worse than Hitler. So yes, it's coming from their mouths. Why don't you go back and look at some of the footage? Do you guys even listen? Well, I can't blame you on that one. When Kamala speaks, who's listening? Usually your shrink.
No worries, I appreciate you coming in. I didn't even know about this going.
Join Mug Club today for $89 annually or try it Mugless for $9 a month. You can sign up at louderwithcredit.com/Mug Club for the entire catalog, including Nick DiPaolo, Brian Callen, Mr. Guns and Gear, and of course, Alex Jones, along with 100% more of this show.
Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts.
Biden sharts do 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 do. Biden sharts do 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 do. Biden sharts do 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 do. Biden sharts. With the poke do 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 do. With the poke do 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 do. With the poke do 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 do. Biden sharts. With the Dutch do 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 do. With the Dutch do 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 do. With the Dutch do 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 do. Biden farts. Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts do 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 do. Biden farts.
Join Mug. That's the sound of Monday. Glad to be with you. I know that many of you hate the Biden chart song, the, of course, send up of the wonderful, time-honored classic Baby Shark. So just know that I hate it with you. We have a lot to get to today. I'm most excited to get to, I don't know if you know this, Kamala Harris is on a blitz. She's on a press blitz. Blitz, meaning the first time she's ever appeared on press ever. And she appeared on the Call Her Daddy podcast. Don't throw up in your mouth a little. And it's worse than you think. It's about as bad as an appearance gets. As far as when people talk about division in the country, let me ask you this. Who do you think actually is sowing more division in this country? Because we hear that a lot. Is it Donald Trump or is it Kamala Harris or by extension the DNC?
One moment.
We'll get to this appearance and I will make my case. References available. Also, Donald Trump just had a rally in Butler. Butler, Pennsylvania. Is it one of the greatest rallies in political history or the greatest rally in political history? I leave the decision to you. Also, Hillary Clinton hates free speech. We'll talk about that. She wants to be a misinformation czar. So we'll be talking about a lot today. If at some point, and you're watching on YouTube, you see this, head on over to Rumble because we will not censor ourselves here on YouTube. And you should be watching on Rumble anyway, especially as we get to the election live stream of the century. We have no idea if we will be banned for the election again. And by that, I mean strong chance we will. Live show weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. How are you, Captain Morgan, CEO?
Doing well. Now I'm worried I'm going to get us banned again. It was me last. Well, no, it wasn't me.
Yeah, you had the gall to quote the CDC.
Yeah. By the way, if Hillary Clinton becomes that czar, she's not going to ban you. She's just going to suicide you in a way that's physically impossible.
Yes.
And everybody will buy it.
Yes.
How are you?
Except for the last part. I don't know that everyone will buy it. I'm fine. I mean, I'm still alive, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Saw Wild Robot. A movie.
Oh, a movie. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you meant in the
It's
wild.
worth it. You guys can let me know. I think Toolman, we were talking about how it unironically became a very pro-motherhood movie. I could tell they were going for the global warming push for like any two parents, lesbian mom type thing. I'm not saying they were saying the robot was a lesbian, but all families are the same. And instead, it ended up being a female robot who was taught how to be a mom by a male fox and then found the joy through motherhood was more fulfilling than fulfilling the task for which she was programmed to do, her job.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah. It was a wonderful.
It was good.
Yeah. It was a
That's
lot of
moments, but yeah, that's weird.
Directed by Harrison Butker.
All right. When you hear him, you know him, you love him, you hear this. He is going to be at Bricktown Comedy Club, Oklahoma City, October 26th. Mr. Josh Firestein, how are you?
Good, good. I'm also watching movies I haven't seen. Finally got around to Lion King 2.
Oh no.
It was all right.
What's Lion King 2? Simba's Pride?
Yeah.
Oh,
You nailed it. You knew it.
yeah, I did.
Simba's, yeah, I like Lion King 2.5. Simba's proud. Okay. Just give up.
There they go.
It's gotta fail.
Simba, 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 Simba.
Simba chops off his pride.
Yes, exactly.
Simba's Pride Month.
Yes,
Yeah.
Simba's Pride.
Thank you, somebody, for
There was,
finishing
there was Aladdin 2. It was like, but that was the first VHS sequel. It was like Jafar's beard or something.
Oh, no.
Wasn't it something like that? I don't know. Something
Yeah.
of Jafar.
No, it was like the
the
thieves, the 30
The
thieves.
Secrets of Jafar. I don't know. It was an origin story. Turns out he's bad. Also, in the red chair today, we do, in honor of the segment, we actually have a former Hillary Clinton staffer.
Nice. Good theme song.
Yeah, it would be better if we had someone in that fourth chair who talked. But
Nope.
here we are.
Can't do it.
It is, of course, October 7th. And, I just want to make sure this isn't lost on people. Everyone's saying, thoughts and prayers. There are still Americans, who are not only kidnapped, but 4 Americans who are still, as far as we know, hostage. I mean, assuming, I don't necessarily know if we know who's alive and who's
Right,
not.
exactly.
That's the story that we're getting. So, prayer for the families affected, of course, not just the Americans, but remember, that does involve the United States at that point. They have stolen and are holding hostage American citizens. So,
It's nearly 100 people overall right now. And like you said, I can't imagine being a parent or a loved one of somebody who's been held hostage and not knowing what's going on.
And it's one of those things where you don't want to politicize it. You don't want to take cheap shots. They are going to be doing, and I'm glad to hear they'll be doing a candle lighting ceremony, I believe, at the White House. Unfortunately, they're all jack-o'-lanterns. So that's tasteless, I would say. All right, let's go to Hillary.
Know the difference, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
For Biden. Yeah, sounds right.
Hillary Clinton. This is moving weird today. Hillary Clinton, let's just watch what she said this weekend. I don't know if you know this, free speech. The Clintons not good bedfellows.
We should be, in my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave, platforms on the internet immunity because they were thought to be just pass-throughs, that they shouldn't be judged for the content that is posted. But we now know that that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control.
It's almost like she said the quiet part out loud. We lose total control.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, which also will bring us to the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. Elon Musk is not taking the easiest path. Elon Musk just needs to step. If you just wanted to live a happy life, considering that he actually made the single largest tax payment, I believe, ever.
By a private citizen in the history of the earth.
History of Earth. He could just sit here and he could be pro Kamala, say, "Oh yeah, we need moderated content, and we need to do away with misinformation," and he would be on easy street. Instead, he's actually, I think he unveiled the Twitter files. I think he looked and said, "Wow, it's as bad as everyone has said." This is not the easiest path for him, and I think that's an important facet to take into account while we're looking at judging people by their decisions and actions. Because I can't judge him by his accent. Is it South African? Is it Swedish? I don't know.
It's changed.
This is not, though, Hillary Clinton. It's not unique to her. I want to be very clear. They try and say that conservatives, that Republicans are banning books. No, they're banning pornography in schools with children. The left wants to ban speech consistently, and it's the only platform. You can disagree with me. Comment below. I will make this statement in the affirmative. The left is the only political wing in the United States that is systematically pushing for the elimination of viewpoints they don't like online.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Yes, there is.
If people go to only one source, and the source they go to is sick, and has an agenda, and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just, hammer it out of existence.
We're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but It's another thing entirely to just say things that are false.
Okay.
She would know a lot about that, by the way.
Yes. Now, to be clear, we've talked about this for a very long time. Section 230, it also, it falls under this umbrella too, safe harbor laws. We've had my half-Asian lawyer come on and talk about this. Basically, it means that platforms are supposed to be neutral, whether it's YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, Meta, right? They're basically treated like carriers. For example, if you're on Verizon and you say something offensive, you say something that the government doesn't like or is deemed too offensive, they can't simply shut down your service, right? This is very different from a publisher like New York Times or like the Wall Street Journal, where they're held liable for the kind of content that they put out. They are actually publishers, not platforms, meaning they have editorial control. Section 230 is supposed to require that platforms be neutral. Unfortunately, that's not how it actually exists in practice. So they're allowed to moderate based on only, obscene, lewd, lascivious, filthy, excessively violent, harassing, or the problem here is, or otherwise objectionable content.
That's it. That's the one.
And that's the problem. The left uses that as a very, very broad definition to mean anything anti-trans, anti-L. So let me just walk you along the path. Section 230, they're supposed to be politically neutral, right? They're supposed to allow content, no matter how offensive, of all viewpoints, as long as it is not effectively criminal. Just like Verizon, just like AT&T, Vonage, if you're still using them, Cricket for the... Sorry. I guess they're not a carrier. There's a phone.
Really quickly, CNN is doing the fact check right now. They're literally going over the points that we're going to be fact checking the fact checkers with later. They have Daniel Dale on. We don't need to go to it. I just wanted to show you guys, like, in real time.
We're going to be fact checking the fact checkers.
We're going to get them.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And all the references are publicly available. So let me give you an example. All right. What is legal? What is political speech? Okay. You're not allowed to say, hey, I want to drag gays from behind a truck. You shouldn't be. That's encouraged. Or you're not allowed to say, let's go harm this gay. That's a crime, right? That's a violent crime. Okay. But then the left says, well, hold on a second. We're going to broadly apply that to anti-LGBTQ. So now if you say, well, I don't believe two men should get married, that's hate speech. Or if you say, actually, we're at the point, I believe that biological sex is an actual thing, and they frame that as anti-LGBTQ, that is otherwise objectionable, and it is disallowed political speech online because the left wants to broaden those terms where everything is hate speech. If you say the pay gap is a myth, they've qualified that as hate speech. So Section 230 does need to be framed in. They want it to be framed out. Effectively that.
Yeah.
That's the description. We want them to be beholden to the same rules they signed on to. Pick a lane. Are you a publisher? Are you a platform? The left says, no. We are going to give them the benefits of being a platform while allowing them to be a publisher. Do you understand the difference? Does that explain it? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And let me give you some more examples, because you're saying, well, I don't know, maybe they are not actually banning people for saying the pay gap is a myth. We've seen these from the Twitter files and also experienced it, yours truly, been banned quite a bit. The Biden-Harris administration specifically targeted topics like the COVID lab leak theory. People were removed, banned from platforms for espousing that. And it seems now that it's close to, at least just as likely as the Wuhan wet market. You were banned if you questioned the efficacy of lockdowns or mask mandates, vaccines, if you questioned the legitimacy of the 2020 election. Even, by the way, calling them out, for example, voter rolls that were in error, or mass mail-in voting that was inefficient, or, for example, ballot harvesting. Things that have been recognized, by the way, legally, court cases that have been won, and laws have been changed as the result of this kind of interference, or if you want to call it voting anomalies. Those were bannable offenses on social media because of the Biden-Harris administration. Are you getting the picture? Zuckerberg said this was the case. He said that he regretted censoring what should have been protected speech because of the pressure from this administration. Now you have someone who is vying for a spot in this administration saying, we need to ban more people.
Yeah.
Vote for us.
Total control.
Yes. Vote for us. We will ban more people. Right here. Just we've been targeted so many times. I mean, we've lost millions upon millions of dollars in revenue. The Vox apocalypse was one, right, where we were completely demonetized. You had senators saying that this was hate speech. YouTube said it wasn't, so they created a new law basically to allow that. We were banned from Facebook multiple times, right? And we actually found in the Gizmodo article, it was baked into their actual code. All references available at loudearthcredit.com. We were removed for actually quoting the CDC here on this show, where Gerald, we brought up the overlay. This is why we were not here for the midterm elections.
Yeah.
More children die from the standard flu every year than COVID. We did not say COVID was not a thing. We did not say that older people are not at greater risk for COVID or the immune compromised. We acknowledged all those things and said, but it is interesting that the flu is deadlier for children, which is now okay because it's commonly accepted.
Well, just to be clear, 4 out of the last 10 years, and it was the Kerry Lake thing that got us banned for the midterms.
Oh, that's
Wasn't
right.
me. I listen. I don't.
That
take
was
that.
that was
not me.
No, it was both of them because when you have the 2 strikes, you can't stream back then. Now they changed it to
that's
1
right,
strike. You
because it
can't
ended
stream.
up doing longer.
It was the
too.
double. It was the double. So it's still your
It
fault.
is my fault.
It's half
You're
your
right.
fault.
I guess
You-
still.
Yeah, and we may not be here. By the way, if Hillary Clinton has, we may not be here for the election. We will still have the election live stream this century on Rumble and of course on Mug Club. We make no revenue off of YouTube. We are entirely funded by viewers like you. So hey, look, this is that time. If you have been on the fence, consider signing up. Click the button below if you're watching on Rumble, or go to louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. Election night, we have something that no network and no other show has. We have data and we have boots on the ground in a way that we will accurately be able to call this election in a way that no one has, at least in the last decade, and will be able to that night. But it's entirely funded by viewers like you.
Yeah. And by the way, when I'm talking to people about this, nobody's ever attempted to do what we're doing. It's not just having a map where you can kind of call states and get the data feed. That in and of itself, that's a huge leap for us. It's having boots on the ground in all these swing states and a system built for you to be able to report what is happening, so it immediately gets out and gets investigated as quickly as possible so that it doesn't happen and then get memory hold. That is different than anybody else is doing it mainstream or online.
And it's very, very expensive.
Yeah. We'll be there the whole time too, by the way. Me and Gerald got bunk beds set up.
That's right.
I got top bunk.
Yeah. Well, we didn't even ask you to.
That's weird.
It's just weird that the bunk beds hydraulically merge together.
We can add a third.
I don't think it's bunk beds at that point.
Do you want?
I think that's just a Kamala internship.
Ooh.
Oh, come on.
What do you think,
Sounds fun.
Clinton staffer?
Just
Okay.
You need to work on your organ music.
Yeah. Well, he is dead.
By the way,
Getting a second win there, are you, Vince?
Yeah. You don't know this, but we have one of the best organists in the country that is a huge fan of this show that's listening. Is like, I could have done better.
Yeah.
Not even kidding. That's not a joke.
I apologize, self-serious organist.
He's very good.
You should play at baseball games.
Yes, he could do better than that.
All right, Saturday, President Trump, some people call him former president, some people call him sitting president. I call him sitting president, okay?
Yeah.
He returned to the scene of the crime, Butler, Pennsylvania, for the first time since the attempted assassination, which, you know, surprisingly, we don't talk about that much anymore. We don't see it talked about that much in the media, but he did go back.
Return of the fight. He's getting the shots now. He's back. He ain't straight. Return of the fight. Oh my God. Return of the slack.
No, that was for the Brian Stelter came back segment.
that's a different return.
It is a different return.
Okay.
It's always a return.
The muscle memory.
That's Stelter to Stelter harder.
Yeah. Stelter, I hardly know her. Plus, I'm gay.
Stelter harder. The pool boy made an appearance.
No time.
Here's the Trump returning to Butler clip.
Lee, thank you very much, really. And thank you.
One of the
a
greatest
very
lines ever.
big
Here it comes.
Thank you to Pennsylvania. We love Pennsylvania. And as I was saying,
If the media did their job, that's an iconic line. Here's what I love. He actually goes back to what he was saying. Watch.
oh, I love that. I love that chart. I love that graph.
He's got a pillowcase with that chart on it that he just snuggles up to every day.
My perfect chart. You're going to love my chart. It's made of the finest Egyptian charts. You're an asshole.
Finest Egyptian papyrus.
Yeah. That chart saved my life.
It's made from fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You're going to love my pillow chart.
Not true.
How many people do you think were confused? Where he's like, as I was saying, like, whoa, for the line's like, I love this chart. And he gets back into the key facts. Like, what is that? What was he? I don't really remember what he was saying because I remember bullets flying. True. But he actually remembered the chart.
That was perfect.
If the media did their job, that is just
It'd be everywhere this morning.
just as iconic as the only thing to fear itself is ask not what you can do for your country. You know, I won't hold my opponent's inexperience against him from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Well, they're already blaming him for the attempt in the first place.
I know.
They were so annoyed by that. They're like, oh, yeah, he set it up for sure.
Right. Yeah.
It's all been a setup.
See, that is one of the greatest lines. Honestly, you can even if you're a leftist, if you're a moderate, don't you have to go, all right, that was pretty badass, right? And of course, one of the richest men ever, Elon Musk, made an appearance. And it's very telling. He's not taking the easy path. If I don't agree with him on everything, and I don't, I have to respect it.
Free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make it? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. Be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
So Elon Musk right now is getting a lot of guff on Twitter because he said that these platforms have to be neutral. And people are like, hey, Elon, what happened to you being neutral? And it's like, oh, no. The left never can quite understand this. Elon Musk is not neutral.
Of course not.
His platform is.
He's open about it. His bias. I have no problem when he's open about it.
But his platform is. That is the crux of this. He can hold a position that is so important to who he is that he's going to get on a plane and go speak at a Trump rally and yet allow the Krasensteins on his platform.
As seen by the fact that most of the trash talk toward Elon Musk was directed to him on X.
Yes. And he doesn't ban people for that. That is the free speech example that the left is attacking right now that we have been trying to drill into them. You can have whatever opinion you want. Just don't make the platforms enforce your worldview, period. And we're fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, we agree on worldviews, me and Elon Musk, but he banned me for breaking the rules.
Oh, you did.
I broke the rules.
You called for the death.
Right?
Well, that was
That's
that was a moderator. So.
Well, still.
That one is on the line.
But that's that's what I'm saying. I'm admitting.
When I saw it, I was like,
I was out of line, and then he followed through with it. If he was truly, biased, he wouldn't have done that kind of stuff. So.
No, I think that's actually a good point. And of course, this rally, it lit the internet ablaze. It was a big deal. That line was trending everywhere. People were talking about it, and so the media took it upon themselves, as neutral as they are, to fact check the rally. Now, they don't even fact check the interviews, the very few and far between interviews that Kamala Harris has done. And by the way, she's going to be live on Howard Stern tomorrow. Please comment below. We were thinking about actually live streaming it and pre-gaming with a half-hour or 45-minute history of Howard Stern, just to cut him off at the knees with all the virtue signaling. Don't know if you know his past. He's kind of pulled the ladder up behind him. Let us know if you want the show at your regularly scheduled programming time, or if you'd like to have a special live stream of Kamala Harris on Howard Stern, because I think that's going to be a rough one.
And it's going to be 1 Eastern, so it would be noon. So we'd probably start around 11:30 Central Time tomorrow, if that's the case.
I'm
so
for
if
it.
you guys want it, let us know. Vote right
Central Time.
Yep.
So 12:15 Eastern.
Yes.
For people who live in the Satan's
time zone.
Zone. So the media
or the
fact
Varma
check
time zone, one of the two.
Hey, that's enough. The media fact checked. Don't refer to him as Satan.
I said he's not.
He's not as effective as Satan. The media fact checked a rally. It's time for fact checking the fact checkers.
Tweet check. Fact Trump. Trump fact check tweet. Fact check. News.
All right. So we'll do this in kind of a 3-tiered sequence. What Donald Trump said, what the media tried to say in their fact check, and then, of course, the truth. So here is what Donald Trump said as far as illegal immigration. He talked about illegal border crossings being the lowest under his tenure as opposed to now.
I love that chart. I love that graph. Isn't it a beautiful thing? But also beautiful because look at the number. That's the day I left office. It was the lowest Border Patrol, the lowest it's ever been. Illegal immigration. Today it's out of control. They're releasing murderers. They're releasing drug dealers. They're releasing gang members and criminals, human traffickers. Mostly they traffic in women. And they're releasing them all into our country, and they're emptying their jails, and their crime rates in Venezuela are way down.
Okay, so he was speaking to the people directly. Here's what the media said with their fact check. All references available at louderofcutter.com. You can click the link in the description. They said Trump highlighted a low migrant encounter total during April 2020 and claimed that was when he left office. But his presidency ended in January 2021. The chart also alluded to Trump's pants on fire claim that millions of immigrants came illegally to the United States from jails, prisons, or mental institutions during Biden's administration. Trying to imply, well, that's not true.
Even true at all.
Oh, it's just coincidence.
Right. Here's the truth, okay? Even if you don't want to take the month of April because he was going pre-COVID, let's just look at the average crossings compared to Donald Trump and Biden Harris. I keep wanting to say Harris Biden. Trump, the average monthly crossings during his tenure, 41,000. Biden Harris, 220,000. 41,000 to 220,000.
I would have said 41,000 was high just as a number without any context until I look at the next one and I'm like, oh, that was fantastic.
Yeah. And the months even after April still would have been the lowest in modern American history outside of his tenure. It's just that he had an all-time low of April. So this is what you need to understand. They're trying, it's not, do they apply fact checking? Technically, they're correct that April is not the last month of his presidency. Are they applying it equally?
Yeah.
Are they applying it when Kamala Harris says border crossings are down? No, they do not apply to that. Is verifiably false across the board. Donald Trump, and if you want to discuss nuance, as the left does, I think that's a fairly nuanced and,
In regards
by the
to
way,
which position?
one that is defensible. Picked April because it was pre-COVID.
Okay.
The media doesn't apply it
All
equally.
right, so I'll go and write down
this.
your,
That one, of course,
note here
fact
for
check. Done.
Alicia,
All
'cause
right.
I'm not sure
Fact
the information is
check.
probably
Lovely.
so,
The other truth is he was talking about Venezuela emptying prisons, right? Sending criminals to the southern border, right?
Okay. All right. Did you do
They
the-
tried to claim that wasn't
you
true.
did
You
the
just saw that from
orientation and
PolitiFact. Let me tell you, it is true. Okay, and bring it up from NBC, overlay
then
D2.
you
It
probably-
is
if
true.
it is,
They are
then
emptying their prisons. They are sending criminals to the southern border. The DHS, by the way, as of June, there are over 100 investigations into crimes tied to Venezuelan gangs who crossed illegally. So it's been acknowledged that they have been emptying out asylums and prisons.
Oh,
You can read that
well,
article at
actually,
NBC.
scheduled tomorrow.
And there are 100 investigations that we know of on record, DHS, criminal gangs from Venezuela who've crossed illegally. By the way, 2023, the Venezuelan
rate has gone down
Wednesday one, then.
dramatically. 22-year low would say that that's accurate.
And according to Bloomberg, that is following years of massive migration as both criminals and victims fled.
Make
So
sure you bring your ID and,
you have
your-
Bloomberg, you have NBC saying, yeah, that's true,
For you.
when they weren't under a microscope. And then you have investigations at the DHS saying, well, the results seem to imply that it's true. I think we can consider that one fact check. Fact check.
By the way, how bad does your country have to be that both criminals and the victims of the criminals flee at the same time, which means they're traveling together?
Yes.
Just suggested
Do you think? Do they have like a truce?
Yeah. Like a buddy system through the journey.
Hey, when we get to
criminal, leave
America,
criminal.
we're together, buddy.
Yes. I'll rape you when we get there.
That's fine.
But right now we have peace.
It's unsafe here in
We have
this
peace.
country.
You can take off your chastity belt when you sleep.
Gotta give your victims hope.
Yes.
You know?
Jeez. I will poison your soul with hope. When we get to El Paso, I rape.
I want a better life. I want better victims.
It's true. He's so hard. He's so hard to get the energy. It's like raping a bag of bones. I want to rape somebody plump.
American. Eyes and juicy with the trans fats. And their carbohydrates.
I want to sexually accost my 900-pound life.
I want to be where the Lizzos are.
I like to play a game called Where is the Hole?
That's right. I want to be on TLC now. Walking around with, what do you call them? Hover rounds.
Sugar foot.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, what they're actually
either.
crossing with the victims. All right, here's the next one. What Donald Trump said. He said that Kamala Harris is prioritizing foreigners over Hurricane Helene victims.
What's happened there is very bad. They're offering them $750
Can you
to people
pause?
whose homes have been.
Could they not clean the bulletproof glass?
Well, I mean, it's
I thought, yeah, it's hard to tell. It looks like his suit's been rained on.
It looks like a mirror in a parakeet's cage.
I tell you what, $750 wouldn't fix that.
A squeegee and a guy from New York would freaking I don't care that. We're fine.
All right, let's finish the clip.
Washed away. And yet we
That's in
send
Wisconsin.
tens of
Right.
billions of
Yeah,
dollars to
Wisconsin.
foreign countries that most people have never heard of. They're offering them $750. They've been destroyed. These people have been destroyed.
Okay. So again, the media has fact-checked them. They were doing it again live right now. Here's what they have said. This comes from CNN. Former President Donald Trump has delivered a barrage of lies and distortions about the federal response to Hurricane Helene. All right. Well, let's look at the truth. The DHS Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, has told people that FEMA wouldn't have enough funding for the rest of the hurricane season. So this is kind of the baseline that matters. This is why Donald Trump is addressing this in the public. All right. Now, could we follow the money and say, well, maybe there's a reason for that? Well, in 2024, Congress appropriated $650 million to FEMA for its shelter and services program, which gives illegal immigrants shelter, such as hotel, motel services, food, transportation, including plane tickets, up to $700 a person. And right now, the hurricane victims are getting about $750 after this hurricane. So maybe if they didn't spend money on trying to buy votes, those in a hurricane scenario, in a natural disaster scenario, could actually have their government fulfill legitimate purposes.
Unbelievable.
You could have bought those votes.
Yeah.
You could have bought those North Carolina votes.
How pissed off you would be right now if you got if you had to go and apply for the $750, right? And you're like, yeah, you got $750, but that's it. And you gave $700.
Yeah.
In a plane ticket, just the plane ticket, not the food, not the lodging, not the other stuff for the people that shouldn't even be here in the first place.
Right.
You're not pissed off? You'd be right now. Like $750. That's why people are mad.
Here, I'm going to draw you guys, and bring up on that camera.
Oh, wow,
I'm just going to draw you guys a quick chart. Okay.
Oh, we
is
love
it a
charts.
penis? It's not a penis again, is it?
Oh, I hope it's a Venn diagram.
Hold on a second. Okay.
I love Venn diagrams.
All right, he's doing.
Okay.
Is this Common Core or is this?
Here we go. All right. Here's the giant tax pool. Okay. I wrote HV for hurricane victims paying $700 in taxes. Now, typically speaking, you would pay this money in taxes.
You get $750.
No. I'm just saying there. Just
I'm with you.
It's my drawing.
It's your drawing. Go for it.
Okay.
It's like boobs.
$700 into taxes. All right. Okay. Typically, you're making a deposit, right? And the whole reason that you sign on to being a citizen of a country is because you're investing in something where hopefully by the end of your life, it yields dividends, right? You're better off living in that country. So then that giant pile increases, and we see 700 out plus, I don't know, 50 billion.
Oh, I don't know.
What's 50 billion between friends?
Yeah. So you see this right here. And I've labeled them, just for the purposes of brevity here, Mexicans. So this giant tax pool, $700 for plane tickets, and then, I don't know, $50 billion for Mexicans to come here illegally and be granted citizenship or some pathway to citizenship. Now, these victims are looking to withdraw their money, right? Take it back. And instead, they can't because it's all been given to Mexicans. Does that explain it to you? They've paid for illegal immigrants. They've paid for the purchasing of votes through the money laundering scheme that is the United States government at this moment in time, this administration in particular. And then when it comes time to make a withdrawal, one that would be completely legitimate. I'm not an anarchist and I'm not a libertarian anymore. I think that it's a legitimate role of government if citizens of this country need help because of an act of God. For crying out loud, even insurance programs cover that. They don't get it because of an act of Congress.
After being a libertarian.
Excuse me. Fact check. I forgot about it. Good.
The new hit piece is going to be Steven Crowder says Mexicans.
Yes. Well, I can't say Mexicans. They said it was a pejorative. The YouTube the Vox Apocalypse.
That's fair.
That was one of the epithets they listed. Sprite.
Only thing is, StreamYard is also
queer.
Can we say that?
I can say it. I just can't say it at someone who's actually a lesbian queer. And Mexican.
So yeah, you have to decide which one you want to
MX, I could.
So I'm bucking the sign. All right. Here's another claim that was made from Donald Trump when he was speaking directly to the people, and that's why he's winning this election right now. He's now a 4-point spread on Polymarket.
How did you know that? Oh, no, not Polymarket. I'm sorry. There was a 4-point change in a YouGov poll. It's now 47-47.
Oh, no, I meant the Polymarket.
Sorry,
he's right now at 50 point
spread, and that messed me up because the last poll that came out had Kamala Harris up by 4. It's tied now on a poll that typically veers Harris big time.
That way as well.
That's brand new. Sorry, you just triggered me.
What's less interesting than Polymarket?
Triggered bad. No, it's not.
Oh, wow. It's actually it's a 6-point spread. That changed since I was on the John preparing for this show.
Wow. He was spread wide open himself.
How does my tide nationally look to you now?
Less interesting than the point I was bringing up. Still.
Yes.
All right. So here's what Donald Trump was saying directly to the people that the Harris-Biden administration is costing you. He said has cost you, but $29,000 more, give or take, through inflation.
She cost you $29,000 a family through inflation price hikes.
Okay, so here's what the media has said. We rated a similar Trump claim, citing $28,000 as mostly false. The $28,000 is a likely estimate of increased spending for items such as food, shelter, transportation, and energy. But wages also increased.
Bullshit.
Evening out much, or depending on the time period, all of the increased costs. Now, I looked, could not find from PolitiFact where they said that wages increased any evidence of that. And so I looked to third-party economists. Every single one said that's not true.
Yeah.
So I feel
It's actually
torn.
the opposite, right?
Where is that? I feel torn by the speed at which I'm being pulled away from even believing that it's possible PolitiFact is telling the truth. Here is the truth that under Kamala Harris and Biden, we've talked about this, costs are up and incomes are down. Okay. So compared to when Harris and Biden took office, okay, a family of 4 needs to make $17,000 more per year just to live the exact same lifestyle. Now let's add up household income. What we saw under Donald Trump, household income went up by an average of $4,000. Under the Harris-Biden administration, it has gone down by $4,200. So add that up, $17,000. Then you add up that $8,000 gap. Okay, at that point, you're getting close. Let's call it an even 25. If the media is doing their job and they are trying to help you make informed decisions, how are they helping you by simply saying, no, you're not losing $28,000. Your wages have gone up. You know it's not true. They know it's not true. Are they serving their purpose when they try to catch a man who, if the election were held today, would be the president of the United States again on a technicality? The media, as it exists now, legacy media, is the enemy of a free and informed people. You can comment if you disagree. This has been Fact Checking the Fact Checkers.
Tweet check. Fact Trump. Trump fact check tweet. Fact check. News.
So you know it's true.
Right.
100% true.
That proves it.
Because it's true.
Yes, because it's true. What do you think, Mr. Clinton staffer? Oh. You know what? I appreciate your commitment to the bit.
I agree with him.
It's true. This is
Can't
what you
rattle
guys
him.
did when I wasn't here and you had a doll in my chair, right? Wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but the song was different. It was "It's Raining Men."
Hallelujah, it's raining man.
I hate all of you.
There it is.
Which, by the way, a banger. It's a great song.
It is. It's a great song.
But you can't dance to it.
Sometimes when I'm singing it by myself, I sing along to it, but I change men to women.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Nah, dude, I don't.
Only sometimes?
I've been guilty of changing words every now and then, especially when it's the N word.
You're not impressed by the poll?
I'm just gonna let you sit in that one.
I said I change it. I change it to check my privilege. It's more syllables, also. It's tough.
It's hard to keep the beat.
Yeah, it is hard to keep the beat. I also don't sound as badass when doing DMX.
It's true.
Yeah.
All right. So Kamala Harris, we wanted to get to this because, of course, this is one that enrages people. Over the weekend, Kamala Harris was, to her credit, helping victims of Hurricane Helene. I'm sorry.
No.
She was doing Call Her Daddy podcast. And by the way, just so you understand how out of touch, before we get to the segment, Kamala Harris is, the October 2nd episode was titled Blowjobs, Hall Passes, and Frat Daddies. Next up, the vice president.
Who's done all of those things?
And she said, can I get the rights to that title for my autobiography? And I said, we'll consider it.
Do it while I'm on
Thank
the
you.
phone with you.
So it taped last week, and this is why we do this live.
new hire
Nothing up
recently?
our sleeves, right? It's 9:58 Central right now. You can see it. We can confirm it right here on CNN for people who are watching. It's a commercial.
All right.
This is something that has always bothered me.
within
We'll
5
have to
minutes.
pre-tape, for example, if we are taping with someone who's in a different time zone across the
Well,
world. Or sometimes people will be traveling in, like Ash Wednesdays. But there's something to be said for live broadcasting. It's a lot harder to cheat. It's harder to cheat both as the performer, as a content creator, and it's harder to cheat as far as the numbers. Anyone can buy views. Anyone can buy plays. That live ticker and live ticket sales, not how many people can you canvas and fit in a room for free. Live ticket sales, live viewer number is the hardest number to cheat online. And so Kamala Harris avoids it like the plague. It was taped last week. It aired on Sunday, and it did include all of the hard-hitting, all of the hard-hitting journalism that you've come to expect from the blowjobs, hall passes, and frat daddy queen.
It's outrageous. Outrageous. I mean, daddy gang, to put it in our TikTok terms. I have seen girls on the street walk up to men and be like, do you know where a tampon goes? Do you know how many tampons we use?
Pause.
Do you
Yeah,
even
no,
know-
men don't know. We just invented them and pay for them. And very often go to the store and buy them. And you joke about how we don't get the right size. Oh, all right. Hey, go purchase your man who's a football player in college a mouth guard. or I don't know, teach them how to throw a perfect spiral. This idea that men don't know anything about, do men know where a tampon goes? No. Why don't you show me through that chasm, that bottomless pit that you call your snatch? By the way, I don't know if it's your fault that you look like Jan the Muppet, but something tells me that your genetics are revealing.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, you don't know what a tampon is like, man. Just reverse the roles. Do women know what it's like? Okay, let's just, sorry, before we even started playing it, you got finish the clip.
Goes. Do you know how many tampons we use? Do you even know how, like, do you know what a X or Y or Z is of a part of our, and they
Apparently she
don't
doesn't
know
even
the
know.
answer.
I was
Trans
the
men know.
first vice president or president to ever go to a reproductive health care clinic, ever.
Really?
Yes.
No, not really.
I didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's because you don't know anything. Just like you don't know the fact. Do men even? Hey, do you know that 92? I guess it's Jerry Maguire kid. 92% of workplace deaths are men. When was the last time you worked in a foundry?
It also sounded like Kamala said a hair club.
Yes.
Reproductive hair club.
Reproductive hair
No,
club.
sorry, that was.
Do you understand? Like the amount of convenience and comfort items that have been invented for women by men. I don't know if we can. I bet you would have a single-digit percentage going the opposite way as far as convenience and comfort items invented exclusively for men by women. This is the war of the sexes, and the left, they have to keep it alive.
Yeah.
And then they claim that you are being divisive if you respond to it. And this is, by the way, not addressed to all women, but the kind of women who are brainwashed by this show and the talking points we are about to get into. It starts off with, do men even talk about straw manning? Do men know where a tampon goes? You could go to the Deliverance, Hear the Banjo Hills of West Virginia. Find the most hills have eyes looking hillbilly you could imagine. And I guarantee you, if you gave him a little doll and said, show me where the tampon goes, they're going to snatch. Every single man on earth knows, just like you know how contraception works in 2024. Let's stop playing the dummy game.
Yeah. Well, and look, our anger, like you said, it's at the host brainwashing this audience of young and mostly young women that watch this show and filling them with all of these lies as though it's truth. And by the way, I think the example with West Virginia, I'm like, yes, do you know how to clean a gun? What's the point? I don't understand the point that she's making there. Like, do you know where this goes? What if I answer generally there? Right. Are we good now? Does that make me now able to speak on women's issues? No, of course not.
Let me set this up. And I've had these conversations with not only we have some actually accomplished, strong, capable women in this office. You know what they never say? I am strong and independent. They just get shit done. You know, like the men do in the office who are decent employees, just to be clear. Not all men, not all women, but it's not a constant soliloquy as to what they can do with their memories, okay? It's completely irrelevant to what we do. But I will make this case, and you can tell me if you disagree. They're trying to paint this as though men don't understand the issues that are exclusive to women. I would argue that men have walked a mile in the shoes of women far more than women have with men. We may not have experienced it firsthand, but men are constant, because we have to, and we have had to historically, protect those rights, protect and recognize those gender differences in order to reproduce and have a healthy village, have a healthy tribe. We've had to at least kind of project ourselves into their shoes. I will tell you this. I think that most men know where a tampon goes. We don't know what it's like to have a monthly period. That's true. But women often don't know what it's like to go your entire life without ever receiving a compliment once from a stranger. That's the life that men live. Women don't know what it's like. And I don't know if you've put yourself in these shoes. Imagine walking into high school every single day, knowing that imminent violence is possible. Every single day. It's not gossip. It's not ostracizing. Men grow up under the perpetual threat of violence. You step out of line, you get your ass kicked. How many women know what it's like to have their ass kicked in front of their friends and being forced to eat dirt? How many women know what it's like to actually be physically done? And I don't just mean in an isolated scenario, as part of your developmental process. Hey, how many women know what it's like? And this is something where you often get women will say men are infantilizing children. I don't know if you know this, but Men are constantly infantilized as they are raised by people who love them. Their coaches, for example.
Yeah.
Do you know what it's like to have a coach grab your helmet, rattle it, and say, "What are you doing? Get your dumb ass in the game," and smack you, and not hate that person, and not say you have no right to talk down to me or mansplain to me? I don't think women have put themselves in the shoes of men quite a whole lot. I don't think that women understand or have tried to be understanding of what it's like to be coached, what it's like to be bombarded with the message that, hey, you are only loved conditionally.
I prefer
I don't know if you
the
know this. You know who told men that first? God. Said you'll toil by the sweat of your brow, and he told women you have greater pain in childbirth. Right? These are unfortunately the consequences to the fall of man. But I actually think that women are less understanding of men, or even less interested in making the attempt than most men that I have met. As a blanket statement, you can let me know if you disagree.
And you know what I've never told any of the women in this office? You don't understand about men, so you don't have an opinion. Right. That's what I was saying before. Of course, that doesn't buy me the right if I know where a tampon goes, because I already have the right to have an opinion. Right. Just like they have a right to have an opinion about anything else that's going on.
Yep.
I don't mind you talking about a men's issue. If you don't understand it completely, fine. I don't care. You still have a right to talk about it, idiots.
Yeah. But it doesn't go both ways. Like Nick DiPaolo said, like women say, you want to have an opinion. How many of you have carried a baby? He goes, all right. How many of you have carried a football? Get the hell off SportsCenter. So let's go through some of the claims that they make. And Kamala Harris is on the We Hate Men podcast, that women have to work harder. And let me just, I know the irony here that she's speaking with Kamala Harris. The host is Alex Cooper, of whom I'm not fond. Here, let's just watch.
Sitting across from you, I think, as women, we have to work 10 times harder. We got to be smarter. We got to play the game to even get our foot in the door sometimes. Can you tell the daddy gang?
Pause. Unless you're filleting the mayor, can you point me to, and this is why it matters.
That's a difficult process.
This is why it matters. Can you point me to one example of a man in office who got their first official position in government exclusively as a result of being an above average lay? There are many women. We know that. Kamala Harris is just the most egregious example. So, and I'm not saying that that's all women, but men don't have that same option. No one's going to pay to watch any of us self-satisfy on OnlyFans. We're not going to get ahead by sleeping with a woman in a position of authority. Saying that it's harder, well, you know what? That's one arrow in your quiver. If you're Kamala Harris, or as they were once referred to, dime store floozy. Continue the clip.
People tell you no. When people look at you and doubt you, what does that ignite in you?
So I've been told that many times.
Uh-oh.
And through the course of my career, I've been told, at one point, you're too young. I've been told, oh, nobody like you has ever done that before. Oh, they're not ready for you. Oh, and this is the one that kills me. Oh, it's going to be a lot of hard work, right? As though we don't like hard work. And here's my response. I don't hear no. I don't hear no. And I urge all the daddy gang, don't hear no. Just don't hear it.
Here's the problem. I'm getting mixed signals because I was told for a very long time that no means no. And so I know that this wouldn't be a sexist podcast. She's saying don't hear no. So what I'm hearing now is that if we both had a couple of drinks, yes means yes, and no means come again? Yes. Can you imagine if a man said this? I'm sorry, I don't hear no. No! I can't hear you.
Listen to Kamala.
Like a Venezuelan migrant rapist.
Also, that's the person you want on the nuke button.
Yes.
Madam President, no.
I can't hear you.
Nuclear holocaust.
If men said, I don't hear no, women have to work so much harder. Again, we don't have the option of filleting a mayor to get a job. But let's take that off the table. Can you tell me can you point me to one law where men, particularly white men in this country, have an advantage systemically? I don't mean that people like people who are similar to themselves. Is there a quota? Is there affirmative action? Is there a movement? that exists?
The protections?
Or are white men told to sit down and shut up on issues as it relates to women, even though it affects them directly, and to check their privilege? I'm sorry, I'm just not buying in the 21st century that women have to work extra hard. Kamala Harris? No. AOC? Absolutely not. It's not even close.
Bad today.
Let's continue now, and this is the issue where they always want to get to. This is why she's on the Call Me Daddy podcast. They always try and, in turn, they try and feather the abortion issue in behind all other rights, as though it's not unique, because it's the only right that they, of course, for which they advocate, that involves, arguably, though not arguably scientifically, it's pretty much settled science, the infringing upon another body's rights. It's the only law, when you're talking about abortion, it's the only scenario where a human being can legally inflict damage upon another living human being without consent. If you acknowledge that it's a life, and certainly at 9 months, we'll get to that, certainly at the point when there's 10 fingers, 10 toes, you don't have 20 fingers, you don't have 20 toes, you don't have 2 hearts, you don't have two central nervous systems. It's the only scenario in this country where you can legally inflict harm upon another living being without their consent. But they try and act like that's not the case. So Kamala went on to explain to Cooper the terrible things that women do in abortion. I'm sorry, to get abortions.
Imagine she's in a state with an abortion ban. 1 out of 3 women are, by the way, in our country. And she's a mom. So she's going to have to figure out, one, God help her if she has affordable childcare. God help her if she has paid leave. And then she's going to
hold on, pause. I think she meant to say God help her.
Yeah.
If she doesn't have those things, or God bless her if she does. But Kamala is as Kamala do. Continue.
Go to the airport, stand in a TSA line.
No.
Sit on a plane next to a perfect stranger.
What?
Awful.
To go to a city where she's never been.
Pause. You are describing every outgoing flight since the history of ever. Let's take that exact same scenario. Hey, we were going to my buddy's bachelor party this weekend. But first, we had to book a flight. And I had to sit next to a stranger who I've never met before to go to a place that I've never been. Your buddy be like, yeah, you booked a round trip.
Don't get me started on the fact that the terminal didn't have Starbucks.
Yes. It's just, you have to get on a plane with a stranger to a place you've never been. That is a flight. You've described a flight.
But hold on. She said, you have to stand in line at the TSA. Why is that a part of the equation too?
And then once you're done, the only media outlet you have is Hudson News, really?
Yeah. And the newspapers are overpriced. They don't even have my biography.
And no one knows why you're flying. Yes. It's not like you have an abortion A engraved on your head.
Yeah.
You're flying out of state to get an abortion. It's like nobody cares.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you TSA pre or are you second class citizen abortion line? That's over there.
That's over there.
Oh, you're in your 3rd trimester. You're not supposed to fly, but it's an abortion, so it's fine.
Yeah, there you go.
No problem.
Well, we actually have a stretchy flight suit for you. We got that from the Air Force.
Fantastic.
Oh, sorry. Continue the clip.
To receive the care she needs, she's going to probably have to get right back on that plane because she's got those kids. Her best friend's probably not with her because that's who's taking care of the kids.
So she knows how kids are made. Got it.
To get back in that TSA line, to get back on a plane, to go home.
Okay.
Sounds like hell.
I guess I didn't know that it was possible to speak to an audience of leftist feminists and somehow make people sympathetic to the process of abortion.
Well, look, to be very clear,
she does have a good point about the transportation system in our
sucks.
country.
You're right.
Yeah, it sucks.
TSA is a violation of human rights most of the time.
And look, before she goes on that plane, she's going to have to plan her day. She's going to have to use a calendar. If she's on a plane where she doesn't like what they serve to eat, she may have to eat breakfast, grab a bowl, a spoon, perhaps, milk, cereal, if she's lactose intolerant, oat milk. These are the things you don't think of because no one cares. We only care about the murder of another life and whether that is in fact another life. That's if you don't agree that it's another life, fine, that case can be made. But we're talking about layovers?
Not even that. You never heard the word layover. You heard a TSA line and a stranger on a
she didn't
plane.
even bring
That's
that
it. What about lost luggage? Don't freaking get me
Call
started.
Pete Buttigieg and whatever that Matt Damon lookalike was. I
Yeah,
forgot his name.
the luggage theft guy.
So
Earl,
let's
whoever.
continue now, because what they really want to do is simply make this a play to try and pivot this election that they are losing to abortion. And Kamala Harris flat out lies. But don't expect fact checking from the media on this, because it's not a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Former President Trump claimed that some states are executing babies after birth. Can you just clarify?
That is not happening anywhere in the United States. It is not happening, and it's a lie. It's a bold-faced lie.
It is happening, and you're lying.
That he is suggesting that, can you imagine? Can you imagine? He is suggesting that women in their 9th month of pregnancy
Correct.
are electing to have an abortion. Are you kidding? That is so outrageously inaccurate, and it's so insulting.
There it
to
is.
suggest that that would be happening and that women would be doing that.
It's the feminist playbook. It's victim of people don't. It is so insulting to tell me that statistically there were 10,000 late-term abortions last year, and there are 9 states plus DC that have 0 limits on abortion. Is it insulting? Is reality insulting? It is true. 9, including, by the way, your running mate.
Hold on,
Mr. Walz's. She just said that that's not happening. It is happening. It's the law. It's enshrined into law in 9 states plus DC, and last year alone, 10,000 late-term abortions. We don't know how many of them were at 9 months.
Bring that overlay back up, please. The majority of which take place for elective reasons.
All of them. Almost all of them.
Here's
Less than 1% of all abortions. Less than 1% are rape, incest, or health of the mother. That's a fact.
But that's the argument that they would have made. It's like, hey, at that point, it has to be done because of the health of the mother. Almost all of them for elective reasons.
3rd trimester
That's
abortions.
the end of the argument. That is the absolute end of the argument, period, done. And you made a good point when we talked about this earlier. Okay, if that is appalling, if that is insulting that women would be doing that, if that is something that is completely beyond the pale, outlaw it.
Ban it.
You have an opportunity today to put your campaign in line with outlawing something that you think is not happening, first of all, so it should be pretty easy to outlaw. And second of all, is abhorrent to even consider.
Let me make it easier. Before even getting to outlawing it, how about when asked, would you put any limitations on abortion? Answering anything other than no. It is so insulting that people throw in my face that I don't believe in any limitations on abortion whatsoever. Sorry, you don't get to take the moral high ground by saying it's insulting. Kamala Harris and Miss Cooper, you don't get to do that. It's 10 to 15,000 late-term abortions every single year entirely for elective reasons. And 9 states plus DC have it on the books as law that you cannot restrict abortions. There are no exceptions whatsoever up until and including birth, period. And the media just says, that's not true. Again, go check the references. You can read the laws for these states.
Yeah. And then Tim Walz basically passed a law, essentially signed a law that removed the requirement to save the baby's life if it was born alive, right? The born alive thing. And basically just provide care.
To babies who have survived abortions. They're not even, they don't even have to do that.
Fetus hospice.
Yeah. It's the law. If you didn't intend to abort the baby, it's the law. The hospital has to require life-saving care.
Yes.
The only change is that you don't want it. So let me ask you this.
Exactly.
What defines a human life? I will tell you this. My definition is at the moment of fertilization. Why? Because that's when new human DNA, unique to that human being, is created. Okay, you may not agree with that. Let's go to a heartbeat. Okay. Now let me ask you this. Where do you define a life? In Minnesota, it is defined legally by whether the mother wants it. 9-month-old baby. If you weren't trying to have an abortion, it's the law because it's a life to protect it, provide it life-saving care. If the mom says, I didn't want this baby, the law says you don't because it's no longer a life. Should we determine life based on whether the parent wants it? Because if that's the case, well, let's get to this next point because I have an argument here. This one is a tired old argument that only women have to struggle, toil, and struggle against the government for their bodily autonomy.
I want to pose this question more to you and the Daddy Gang, but one of the biggest conversations in this year's election revolves around a woman's body.
No, it doesn't.
I want to take a moment and can we try to think of any law that gives the government the power to make a decision?
I know what you're going to ask.
About a man's
You were
body.
giving
Yes.
Let's
Oh, man's
Yes.
body? The draft.
Yes.
Is there any law?
No.
Draft.
No.
It's
No.
Yes, yes, many laws. As a matter of fact, the exact same laws that apply to you. I don't know if you know this. The exact same laws that apply to you in your bodily autonomy apply to men. So, for example, neither a woman nor a man can use their body to commit assault, to commit battery, to commit murder, to commit theft, to libel or slander. Basically, the laws mean you cannot use your body to inflict damage upon another citizen, right? Your rights end where someone else's rights begin. You know, I can wave my hand unless someone's face is in the way. Now I'm violating their rights, right? Your rights end where someone else's individual bodily autonomy rights begin. Outside of that, no, you have the exact same rights. The only exception, can we just be honest about this? The only exception is the scenario in which another life happens to be located inside of your body. That is the only exception. I think it's remarkably consistent. As a matter of fact, the only consistent point of view is the person who says you cannot commit a violent act against another fellow human being, period, rather than the person who says, well, you can't do it except for when it's small enough, or except for if it's in your body, or except for if it's actually kind of out of your body and you need to finish the job. It's the only time, it's the only scenario in the United States of America where a human being can knowingly inflict damage upon another living being's life. And we are talking about 10 to 15,000 late-term abortions per year, meaning that is a viable human being. There is no debate about that. Wow. And you know what? Actually, let me give you some, let's take that off the table. Selective service.
The
is
draft.
one.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, which
fight
is,
and die for your country.
Which
affect your body?
I know. I understand. Women really worried about selective service. Well, hold on a second. I get the tone, but it's about what it represents. That's no small thing. It's not just selective service. That means that men have to resign themselves to dying for their family and communities, for them to protect their country and their loved ones, period. They die first, not just in war, in a natural disaster scenario. Does anyone doubt for a second? Let's take selective service off the table. Do you think that with the damage in Hurricane Helene, do you not think that there have been many thousands of scenarios where there are groups of people and men are okay, get the kids and the women out first, we'll use some time. Let's make sure to get all the buses first, get out. Let's get all the vehicles to women. We're going to try and find something else. Hey, that's the fastest route out. Make sure the women and children, every single time there was a group of 2 or more people, the men, I guarantee you, most men put their bodies on the line. That's what selective service represents. It's no small thing. Yep. It is kind of a trump card, and that's why 92% of workplace deaths are men. Let's go back, though, to abortion. There is a scenario, I would argue, where men forego their bodily autonomy rights in a way that women do not. Let's take the exact same scenario that she's talking about right there. Okay? Man has baby with woman. Man gets woman pregnant. She gets on a flight. Okay? Man decides he wants to own up to his responsibilities and be a father to the child he created. So while she has to go through the trauma of a flight, getting on a plane with a stranger, with an arrival and itinerary, that man knows that that woman is going off with his future son or daughter that he wants to raise, and there's nothing he can do about it. He has no say in it. He completely forgoes his rights to his own bodily autonomy. Hey, how about this? If we want to say, hey, we want to even the playing field, if you want to take any responsibility for your actions, that would be great. But if you don't, at least don't forbid men from being able to do so. I think that if a man signs a paper, says, I will raise this child that I helped create, that that child needs to be delivered. Now, I know here's the problem is we've conceded so much territory because I can hear the responses. You would force a woman to carry a baby? Remember, it's the only exception to the law that we just described. No, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm forcing the exact same laws we always do as a country in forbidding you from killing it. And that's assuming that we reach the point in 2024 that you don't understand contraception, chastity, motherhood, adoption, and you've reached that point and you have a man who says, you know what, I'm willing to raise that child. Why does the man forego his rights? And I'm sure there will be some men out there who would try and convince a woman to get an abortion, to try and abdicate their duty. Those men are piles of human garbage, right? If we agree on that, can we also agree that if a man is willing to be a father to the children he created, you don't get to unilaterally strip him of that right? That's like being an Indian giver with sperm.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's so gross.
Any other scenario? Why are we only focused on the woman's? Well, she doesn't forego her right to proactively end a life. But what about the man's right to simply reactively preserve the life he's already created?
Yeah.
The logic's hard because this is the same people that'll say that a trans man is a real man, and then when they say that a trans man can't have an abortion, then it's that mind's gonna explode. Men don't know what we're talking about except for a trans man, but they're not real, but they are real men.
Right, because they let this off. Do men even know where a tampon goes? Well, men can get periods too. Well, I think we just
no. Oh, I forgot we said that.
All right. And here's the overarching theme, and I think why Kamala Harris went on this show. It's bad. Also, Kamala Harris is allergic to personal responsibility or accountability in much the way that a vampire is to garlic. That is the overarching theme of this show, disguised as reproductive rights.
So it's been very difficult as a young adult in this country right now is like, there are so many policies I could sit here and talk to you about, but Call Her Daddy has been rooted in supporting women and talking about women and lifting women up because it is no denying that we have always been underserved and we are treated like second-class citizen to men, right? I do want to focus on abortion for a moment because—
Give me one example. Let's just take abortion off the table. I believe we've covered that thoroughly. Even if you disagree, just for the sake of argument, we have to acknowledge that abortion would be a nuanced issue because it's the only scenario where it involves another life. Okay, I'm repeating myself. Give me one other example where women are second-class citizens. One example where rights are afforded to men in the United States of America today that are not afforded to women. One example. One. Continue.
2 years ago, Roe v. Wade was overturned and women lost their constitutional right to an abortion. I put out an episode about it. I flew to North Carolina. I went to a
We're wearing
preferred women's health
stilettos and a
center.
hoodie?
I met with women that were getting screamed at and chanted at and called baby killers. And it was the most eye-opening experience I've ever had because I am a privileged white woman that lives in Los Angeles and I am so aware of that. I was raised Catholic.
Well, pause. Go down to Skid Row, stark naked, and fix it. I'm a white, privileged woman from Los Angeles. You could fix it. You could forego your privilege at any moment, Miss Podcast.
Your $40 million a year contract.
Yes.
Let's acknowledge.
I think I did math correctly there.
I think so.
Pretty close.
40 plus.
Abortion is a sin. And when I put out that episode, I had a lot of women reach out to me saying like, wow, I live in the South and I never thought about it that way. Like maybe I am pro-choice because I won't get an abortion because of my religion, but why should we control what someone else wants to do?
Yeah, this is someone who's never thought about issues seriously their entire life, which is why it's very eye-opening that Cooper has a massive audience with a podcast. It's 5 million weekly listeners, I believe. Oh, no, wait, it's not eye-opening. It was bought and paid for by other corporations who decided, yeah, you're good enough. This is not someone who's informed themselves. This is not someone who's developed an audience organically because people thought that she had something insightful to offer. This is a woman who was attractive enough and good enough as a host that was propelled through other giant companies, largely funded by men. Let's be clear. She has had it easier being a middling, attractive woman, parroting feminist talking points, than a man would. That Opportunity would not be afforded to them. And by the way, this is also an important point here. They're talking about these rights which are under attack from men. Again, you cannot point me to one example, but let's just be honest here. Women's rights, in the same way that smaller, weaker, less capable men's rights are an illusion. So I'm not saying because you're a woman. What I am saying is that rights are only as enforceable as those who have the fortitude and ability to enforce it. Your rights only exist if you have a powerful enough protecting force, be it military, intelligence, to ensure that people who want to do away with your rights don't come in and take them. It applies the same, it applies to a lot of men. It applies to all women because you can't fight the wars. That's why you're not enlisted for the draft. Let's be really clear about this. If men collectively, particularly the strong men in positions of power, wanted to strip you of your rights, tomorrow you have no rights. That's the cold, hard reality. I'm not saying that it would be right. I'm saying that it happens all the time. For proof, go to any country in the Middle East, or almost any country in the continent of Africa. Women's rights, just as weak men's rights, are an illusion. They're afforded to you by people who understand that. And by the way, here's the cold water. They're afforded to you by people who believe in the founding fathers, rich white guys, according to you, vision for this country, and that rights of all individuals are to be protected. But we just throw it around, women's rights. If the powerful men here didn't want you to have any rights, you wouldn't be having a conversation. You certainly wouldn't be arguing that it's a gross violation if you might be able to kill your baby in the 9th month. I'm sorry, that never happens, except we want to ensure that we still have the legal right to do so. What do you think would happen, for example, if Iran was not kept on any kind of a leash and they could dominate globally? What do you think your rights look like? They don't. We don't need to take Iran. China. They don't. Coney from Africa. Anywhere throughout all of human history, women's rights, as they're discussed on this show, are cute, but they're an illusion. They're not real in the sense that you haven't achieved them because of your fight for them. You could fight as hard as you want. You could never grant anybody a right because you'd lose. So there should just be a little bit of recognition and gratitude that one nation in the history of the world said, hey, you know what? We're in a complete position of power and authority, and this is pre-technology, where it really did come down to brute force, and we're going to use it to ensure that a group of people who could do nothing to forward these rights is afforded them. The way you describe it is an illusion. The way it exists systematically deconstructs your entire point to begin with. And these people are voices for millions of Americans. This podcast is the #4 most listened to podcast in America, 90% female audience. And the first, if she were, God forbid, see, I'm using that correctly, to become president, the first female president would be one who got her foot in the door through fellatio.
Speaking of which,
what?
I have Kamala Harris's father on the line.
Oh, that's right. And but before we bring him on the line, by the way, we are going to continue, of course, on Mug Club. And if you haven't joined up yet, look, we have specials for every major event leading up to between now and the election. Not only do you get this show, an additional 100% of show, you also get Mug Club Undercover, and everyone gets Mug Club Undercover, but that's what supports it. Nick DiPaolo every single day. This does not exist without you, and I'm sure you can guess by the topics we discussed today, it is not monetized on YouTube at all.
Well, so before we go to him on that call too, like, did we get a vote on whether they want us to stream Stern or not?
I don't know that we got an official vote, but we did get several people who chimed in, and here's just some of the responses. Lots of yeses, lots of hell yeses.
By the
some
way, do it is
but-
spelled D-O space I-T. Not
No. It's the do.
Mountain Do It.
Yeah.
Mountain Do It. Yes.
Brokeback Mountain.
I'm
Dew?
more.
No.
I'm more. What's the word I'm looking for? Partial to Surge.
Wow.
The original energy drink.
Yeah, the one that's banned in 19 countries.
Jolt Cola is the one.
Come on, right? The commercial will come out.
That was a young. What's his name? The guy from Magic Mike, Channing Tatum. That's a young Channing
Oh.
Tatum in that car.
Oh, I
It's
didn't know
Mountain Dew
that.
where it's like spinning around and they're like either Surge or Mountain Dew.
He became Magic Mike. That's so cool.
He did
Yeah.
become Magic Mike.
Anyway, so it looks like we're doing it.
All right, I'm calling it audible. Tomorrow we are going to live stream
Nice.
the Howard Stern interview with Kamala Harris. So that's going to be at noon Central. I guess
Noon
it
Central, so we'll
starts at
start-
1 Eastern.
Yep.
So
we'll
noon
start-
Central. So we'll start a half hour beforehand.
Dang.
So at 11:30 Central to give you a little bit of background information on Howard Stern. I think a lot of people now have met the newer, softer, disingenuous, phony Stern,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
don't know the one who had strippers play harmonicas with their vaginas. But of course, now he's a champion of women. He also had, people killed themselves as a result of working with Howard Stern.
Well, that's
he directly exploited the disabled.
Yeah. Yeah.
You may not know this. How much do you know about Howard Stern's history? By the way, I don't hate Howard Stern. I just hate that he's now deciding the rules for thee, not for me. This was the shock jock who did all this stuff. And I was like, oh, no.
Original.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be called a Howard Stern impersonator back then. You even tried to do something edgy. What,
Yeah.
You think you're Howard Stern?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you think you're Howard? It's like, well, I think he thinks he's Don Imus. Ah, crap. That's right. So we actually do have, before we continue, we do have Kamala Harris's father. And by the way, this is not a joke. Kamala Harris's father, his name is Donald J. Harris. Now, she may not know that because she doesn't know her father. But that is Kamala Harris's dad's name. And on the show, okay, J. Harris. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Harris. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, no problem, man. Look, I get right to it. My daughter was on the car, met at the show, and I'll tell you something right now. She never called her father.
Well, I can't say that I'm surprised. When did you last hear from her?
Last December. She drunk dialed me after the White House Christmas party.
Oh, well, that's nice to wish you good tidings.
No, man. She asked me to guess who she been pounding on a Resolute days. No, man. She asked me to guess who she been pounding on a Resolute days.
Okay, no, Mr. Harris, that's still your daughter you're talking about here.
Oh, cool your runnings, man.
What?
She gonna be Irish.
Wait, what'd you say?
Okay, she gonna be Irish. Cool your runnings.
That's not a saying.
It is in Jamaica. You
No.
don't know.
Okay.
I moved to Ohio. They say it a lot there too.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I gotta let you go. Everyone be calling her daddy today.
Okay,
Oh,
all
like
right.
to be
Thanks
a-
for your time,
Oh,
Mr. Harris.
shabala kabala.
That is her name. I don't know why we still have him on the show.
He seems like a fun guy.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a whole lot to offer.
That's because you're not cool.
I get more out of the former Clinton staffer, right?
Do you?
See, I feel like I know where he's coming from.
Shivering in my bones.
Because I can look at his eyes.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, not really. Actually,
I know where he's coming from.
Yeah.
You don't need to say a word. We speak the language of understanding.
This is a lot of people don't know this, but exclusive for Mug Club, that's the actual skeleton of one of her ex-staffers.
Yes.
We dug it up. I mean, Steven sent me to a cemetery in Pennsylvania.
Yep. Yeah. You said it like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, it was fine. I got to see a Phillies game.
Did you have to board a flight
I did. I had
next to someone, a total stranger?
And then you got to go through TSA. Oh my God. Thank you, 9/11.
Yeah. Yes.
Go to somewhere you've never been.
Christ. Sit next to a stranger. Okay. How awful.
To go to a place I've never been.
Dude, her complaints are like, you're really connecting with people.
Yeah.
Well, you have to sit next to a stranger. You could get you to wait in line. Yeah.
But she's describing it as a horror show.
It's like somebody told her, hey, Kamala, just so you know, this is how people go to the airport.
Yes.
You haven't gone to the airport like this?
Yeah.
In 20 years, but just so you know.
Right. That's a thing.
People have to wait in line. She goes, no.
Was she wearing her $50,000 necklace?
Yeah. Yes. She would be sitting there. She's like, well, I guess I've gone through the worst. At least I don't have to take off my necklace, ma'am.
TSA
No.
will make you take
At
off.
least I get to keep my shoes on. No!
I knew I should have got pre-check.
Can't
Oh,
she
and you're
change
gonna-
those that procedure, like at any time as vice president?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's Pete Buttigieg's got to be involved somehow, right?
Yeah, with their open border policy, it is kind of shocking. We have TSA at all right now.
I know. Yeah, well, that's the thing too.
And then you
Also,
gotta wait in line at TSA because we're flying in migrants at $700 a piece, and the lines have gotten really long.
we got really, really long. And the passenger pickup is riddled with El Caminos.
And they're always
or
rancheros.
Seriously, you ever have to renew your tags here in Texas, and you just see like an El Camino with 19 people in it drive by. You're like, they're not doing this shit.
Yeah, but then you hear them honk the horn, and you're like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I love it.
Goes flying through the air like Channing Tatum with a Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's young Channing Tatum with a Mountain Dew.
You were right.
Good for him. He actually did a movie that wasn't that bad called Fighting. It was like the first kind of MMA movie, but it was really pretty fake. And Terrence Howard is a street hustler.
I haven't seen that one. He's done a couple good things though.
That was before he developed his whole new math thing.
New math?
Oh, you don't know Terrence Howard's out of his mind?
Oh, yes. His like
My
yeah.
new math
Oh,
is
yeah.
based on the truth of Pythagoras.
His like asterisk.
But only I'm the one who figured it out.
1 × 1 can't equal 1.
I don't know why he always sounds like he's
that
about
what it
to cry. Probably because I
love.
lost out on Iron Man 2.
That's right.
There's this guy named Ping Trip. I think is his name, Ping Trip. He's on Twitter and Instagram and stuff, but he mixes Joe Rogan episodes. And he mixed Joe Rogan, Terrence Howard, and Neil deGrasse Tyson sitting together as if it happened.
Oh,
It's
okay.
priceless. You gotta watch it.
I mean, he seems like he's the kind of guy who probably is actually really brilliant in some areas, but doesn't finish the connection.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, what? He's like,
You're like,
what's his thing? He's like, 4
what?
plus 2 plus 2 does not equal 4. See, we are arguing that in fact it equals 5.
Well, I think he should just do the math on how much money he lost by not doing Marvel movies anymore.
Well,
He turned down that. Yeah, he turned down the role after Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
And then what's his name? Don Cheadle, I think, is the guy. Came in
and like Nick
laughed all the
DiPaolo
way
said,
to the
Don Cheadle, it's hard to make black people uninteresting.
Don Cheadle. I mean,
He's
yeah,
so
it's like-
boring.
yeah.
Here's Terrence Howard's big thing is 1 × 1 = 2.
Why? But why?
Because math, apparently.
Terrence.
I think there's ayahuasca gaps
Terrence,
there.
are you high? 1 + 1 does. If you take the X to make it times and turn it up and it's a plus. Why?
You think you're telling me something I don't already know?
Yes, I do, in fact.
Yeah, I think that maybe you haven't thought of it.
It's a universal law. Like if aliens came here, it's the only way we could communicate.
God, they're messing up math now. God,
Math.
Earthlings, dude.
Yes, destroy the place.
Research informs me he calls it teriology.
Oh, back up, Terrence.
He's even brain.
Yeah, he's done some research, just enough research where he could make you feel like you actually don't know how to argue with him, but then he doesn't have the ability to get across the finish line.
Talent, dude.
Yeah, it's
The first part.
it's bizarre.
It's so stupid.
And if you go to his house, you better use the wet wipes.
That's true.
Yeah.
One quote of Kamala Harris really quickly that we didn't touch on, and this one I thought was maybe more interesting to me than the general audience, so we'll see. But she said something about she's like, I'm not aiming for humility.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
she said we
aiming
don't want women to be humble.
Humble, right? He's letting him know. Yeah.
Josh has to tinkle.
Yeah, he does.
So do I.
Go to the little boys' room. And I thought that was a really telling thing for. So again, remember the audience. 90% female. 18 to 29 is the very giant demographic that she's occupying for females. 5 million listeners a week, downloads a week.
inflated.
And they are told
that's an inflated number.
Either way,
if that's the case, she should be able to. She should be able to sell the tickets that Bill Burr sells.
No, I understand.
She should be able to sell out Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is that she's telling that audience that humility is not something to shoot for.
Right.
Humility is not something.
Do we have the
for a woman? I don't know if we actually have.
They said that we don't want
so.
women to necessarily be humble. What?
Yeah.
Haven't you complained that Donald Trump is a braggart for all this time? And by the way, it's one of my least favorite qualities of him.
Yeah, it's. I don't understand telling an entire audience that. I can understand different points of view on different stuff, and you can make dumb arguments. Fine, I understand that your worldview is terrible.
Right.
But to say something like that, I'm like, really?
Well, again, it's praising behavior from women. And by the way, again, I know not all women behave this way, but feminists, and the women who by proxy have not proactively fought against feminism, I do include them, by the way, because if you're going to take the default position, you're going to take the Democrat position. That's why a majority of women, white women largely, support trans men in women's sports, right? It's just the default position because feminism permeates everything. It's praising women for the kind of behavior that you find reprehensible in men. Think about it. It's every stereotype now, right? In the movie, it's the jock. I threw the touchdown that won state. Like, oh, this guy's so impressed with himself. Yet then you go out and demand people call your fat pride beautiful. You demand that men both respect you for sex work and also want to take you seriously enough to marry you, because nothing is ever the responsibility of these people involved.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Well, do you like a man who has zero humility? Or would you want a good man, a man who is very capable, who doesn't brag about it? And by the way, you know what else? You also brought this up. Well, your parents told you when you were young because you were bragging about something.
Myself.
Yeah, you were bragging about yourself.
Bragging about myself.
And your dad
I was
told you.
dominating kids that were 8 years old, and I was just destroying them.
Yeah, you grew early.
I did.
Yeah. And your dad's, what did your dad say?
Well, it was actually my mom who said, she's like, hey, let us do that.
She said, don't
let
brag
us
on
brag
yourself.
about you, and you just go and perform and do your thing, and let us brag as parents.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, I never thought about it.
And
I did.
And it's the same thing with your spouse. You want to brag on your spouse. If your spouse is a braggart, if you have no humility, then your spouse, the person you love, can't brag. They have to get to brag on you. It turns everything around and has ruined the male-female dynamic of relationships. And that's why, look, you can scream until you're blue in the face. It's not feminism's fault. It's not a subset of women, entitled women's fault. It's men's fault. But guess what? You're going to hit a certain point, a tipping point, where at least half of men or a majority of men in the next 10 years will never get married. And that is not going to lead to happier women. That's just a fact. What you're doing isn't working. What you're doing is making it worse. Women are worse off today than they were when they weren't abiding by the feminist protocol. That's my opinion. If you follow what be proud, no matter if you have zero accomplishments or nothing to be proud of. Go out and shout your pride, and don't take responsibility for your decisions. It's never your fault. It's the world's fault. I'm sorry, in 2024, if you are at the point where you are getting a late-term elective abortion, which is all late-term abortions, you are an irresponsible adult. Period. It is not a man's fault. Let me repeat that. If you are in 2024, and by the way, it could be 1994, 1984, if you are receiving a late-term elective abortion in the 21st century, you are an irresponsible person who cannot be trusted to make simple, adequate decisions. That's my position.
Especially if you have kids.
And I have a spider web.
Oh.
Right
Really?
here. It's like one of those one threads, where the spider web came, like.
Yeah. Did you find the spider?
Are you seeing into another dimension?
No, there was one strand. Spider
Might be in your.
He's going for the Walther.
Yeah, Steven, that's the spider web dimension of
You're
Davis.
gonna drink a spider. You might have already drank it.
Hey,
what?
Quick note. It may theoretically be illegal to restream live the Howard Stern interview because it's a paid service on Sirius or whatever. What is it? Sirius XM? They call it that anymore? Or is it just Sirius now?
I don't
All
know.
the mergers. We're going to look and see if it's being broadcast
It is Sirius
widely or if it's just the thing you have to log in and pay for to get. So that may change if we can do it or not.
Okay.
We don't want to get sued for giving Howard Stern crap. So if it's illegal, we'll let you guys know. And
It would be a
we'll do the
smart
normal
play on their
time.
part to put it behind a paywall, because that way only the moments live on. The vast majority of people will not be able to see or hear the entire interview.
Yeah.
They'll hear what the media chooses to disseminate.
Yeah. Can you guys look into that too? See if they intend on broadcasting this wider, or if it is just going to be. I imagine it's just going to be on a show behind the paywall, essentially.
Right.
But just in case, they might want to broadcast this a little bit wider. We'll see.
All right. But in the meantime, let's play Pokemon or Racial Slur.
Racist version.
I'm amazed more people have not picked up the Auschwitz Pokemon. That seems like it should be.
The name of the Pokemon is coughing.
Yes.
that is, yeah.
It's pretty rough.
Coughlin B.
So for people...
I like showing that stinger, and people are like, "What do you do for a living?"
All right, for
You're
people
going to hell.
For people who are new to this game, sorry, every time I see it on TV on CNN, it's your worst nightmare.
Oh no!
Your car breaks down.
Oh no! You gotta sit next to a complete stranger in the auto.
It's your worst nightmare. You guys slime match, but you found out it was only slightly less affordable than the standard ticket pricing.
It's your worst nightmare. Steven Crowder's got you saying racial slurs.
Thinking they Pokemon.
Pokemons.
Is it a Pokemon? Am I guilty of a hate crime? It's a nightmare.
I'm doing it regardless.
Oh man.
I just wonder when he went in. Like, here's okay, table.
What?
Like, all right, this says your worst nightmare. It's not followed up by being abandoned and dying alone without loved ones by my side.
No.
I gotta keep it real.
All automobile-related worst nightmares.
It's your worst nightmare. You are in a car wreck without any loved ones because you are living a lonely existence where you have decided to forego the basic human necessities of physical affirmation, nurturing, and affection in order to materialize possessions that in the end don't mean much.
Mr. Ice, if you could just focus on the lines, it's the motor just went out.
This is my nightmare. When you're doing your own nightmare, you can tell me that it's a fender bender, bitch.
When are we taping that screen test?
Yeah, Ice-T's going off script again.
Exactly.
Let's get it on the calendar.
It's your worst nightmare. You're in a constellation in Alaska, and there's somebody with you who you think is not who they appear to be.
That's not.
And then at some point in time, you find out that actually there is some type of foreign entity or being that can shapeshift and could be amongst you. You do not understand what this thing is.
Just this long, articulate description of a storyline.
It's your worst nightmare. You're in Haddonfield, Illinois, 20 years later,
Oh
after
my
the Myers
God.
family murder.
On Elm Street.
It's one of the best scenes in movies ever.
Oh, in Halloween 2?
Yeah, the falling on the horn.
My dad used to do that to mess with us as kids. like, that's okay. I'm going to take you into Toys R Us and I need to. And looking back, I appreciate it.
As a kid, you're like scarred for life, you know?
Dad!
Old Haddonfield, Illinois.
It still holds up.
I love those movies, man. The new ones are quite good too. Not exactly the same, but
they kind of ignored the Rob Zombie stuff, and I think
the Rob Zombie one was a little weird, but
they basically the new ones start off with. Well, that was the remake that he did with the guy who played Kane. I think was the rest was Michael Myers.
Okay,
and then he did a sequel which I never saw. They were just like really, really brutally violent was the thing. And they made Michael Myers out to be like physically imposing. And
so it was H2O.
H2O was a long time ago.
H2O
was a long time ago.
Yeah, there was Halloween 1 through 5 or 6. Then there was H2O with Busta Rhymes and Josh Hartnett. Then there was Halloween Resurrection.
Right.
And then I think they went away. They rebooted it with Rob Zombie. Halloween rebooted and Halloween
They called
2.
it Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Yes. Then they did away with that and then restarted with Jamie Lee Curtis again as though only Halloween 1 and 2 happened.
Did John Carpenter come back for that? I think he did.
Did he?
I think John Carpenter came back for the newest ones with Jamie Lee Curtis because it was like the same timeline.
Oh,
okay.
I might be wrong.
What if I laughed if he blew out the candle and said happy birthday?
He made a wish.
He's just walking over and grabbing. What are you doing? A pinch to grow an inch. Come on.
Do you think they had to brief him on that, Mr. President? Again,
Don't blow it out.
again. Don't blow. You want to blow out the candle?
You want no?
No,
we don't
don't.
want you to blow out the candle. Stop
Okay,
it. Stop
all
it.
right.
Why are you putting the candle?
Hey, look.
Confusing me.
Where's the
Carpenter,
ice cream?
Carpenter was composer and executive producer on the new Halloween.
Okay.
Okay.
So he's involved.
Yeah.
And Tyler Mane was the actor.
Right. He played Kane, wasn't it, as a wrestler or something like that? Or he was some kind of a wrestler. He was a big dude and it was scary. All right, that's fine. We don't need to get.
No.
Explain the game for new Mug Club members, Toolman.
Is this what you bought in for?
All right, I'm going to say a term.
Mm-hmm.
I will know if it's a Pokemon or not. You won't.
Hmm.
And y'all have to guess if it is a Pokemon or an actual racial slur as defined by the ADL.
Okay, all right. You can play along with us, and the person who gets the highest score gets a lock of Gerald's lower back hair. We've been
Ooh,
taking
another
too much
one.
from the
I won
upper
last
back.
time.
Yeah.
That was my first victory.
I know,
And
but
I
I'm
got
talking
to
about the
keep the
audience.
hair.
No, you don't get to keep the hair.
No, but I get to keep my.
If the audience beats you, they get to take your hair.
Well, that always happens because you cheat.
I don't.
Whoa, dude.
Hey.
Whoa,
You
a
don't watch
contest
it.
denier?
Do you know
I don't
where
know,
a tampon
dude.
goes?
If you don't watch it, you are going to be placed on a flight next to a complete stranger.
Do I have to stand in line at TSA? Please no.
To a destination that you have never been. Okay?
That
Careful.
sounds kind of fun.
Watch it.
Exciting.
There'll be peanuts and those coffee biscuits, which are delicious. If it's Delta, bring me back some. Outside of that, it will be a largely unpleasant experience.
Okay.
He won't be able to figure out where the share ride pickup is.
Do I get extra legroom?
You do not get extra legroom.
Come on, don't be an animal.
I'm not made of money, and it's Uber comfort or lower.
Wow.
None of that black shit.
Wow.
Well,
Let's.
Whoa. Clip it.
Clip that.
Great segue.
Uber black. That's
yeah.
where your driver
Right,
stops in
right.
front of your house, but the rims keep spinning.
Wesley Snipes is Uber Black.
The rims don't stop.
Driver pulls up. It's your worst nightmare.
Yes, it is.
He's playing trap music. Oh, God.
All right. Okay. The first Pokemon or racial slur.
All right, number one.
What do you think, Gerald?
Kakuna.
Okay, we all have to
Say the term.
Kakuna.
Kakuna.
You said it with a little more deference.
Kakuna.
Kakuna Frittata.
Yep.
Yeah. Hakuna Matata. Got it. That's like almost like a Hawaiian Islands racial
Yeah.
term, you know.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
be a kakuna.
Yeah. Like people
No,
from
I don't know.
yeah.
people from like French Polynesia insulting those from American Samoa. Like,
I don't know.
Something like an
I think you Howley's got it
inter-islander.
wrong. This.
Thank you.
I forgot that.
Yeah, they already have those. I'm thinking we
have
got
a
a bonus
tribal
slur
name
today.
as well?
I'm thinking Pokemon.
Yeah. But so you said racial slur.
I'm going racial.
I
slur,
say
think.
Pokemon because it seems like something that the people over there in Japan would like think is clever, like cocoon and like.
That's what I'm
Kakuna.
thinking too. I'm thinking it's like some kind of like a caterpillar thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But they spelled it with the K's.
yeah,
Which
yeah,
is,
yeah.
I don't know. It throws you off.
It does
but
throw you off, but there's only 2K, so I think we're fine.
Kakuna.
Kakuna.
It's either that or new
food.
Kia.
Right. I say Pokemon. You say Pokemon. Gerald says racial slur, and the answer.
The answer is
Oh, come on.
Pokemon.
Let's see if it's
Come on.
cocoon-ish. Ask.
Yes, it's a bug. Here we go.
Beetle
Have
involves
an
the
example.
Kakuna, the cocoon Pokemon. But the only one I'm interested in is you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were right.
It's like a cocoon.
Kakuna has been registered to your Pokédex.
Did he really need to throw his Pokeball? Couldn't he just like go up and pull it down at that point?
Yeah, you could do it like an apple. I
Yeah,
think
he's just asleep.
Steal an animal?
He's still a baby.
Yeah, he could.
That's the entire purpose of that show.
Yeah.
It's obviously cocooning. You throw something at it.
Yeah.
How many
Bing hits it and then
how many cocooning butterflies / caterpillars were just decimated because of this?
Just knocked out.
in the trials to get the ball to work? Ah, it doesn't work anymore.
Some kids are just throwing super balls. Next
Guy
thing
with
you
the
know,
bulldozer belt.
throw the ball, and you miss. It gets stuck in a tree. Like I'm not gonna climb the
I gotta
tree.
climb the. Yeah,
I
all
gotta
right.
kick one down now.
What a
Balls ain't
silly
cheap.
show. I'm so glad I
does
ran
that
over that
Pokemon-
Pokemon Go player.
I think that was just a Japanese boy. But
Same thing.
Yeah.
how does that Pokemon fight? It's in a cocoon.
I don't know.
It has good defenses, other than being teleported into somebody's ball to be a slave.
Is that like when my
Gerald's
wife?
talking like he knows and he got the question wrong.
Is that like when my wife?
Because I got one thing wrong doesn't mean I got all of it wrong.
You got the most obvious one wrong.
That's fair.
It clearly was a cocooning Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get that one right? You got.
Yeah, I got that one right.
Of course.
Yeah.
And of course, as the champion, the reigning champion. I get a +1. So I'm at 2, you're at 1. Let's grab the next Pokemon or racial
How
slur.
does it feel, Josh?
All right, next one.
Pokemon or racial slur.
Bambula.
Bambula. What do you think, Josh?
I think that I think this is something that you would yell angrily at somebody who uses bamboo for lots of things.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, oh, those damn bambulas, they messed up my floor again.
Yeah. I could,
I could see like a Vietnamese person. I could see like somebody who fought in Vietnam being like mad, like they're hiding in the bamboo. I'm gonna go slur.
Yeah, I think slur too. Either way, and by the way, I have a cheat in my head. I always say it in the voice of like, a 60s sort of racist guinea, and it tells me like, can I picture him going like, yeah, these bambulas over here, they overcharge for everything, even though they get it for pennies and the dime.
That does kind of, in that voice though, it sounds like it's a nickname for a baseball player.
The Great Bambula.
Like a shortstop. Yeah. The
Nah,
Great Bambula.
you're thinking that's the Babula. This is the Bambula next to me over here. Right?
Did you see that grand slam by the Bambula last night?
No, you're getting it. That's the Babula. I'm talking about the Bambula who's taking her jobs, right?
They're always speaking their Bambula language.
We used to own this neighborhood. Now you can't walk into some bodega without hearing Bambulanese.
That's great.
You go into the house, it just smells like Bambula in there.
Right, Look.
Jeez, I'm hoping this is a Pokemon.
What do you say?
I'm going Pokemon.
You're going Pokemon?
They
And you
had-
said racial slur?
I got Bambula on the last one, so.
They had a Dick Taylor ruler. We used to call him the Great Bambula. I'm going to go with racial slur.
I'm going to go with racial slur as well. We say racial slur. Gerald says Pokemon. Let's see.
The answer is.
I knew it, dude.
Guys, don't be so predictable. Don't alternate back and forth, all right?
They're very good at this game.
It looks
All
like
right.
I'm wrong, though, about...
So,
What is it?
Bambula. I didn't know this had sound. Basically,
That was cool.
It's a type of drum.
Named after an African hand drum, bambula is a slang term used by the French to refer to black people.
Oh, now I really wish that I didn't use Bambula so liberally.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't do it in a French accent. That would have been worse.
That would have been worse.
This is not an invitation.
Which could be, because they got French colonies like Haiti and, those Cameroon and shit.
You call them a drum?
Hey.
It's the best you could come up with for a racial
My point
slur?
is, once a Bambula, always a Bambula. Am I right?
I'm just glad I
Yeah.
didn't say it sounded too close to baboon.
God, well, you
just-
said it now.
you just
I mean,
did.
So, why you got to be such a Bambula?
Come
Hey,
on. Come on over here.
I think because it's French, it doesn't really count.
Used to be our neighborhood.
It does make sense, though, that drum, it looks like it would be called the Bambula. Like, that's kind of...
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, now we need it in the French accent.
Play the,
though.
play the
native.
Bambulas.
Well, that's, I think, what Matthew McConaughey was playing on the beach naked.
That was the... Not the... That's not the Bambula.
Bongos.
Oh, bongos?
It's similar enough. Yeah, he was playing.
Bongo, for sure.
Yes, exactly. They caught him playing you don't remember that? Bongos on the beach naked. High.
Well,
early on. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Let's go to the next Pokemon race. That's it. I have nothing
that
else.
sounds like something he would do.
Yeah, it was something that he did. And then anyway, well, let's continue. Next one, Pokemon or racial
All
slur?
right, next one.
Pokemon or racial slur.
Cascup.
Cascup.
No, I don't know what's in it.
Cascop.
Cascop?
Rock the Cascop?
The two piece make me think it's cop.
Yeah. Cascop. What do you think, Gerald?
I've been really good at this one so far.
Right, whatever he says, you pick the opposite. This
Very special
Cascop
set of
over here.
I'm getting all of these things wrong.
I can't say it now because I know what it means.
Now you know what it means. That's
Pokemon. We're going Pokemon.
Oh, yeah?
Pokemon.
That's something a Cascop would think.
Totally a
That's
Cascop.
right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Pokemon also with the same logic as the first one. It sounds like this is a casket Pokemon.
A casket?
Yeah, like they come out of
All right.
like a vampire Pokemon. And then they
What about a cast Pokemon? With cast, like
no.
broken-
No, we already did the Cocoon, which is basically nature's
Adam
cast.
Gales. Yeah, it's true.
So I'm going to say racial. You said, what did you say, Joe?
I said Pokemon.
I'm going to say racial slur just to give you guys a fighting chance.
You're a good man.
All right,
All right.
answer.
The answer is.
It's a racial
What could that possibly mean?
This Cascop's going to walk away with it.
All right, let me tell you what it means. Oh, Jesus.
More
more exciting that way, Tim. Come on, let it play.
Well, I gotta read it too.
you could have
I know what it
hey,
means.
don't be such a gas pop about
All
this
right, it's
music.
a German slur referring to Dutch people. Its literal translation is cheesehead.
By the way, they misspelled it.
Oh yeah,
They misspelled it. It's 2 A's and
Tell you
one
what,
B.
I saw a lot of cash cops in Green Bay.
That's
Or
right. That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
bunch of
proud.
losers.
As I can say it, they like it.
I can't believe it's a cheesehead. Basically, you call them cheesehead, and that's a racial slur. I'm like, do you understand how many people in Wisconsin are like, I didn't even know to be offended?
What you got to do is you make a nice big bambula, throw some cheese in there, you get a nice fish going, you make a casserole.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. The key is you got to get it really hot so the outer edges are crispy without overdoing the inside.
That's right.
But I wouldn't expect this bambula to know it.
Why are we all Dice Clay now?
The only way being racial. Like,
Hey, Aaron Burnett, nice tits.
She's at the ceremony. Stop it.
Oh, Stephen Dice Clay's in the building.
You know, look,
Take it
what?
down.
I can't
Yeah.
look.
Take it down.
Displaying him right out front.
Come on, there. She has him on a play. Let's grab one more just to
All right.
ensure careers are over. Hey.
The last one.
Thank goodness.
Here it is. Bergmite.
It's got to be a Pokemon.
Bergmite.
It's got to be a Pokemon. I will personally disembowel the editor who made this if it's not a Pokemon.
I don't know because this does again. You got to think
Personally.
of it from the lens of like somebody
Your
yelling
failures,
at someone
Gerald.
else.
This absolutely sounds like a racial slur. That I'm really hoping that it's not the one that I'm thinking.
Uh-oh.
That's not what I would say.
With
Based
last
on the
name
thing-
Berg on October 7th, they're putting us in a precarious
that's
position
true.
here.
I didn't even think about that.
You're like then they're like a termite. They're like an infection.
Look,
You're
I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is I'm not comfortable with where this is headed.
This sounds like a racial slur someone made up on the spot when they were angry. Like, no, get out of the way, you freaking Bergmite.
Bergmite. Shit,
Yeah, that's
Slivovitz.
right.
Steen.
I'm gonna say Pokemon though.
Pokemon.
It's so weird. It feels like a lost in translation type of deal. I'm gonna go with Pokemon.
Sorry, I'm watching. I feel like there's
What do you
no
guys-
good answer. You know what? Since I've already won, I'll just say Pokemon. That way, it's just a way to secure my victory.
No,
I'm gonna say Pokemon.
say the other, and then you give me a chance.
Bergmite, Pokemon. No, it's not fair. It's not fair. I'm locking you guys out because that's how I know how to play the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Why'd you just do this?
I just did this because I was doing the I don't know. I feel like it's something a guinea would do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they like their chest.
Yeah, look at my chest over here. Got a chain to highlight it.
Did he?
Yeah, I got a couple of tortellinis for you.
That's
here.
right. You know, it got like a pepperoni pizza with them nips.
More like salamis on you, pal.
That's right. You know whose nips I'd like to see? Aaron Burnett. Hey, she's gone. Ain't that the way it always goes?
Tick tock
She's
on the
gone. I
clock.
was just getting to know her.
Answer, please.
Answer is.
We all say Pokemon. Thank Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Gerald got one right. And here's what that Pokemon looks like.
It's ugly.
You know what?
Icy wind is chilling Pikachu's body and slowing it down.
Bergmite is unable to battle, and Pikachu is the winner.
I tell you what, I'm glad I got a perfect score, but it don't change the fact that that's why I don't like the Japs. Play us out. Oof, perfect score.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, well, I didn't come close. I wanted to say I came close.
Perfect.
but- All right.
You know,
Perfect.
you want to argue that one was cheating?
No,
That was a perfect.
That was pretty good. I totally crapped it. I Amber Hearded the bed.
You did. You did. Yes, he left a hurdy. That's what we call it.
It's also a Pokemon.
That's right.
It's a goat Pokemon.
It's a Pokemon. Yeah. It's a devolves. Starts off as a beautiful model and ends up as a shit on the bed.
Right. On my side. Ugh.
Say, hey, that's not what I put a ring on her finger.
Joke's on you. I got the biohazard thing under there. We're good.
Hey, I know where a tampon goes. Let's make an exception. Up your ass so my bed sheets don't gotta be changed.
Only after you soak them in vodka, I hear.
Well, she threw the bottle at
Didn't know it was
me.
a thing?
I got her back. I gave her a few fresh ones. Let's grab some Chads.
Gerald over here talking about butt chugging. First chat from 13
Always.
Bones.
He's obsessed with it.
I had no idea it was a thing until somebody told. I was like, "You do what? The hell?"
Gets you drunk faster.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
All right, first
So
chat
disgusting.
from 13 Bones. I'm in East Tennessee. My wife's family is from Ukraine. My kids are in Tampa, Florida.
Oh, geez,
We're
sorry.
stressed about the election. Is it just me, or do any of you feel like we're living in a drama/horror movie waiting for this end to play out? Can you tell me how you would deal with this?
Hold on, before you answer, just leave that at East Tennessee, the Hurricane Helene, Ukraine, obviously war, Tampa, Florida, in the sights of a hurricane right now. That's why I was like, oh, geez, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would
Right
just
back.
like go on vacation for a while.
Somewhere else. Pompeii. I don't know.
I hate
Just
to tell you
go
this
somewhere.
because my heart goes out to you.
Yeah.
But your family may be cursed. Like
Yeah.
you may be bringing these disasters
on the rest of us.
upon the rest of us. So go to like Bora Bora for a while or something.
Do something.
Look, I think it's very important to engage, to obviously take as active of a role as you can. We talk about this like in the Bible, it says, say a prayer, set a guard, right? You've set your guard, then say a prayer. And that's, if you've done everything that you can do, then you can find solace in understanding and accepting that you can't control everything. But
Yeah.
you can only do that when you've taken ownership over the things you can control. Sounds like you are, sounds like you have. And outside of that, focus on the things that you can still affect, like relationships with your family and in your community. Focusing on what you can't change or what you don't have is almost never the right solution. Focus on the things you can change and focus on the things that you do have. It sounds like a Hallmark card, but it's really true.
Yeah. One of the things too, like that people are being told by a number of different creators out there, it's like, go and get 10 people that you know and talk to them about voting. Don't have these awkward conversations with people.
Mhm.
Active sometimes makes you feel a lot better about
Right.
what's going on. It's like, oh, you know what? Actually, I'm talking to people and they actually agree, or they're not as hard to persuade to think about voting for Donald Trump than I thought. So it can actually have a pretty good impact just in general, but
Yeah.
also for you, it could be pretty helpful.
I agree. All right, next chat, and I know we're running late today, so we can only take a handful.
All right, next chat.
Rank about carrying a weapon in war, your 1995 DUI arrest, using IVF to have your beautiful children,
Look at
Dr.
that
Hope, being in Hong Kong and China in the summer of 1989 during the Tiananmen events. A lot of people would say
Lies.
they couldn't get away with saying, I'm just too passionate, my grammar's not right, I'm a knucklehead. What do you say to the American people who think, I don't know that I can trust this guy with all those modifications to be the potential commander-in-chief of this country?
Yeah, well, I think they heard me. They heard me the other night speaking passionately about gun violence and misspeaking. And I got to be honest with you, Shannon, I don't think people care whether I used IUI or IVF when we talk about this. What they understand is Donald Trump would resist those things. Look, I speak passionately. I had an entire career, decades before I was in public.
He would never.
They're very proud. That's not what Donald Trump does. They disparage everyone. The personal attacks. I will own up when I misspeak. I will own up when I make a mistake. Let's be very clear.
Yeah. Lying about his military service, lying about how he got his kids, lying about his trips to China, lying about his recipes. Guy lies about everything. Calls himself a knucklehead, which is what happens when you put a whoopee cushion under somebody's seat. Oh, you knucklehead, you got grandpa again. You know what I'm saying? Knuckleheads. It's not lying about your military career and stealing valor from the people who actually carried weapons of war in war. Not like you there, Tim. So, all right, he's out trying to make an appearance, and there's a little blitz that's happening. So today and this week, you're going to see Kamala everywhere. She's going on The View. She's going on Colbert. She's going on Howard Stern. And we've long criticized her for not sitting down with people and talking about much of anything. And she's doing that now because I think they're a little bit nervous that she needs to get out there. So it's the final sprint. They are not where they need to be against Trump in the polls, in the betting markets, and everywhere. And so she is out. It's full court press now. And we're going to see how she does But she's going to be speaking this week. A senior campaign official said Harris will sit down for interviews all over the place. Stephen Colbert, which I'm sure is going to be a grueling interview, and of The View. She's also going to sit down with 60 Minutes. Trump is avoiding that one because they're partisan hacks. And last time he sat down with them, they covered up for the Hunter Biden laptop and lied about that. And an appearance on the Call Her Daddy podcast. I've seen a lot of clips from that one. Don't know anything about the podcast, but apparently it's very popular and not to be taken lightly. Harris's media blitz come as her campaign has thus far used targeted interviews to reach certain audiences, and the vice president has sat for interviews more so lately. She's going on The View, The Late Show. She's going on Howard Stern. Harris will travel later to Nevada and Arizona, participate in Univision and everything. So there's a full blitz of her, and it's good. I'm glad to see her out there, because she's responsible for a lot of the situation around us. Even Joe Biden agrees with that statement. He talked about it and said, look, everything that we're facing right now is a result of me. You're welcome, America. And you know who was working very closely with me? Kamala Harris.
There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days, with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of the legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
Yeah, they're interlocked, man. It's like they're like the same person. Biden is Kamala. Kamala is Biden. Biden is a man? Some of you will understand that reference. But this is Joe wrecking Kamala, saying, yeah, everything that we've done together is just basically hand in hand, two peas in a pod. Here's Byron Donalds responding to that.
Where the American people truly are is they at least want to hear what somebody is thinking full-throated, versus Kamala Harris, who is completely scripted, like badly scripted.
I guess I wonder,
and there's nothing coming out of her.
What is the policy then? If it's not that, then what is actually the solution?
He wants to make sure that police are supported, so they're upholding the law. In every city in our country, I was in Duane Reade last night here in New York, just trying to get razor blades so I can get a fresh shave for today.
Well, you
I
look
had to
good,
press
Byron.
the button for the attendant to come to open up the case just so I can get a pack of razor blades. That's what's going on in every major city of America. Americans are fed up with that kind of stuff. It happens because you do have a dereliction of support for law enforcement in too many cities in America. And so there's a major angst going on amongst the American people. Donald Trump said a comment for 5 seconds. That's not setting policy. That's
Donald
revealing
Trump.
the angst of the American people.
Don't just apologize for him.
Now about the
Don't
rhetoric
just
directed.
apologize for him.
Are we going to talk about the rhetoric directed at Donald Trump? Because we do realize that he's been trying to kill.
Are you going to continue to try not to answer the question? So you're not going to answer what I...
Man, Byron's looking fresh right there. Look at that line right there. Boom. Chris, baby. Boom. Looking good, sir. All right, so Byron is delivering the goods. Looks like he got his razors. And he had to get somebody to come open it up. I don't know about you, but that's how it is here in Arizona, around these parts, downtown. A lot of things are locked up around here. But we have a crackhead problem. They're all over the place. So thank you, Katie Hobbs and Kamala Harris, for that. So, all right, that's Byron. He's making his rounds. He's out and about. And Psaki is saying that they need to get out a lot more because they're struggling right now in a lot of the numbers and in the polls. And if it's a 50-50 type of a situation, Trump's going to win it. And I think they're realizing that. So we're going to see a lot more Kamala, which is great for our side. I couldn't be happier about it because she's totally incompetent. And anybody who knows the reality, who's being honest with themselves, they know she's not a capable, competent person, but they've got no one else now. So it's kind of, all in on Kamala.
Do you think about the Harris campaign strategy has gotten some criticism as well for not being basically mixing it up enough events that are unscripted? Former President Obama is going to be out on the campaign trail. Liz Cheney was with her out on the campaign trail. Are you anticipating a strategy shift?
We've already seen them announce this, which I think is a great thing. Vice President Harris has a number of interviews she's doing over the next couple of weeks. Tim Walz, who I think is a huge asset, who hasn't been tapped into nearly enough for the last month, is going to be out there a great deal. And you're right. I mean, the thing is, at this point, when everything matters, you have to take risks. And people may make mistakes. It's worth it.
Why do you have to take risks if you're so far ahead?
Them out there and have them doing a bunch of stuff, but we've already seen them announce their plans to do exactly that.
All right, so they're getting them out there, dragging them out, trying to do something to change the trajectory because it's not looking so good for them. And I thought I saw one from Harry Enton. Let's see if I had this one. I thought I had that one. Saying that if it is a 50-50 situation, things are not going to be looking good for them. But Kamala Harris, she's doing better with some of the college-educated people. Here's what he just posted.
Democrats have been this group that have been moving further and further to the left. All right, this is the Democratic margin among white college grads. Look, Hillary Clinton won him by 5 points. Then Joe Biden won him by 9. Look at this margin.
White dudes for Harris, I guess.
In the polls right now among white college
Wow.
grads. It's an 18-point margin, double the margin that Joe Biden had just 4 years ago. I went back through the record books. This would be the largest win for a Democratic presidential candidate among white college grads in recorded history. That is all the way back since the early 1950s. You could probably go back even further. But the bottom line is that Kamala Harris, amongst this group, is doing ridiculously well, and is one of the main reasons that she has been able to counter Donald Trump's rising support among voters without a college degree. It's because she's doing very well among white voters with a college degree.
What about all voters, not just white voters?
All right, so we looked at white voters with a college degree. How about all voters with a college degree? It's basically the same story. It's historically high support for a Democratic candidate. You see right now, Kamala Harris.
Come out of a university, and what you'll see is a lot of indoctrination. And I know that because I came out of a university and I got to go through a lot of the college classes and experience what a joke they were. So you would expect it to result in a bunch of indoctrinated people coming out of the universities who are going to be prolific Democratic voters. But fortunately, there is a big swath of other people who have not been indoctrinated or have resisted that indoctrination that are looking good for Trump. And if we check out election betting odds, you'll see that Trump is now pulling ahead again, 50-49 on election betting odds. And I think Polymarket had him up in some of the big important states like Pennsylvania. And so Trump is now pulling ahead again in Polymarket, which is where people bet. 53-45, pulling away ahead there again. So good stuff. We'll keep our eye on it. All right, now what else do we have? Yes, the lawsuit by the RNC. This is another interesting one. The RNC sues Fulton County. We spent a lot of time in Fulton County talking about Big Fannie Willis, and we've seen what they've done not only in the Trump prosecution, but in the YSL case. It's a disaster everywhere you look. The election machines were questionable, according to Judge Amy Totenberg. We've had a lot of rules debates about hand counting ballots and more, and so on and so forth. But now the RNC is suing the elections director, and that elections director is this woman. Her name is Nadine Williams, the director of registration and elections. She just got confirmed over there in 2023, officially named to the role. We've seen her participate in some other elections recently. This is what she looks and sounds like.
Commitment and service.
And this is in the last
our county
election.
Manager, our board of commissioners,
4 months
and our board
ago.
of registration elections for their dedicated efforts. Following this election, we will conduct a standard comprehensive review so we can prepare and enhance and introduce improvements for the 2024 presidential election in November.
So good
And we'll take any
improvements.
questions at this time.
All right, so improvements are coming, and some of those improvements, when she was just talking about this the last election, is not hiring any Republicans to participate in the actual election. All right, so what the Gateway pundit was reporting is that the RNC and the GOP are now suing her. She runs elections there for Fulton County. Now, the problem is that they were supposed to hire a bunch of people to participate in the election, to run the election, and she's just hired 15 Republicans out of 804 total people. Oh, man. And we've talked about this, right? Their infrastructure, structural, institutional rigging that happened. Don't necessarily have to change the law or have evidence of, rigged code in the machines. But if you have, like 785 Democrats and 15 Republicans working on the election, you're pretty sure that it's going to be biased towards the Democrats, right? So the lawsuit has been filed, and it looks like this. You can see it is Fulton County Republican Party suing Nadine Williams. She promised us she was going to do a great job, get a bunch of people employed, and run these elections well. It's in Fulton County, state of Georgia. It's an emergency application for a writ of mandamus. So a mandamus being an order, mandate, tell the court, or the court tell somebody to do something. So here's what the lawsuit says. It says, all right, look, this court has jurisdiction over these claims. Venue's proper in this specific court because Fulton County is here. It's in Fulton County, so we're filing in the right court. We've got the Republican Party, known as the Fulton GOP, filing, Georgia Republican Party filing, RNC's filing, and the defendant is Nadine Williams, who just took this job. So here's the background, what they're filing for. They say, now, to promote confidence in the fairness and integrity of the elections, the state of Georgia requires election officials to actually hire poll workers from the list submitted by different political parties, right? Fairness and integrity. Okay, you get a bunch of money to go hire poll workers. You don't get to go hire a bunch of, blue-haired, multiple pronoun people and call it a day because they're going to be working the polls. So instead, both parties submit lists. Here's the people we want you to hire from. Here's the people we want you to hire from the Democrats. Now, under the law, political parties have the right to submit to the superintendent of elections, quote, a list of qualified persons to work in the polling places. Here's what Georgia law says. All elections and primaries shall, mandatory, not may, be conducted in each polling place by a board consisting of a chief manager who shall be a chairperson of such board and two managers. The managers of each polling place shall be appointed. If the political parties involved elect to do so, they may, submit to the superintendent a list of qualified persons. Now, when those lists are submitted, the superintendent shall, insofar as practicable, make appointments so that there be equal representation on such boards for the political parties involved in the elections or the primaries. All right, so if you're a political party, you don't have to submit a list of people to hire from to be poll workers. But if you do, then they should make sure it's fair. Now, the Georgia legislature has also provided qualifications for a Georgia resident to become a poll worker. If you want to be a poll worker, you got to meet these qualifications. Judicious, you got to be intelligent, you got to be an upright citizen, you got to be a resident, 16 years of age, read, write, speak English, which is hilarious that there's a typo on that. You got to be able to reda. But apparently you don't need to be able to type, right, or something. No poll officer shall be eligible for any nomination for a public office where they're serving, right? You can't poll work your own election. Now, pursuant to the statute, and with the assistance of the RNC, the Georgia Republicans, and the Fulton GOP, guess what? They submitted a list of qualified poll workers to Nadine. And with the assistance of the RNC and the Georgia Republicans and the Fulton Republicans, so national, state, local, county, 74 names to Nadine in multiple submissions on 3 different dates. July 15th, August 13th, and September 5th. Nadine. Now, based upon its information or belief, Fulton, the county GOP, does not believe that any other political party has submitted a list of qualified workers to Williams. Did the Democrats? Wow, guess not. And based upon information and belief, the vast majority of qualified poll workers listed in Fulton GOP's lists applied to work as a poll worker as is required by her. Okay. So we submitted a list to you and you got their applications independently based on your requirements. So now, as of the date of this application for a writ of mandamus, the RNC, the Georgia Republicans, and the Fulton Republicans believe that a total of 45 individuals on their lists have applied with Nadine to work during early voting. However, only 9 of these 45 qualified workers have been hired to work in the upcoming election. A large percentage of those 45 qualified workers have never even been contacted, and they have no idea of whether Nadine intended her of appointment at all. Now, as of the date of this filing, this application, and this writ of mandamus, Fulton GOP believe that a total of 62 individuals on their list have applied with Nadine to work on election day, so early voting and election day. However, she's only hired 6 of these 62 qualified workers. A large percentage of these 62 qualified workers have never been contacted by her, and again, have no idea if she's going to appoint them. Now, we've also found that Nadine has found that 12 of the 62 individuals that are willing to work on election day are qualified to work the elections. However, she said, okay, you are qualified, you can work. However, rather than issue an appointment, she has put these qualified poll workers, quote, on reserve, right? We'll let you know if we need you. We have some more blue-haired multi-pronoun folks that we need to have govern this, but we're covered. Williams has ostensibly placed the GOP list of qualified workers at the back of the line. That's right. Now, based upon information, they say, to our belief, that she has retained Dover Staffing, Inc. So they went, so they say, we've got a bunch of people who are ready to work for you. She went and hired a staffing company, and they're going to go hire 540 individuals to work the November 5th election. Now, they also understand that she's retained Abacus Corporation, another company, to hire 264 individuals. Now, we've looked at the contracts. All of the Republican parties have looked at the contracts that Nadine Williams has entered into with Dover Staffing and Abacus, and we have found nothing in the agreements that notify the staffing agency that they need to give priority to the list of names that we've given to Williams. Now, we also believe, based on our research, that she's hiring over 804 individuals to work on the election. This number far exceeds the number of qualified poll workers submitted to Fulton GOP and other political parties. And so based on our belief, we believe that Williams is allowing poll managers to select their own teams for individual polls rather than giving priority to a list of qualified poll workers that have already been submitted pursuant to Georgia law. Because she wants to build her own little democratic agencies. Now, based upon information and our belief, Williams has shifted her responsibility for actually appointing the poll workers to temporary agencies and to poll managers. She's transferred her responsibilities to make appointments of poll workers who are working on advanced voting. Some temporary agency is now doing this, and the temporary agency is not following the rules, giving our poll workers preference. Instead, giving preference to those workers who have prior experience with them. Now, based on this, at the time they submitted the list of qualified poll workers, there were more that these individuals could have filled. And because there were more open positions than qualified workers named by all political parties, she had no practicable limitations to appointing every person we gave her. You need 800 people? We gave you like 150 or whatever the numbers were. So appoint every single one of them before you go get other people to fill the ranks. So they say, all right, couple things. Here's a failure to follow state law. So there should be a mandamus. The court should make you do this. All official duties should be faithfully performed. We have no remedy other than you making her do this. We followed the law. The Republicans in Georgia actually followed the law. And we gave Fulton County and Williams a list of qualified poll workers, but she failed to appoint anyone on the list. And she gave us no reason as to why she's not going to do it. She refused to follow Georgia process and Georgia law, and time is of the essence. And so therefore, we want a mandamus, and we want a hearing. We want you to require Fulton County and Nadine to immediately issue the appointments of our GOP poll workers. And if not, explain why. We also want attorney's fees signed by Alex Kaufman in Georgia. Shout out to Alex Kaufman at Chalmers, Adams, Baker, and Kaufman, LLC in Alpharetta, Georgia. Alpharetta. Good to see another filing here from the Republicans. And we've talked about this, right? It's just institutional, it's infrastructure incompetence. Oh, no, we're working really hard to hire people, and we've got this. They're outsourcing the hiring, right? So that they don't have to appoint Republicans. They'll let some third party take care of it, and then they don't have to claim responsibility for it. Well, what was their process for hiring people? I don't know. That's their work product. That's a private business. We can't open up, right, and go get public records about who they hired, where they came from, who these people are, or whatever. So nice to see the Republicans filing, and we'll see where this goes in Georgia. But Nadine, I'm sure, is not going to race to get this stuff rectified and get the appropriate people hired. Other people who run elections who are, in my opinion, not running them fairly and doing very sneaky things to stop one particular person named Donald Trump are the people of Maricopa County, Arizona. And we have a very, very interesting thing happening right now. And I think there are shenanigans afoot in that one where they had about 90,000 people who we couldn't verify their citizenship. Then suddenly that number doubled. Now we're up to about 210,000 people. Interesting things happening there. And how they discovered this all in the last minute, right before an election, is obviously concerning. One of the people in Maricopa County, who's not going to be working in Maricopa County much longer, is Stephen Richard.
What are your fears for this coming election day? That will be doing their fears.
Stephen Richard is a Republican election official in the swing state of Arizona who has spent nearly 4 years fighting to convince fellow Republicans that the 2020 election wasn't stolen.
How did they react to you? Not well.
Yeah.
Not well at all.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you steal elections. People are not happy about it. Now, here was more from Harry Enton and CNN. This is the clip explaining that if it's a 50-50 kind of a race, Trump's got it in the bag.
What if the polls are off? There have been previous elections, of course, where that's happened. What if that happens?
Almost everyone. What happens if the polls are slightly off? Remember, back in 2020, the polls underestimated Donald Trump. So what happens if we have a similar error across those key battleground states? Well, if that happens again, look at this. Donald Trump carries all of these Great Lake battleground states. He carries Nevada as well. Of course, he carries Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, and he gets 312 electoral votes. So the bottom line is, if we have an error like we did 4 years ago, Donald Trump is going to win this election. Kamala Harris is going to lose.
What if?
Yeah, so that's what we're all hoping for. Way too big to rig would be a good development. But
what I mean now is Republican.
There was more on this. Tom Cotton was making the rounds on the Sunday shows talking about a rigged election. And he was very forceful in saying that the election was not handled appropriately.
Information. Do you think this is the time to put falsehoods aside, like the idea that FEMA funds are being redirected to migrants, which is just not true?
Well, it is true that FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security have been spending billions of dollars on migrants. Now, I understand some people say they're separate funds, but we just passed a short-term spending bill. It's very common for the administration to come and ask for permission to move money between funds, especially to prepare for emergencies. And second, I would note that this administration seems finding money when they want to spend it on their priorities. When they need hundreds of billions of dollars to pay off student loans for graduate students in gender studies programs, they somehow find it. When it's trying to get helicopters to deliver food and water and cellular service and life-saving medicine into these mountain valleys, they somehow can't seem to find the money.
And again, $110 million have been sent to survivors so far. And again, those are different funds than disaster relief funds. But let me ask you about something different. I want to talk about one of the big moments this week from the vice presidential debate. We just played it in the open when Senator J.D. Vance refused to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. I want to put this question to you, Senator, just to put this to rest. Can you say definitively here and now that Donald Trump did lose the 2020 election?
Christian, Joe Biden was elected president in 2020. It was an unfair election in many ways. I mean, you had states that were changing their election practices or election laws, sometimes in violation of their constitution. You had networks combining with big tech to suppress what we now know to be a truthful story about Hunter Biden's laptop and the evidence that it exposed about Biden family corruption. So obviously Joe Biden was elected president. We know that in part because—
But did Trump lose?
Joe Biden was elected, Kristen. There's a process by which we elect presidents. There's votes in November. You have an electoral college vote. You certify the election, and then you have the inauguration. Joe Biden was elected president. Everything has gone to hell in a handbasket as a result of it.
As you know, though, I mean, it has been stated that this was one of the most secure elections in U.S. history. But do you just not want to say that Trump lost? Why not just say the simple, if Biden is president, can you just simply say Trump lost?
Joe Biden was elected president in 2020. That's why we have runaway inflation. That's why we have more than 10 million illegals in this country. And to go back to the point about the 2020 election, it was very irregular. You had networks, to include this networks, conspiring with big tech to suppress evidence of Biden family corruption. You had Democratic states and cities like Pennsylvania, like Philadelphia, changing their election practices on the fly. That's one reason why President Trump and the Republican National Committee is so focused on election integrity in this election, to make sure that Democrats aren't doing things like they're trying to do in Pennsylvania, counting absentee and mail-in ballots that don't have dates or that have the wrong date.
And there's no proof that happened. And again, just to be—
Yes, there is. They actually say it in their manual there, Welker. We read through the lawsuit where they've talked about it multiple times. Absentee UOCAVA ballots can come in Pennsylvania and not match the numbers, and they don't check the database to make sure that they're corroborated to verify that they're legit. And they're having a hard time with this. They still can't let it go that they cheated in 2024. I wish they would just let it go and admit it already. I mean, they keep asking us to admit it. We just admit that Trump lost. We just admit that you cheated. We just admit that Anthony Blinken, the current Secretary of State, was colluding with Michael Morrell of the CIA, a former acting director of the CIA. He was people who were writing that letter and signing that letter were working at the CIA. They were working as paid contractors by the CIA, and it was approved by the CIA's own publication commission. So yeah, it was irregular. The CIA, and then Anthony Blinken became Secretary of State after he delivered that CIA op to give Joe Biden talking points. And then that was the basis of a lot of the suppression and the censorship. So yeah, it was rigged. We all know it was rigged. Hopefully they can admit it. It's really strange that they just can't admit it, that it was rigged. All right. So, and we got one final update, my friends. Over the weekend, you may have seen this. This was very curious. Elon launches a new PAC, America PAC, baby. And it's on X at America. That handle is now X's. And you can see he says, sign our petition in defense of your constitutional rights to free speech and to bear arms, baby. The goal is to get to 1 million voters in swing states to sign this petition. And for each registered swing state voter you refer that signs the petition, you get $47. What? That's a lot. America PAC. Petition.theamericapac.org. And if you actually go over there, here is what the website looks like. Theamericapac.org. You can see America PAC, founded by Elon Musk, right there. Founded by Elon Musk. Secure borders, safe cities, sensible spending, fair justice, self-protection, and Elon enters the game. And so we're excited about that. And by the way, if you're interested in working, if you're in one of these states, $30 an hour with bonuses for performance if you're in a swing state. Let's go Pennsylvania, let's go Michigan, let's go North Carolina, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. Shout out. Receive $47 for each registered voter you refer that signs a petition pledging to support the First and Second Amendments. Let's go. Paid for by America PAC. And so Elon is now here. And this is good news because I've been asking for a long time, where are our billionaires? All right, all their billionaires, this is what they do all day long. All day is they sit around and get their people out, paying them to get out and vote. But Elon is now launching the Super PAC, and he says, sign our petition. You earn $47. The goal is to get 1 million people on the rolls, which is very good news. He was also there speaking at the Trump rally over the weekend, and let's listen to a little bit of this.
American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Let's go, Elon.
Hi, everyone.
What's up, Elon? I like the dark MAGA hat, by the way.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. Well, first of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight. Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave.
That's right.
And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your right to bear arms.
They're doing it.
They want to. They want to take away your right to vote effectively.
Yep.
You got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting.
They tried to throw Trump off the ballot.
I still can't believe that's real.
Yeah.
So how are you supposed to have a proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless.
You can't.
And free speech is the bedrock of democracy.
Yes. Preach, Elon. Let's go.
If people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Yep.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes. This is a must-win situation. Must win. So I have one ask for everyone in the audience, everyone who watches this video, everyone in the live stream. There's one request. It's very important. Register to vote. Okay, and get everyone you know and everyone you don't know, drag them to register to vote. There's only 2 days left to register to vote in Georgia and Arizona. 48 hours. Like, text people
Arizona's
now.
Today. Arizona's
now.
Today. So you're in Arizona.
And then make sure they actually do
Let's
vote.
go.
If they don't, this will be the last election.
Let's go. Elon enters the game. And I think he's right about that, because what they're doing is they're changing the demographics and they're weaponizing all of the institutions to maintain their power. So if they have another 4 years of time and money and resources in order to continue that effort, it will be irreversible. We're already on the precipice right now, and it's all hands on deck. Now, what is interesting is this individual put this sign up, a pro-Trump sign is up in Amsterdam, New York, and it's a big one. It looks like that right there on the top of this building, as you can see, wherever that photo went. There it is. Vote for Trump. Big photo up on the scene, and it got a complaint. They want to take it down. Womp womp. This company who put it up is the owner. The guy owns Sticker Pack or something like that. Let's see. It's a pro-Trump PAC offshoot, and it's founded by the guy who runs Sticker Mule. Put the sign on top of the building. And so they've come out with a complaint in the city of Amsterdam. Take your sign down in New York. So a political sign that exceeds 100 square feet has been installed on the roof, and they don't have a permit. Oh, no. Oh, what's funny about this, when you read the statutes, they have 30 days, and then they start getting fined. So basically, they'll take it down like the day after the election, and they'll avoid the fines. Very sneaky. The newly constructed sign exceeds the maximum height. The newly constructed sign violates these codes. No sign shall be higher, blah, blah, blah. Full compliance with this order is required, which is 30 days after the date of this order. Otherwise, there'll be violations. So they have an order to remedy. Fines will come 30 days after the citation. It'll be $1,000 per day. Good news is they'll just take the sign down because the election will be over. Get it? Although another city code does not mention new construction, there are other rules. And so it's funny. It's election season shenanigans. Now, what's interesting about this is they just put a sign up there. The leftoid freakazoids in, I think it was Nevada, they put up a big naked statue of Trump so that young children could see how weird Democrats created a multiple story phallus of Trump because they're so obsessed with the guy. That's how weird they are. So Elon's entering the game. That's good news for Team Trump and America. We're excited to see it. All right, let's see what you guys say about all of this. It's a beautiful morning and a beautiful day. Yeah, 30 days post-election. Then take the sign down. You know what I mean? I like it. It's smart. I like it. It's like they talk to some lawyer. He's like, well, just put it up like on the 6th or the 7th. Then your 30 days will hit. Then you can take the sign down. Hysterical, hysterical. They brought that disgusting statue to Arizona. Oh, gross. Are you serious? What's it? Where is it at? Get it out of here. They're so weird. Like, who would spend that much time creating a big Trump wiener, a big Trump Nathan's hot dog? Like, to put that up on the sky somewhere, to hang that up somewhere. Like, don't you have something better to do? Like, anything? What are you doing? Like, why are you so obsessed with genitals and naked people? Like, do something useful. Hey, what's up? This one came in. Flash River, a scoop from Laura Loomer. Talking about somebody resigned from a Republican Party in Arizona. Corey Langhofer resigned. He resigned. He doesn't want to file a lawsuit against Adrian Fontes, was counsel for Mitt Romney. In other words, Laura Loomer has an opinion about him. I don't know anything about the guy. So thanks for that. Yeah, so interesting. Arizona. So in other words, we don't have somebody leading the charge on that issue. Is not good. It's not good what you're saying, Flash. Yeah, that's not good. I don't know why. I wonder why he resigned and if anybody's going to litigate that. I know we've got some good people here in Arizona, but I don't know that guy. What's up? Hardened Patriot says, I wonder with the Amber case, is there an active malpractice lawsuit? Probably. It sounds like it if she had her attorney there. If so, could his comments affect her family suit saying, yeah, even the government in Minnesota and the current Democratic VP running mate of Kamala said it's not malpractice, it was the law. Oh, I see. Like the doctors. Yeah, like the doctors could use that as a defense. I think that's true. Yeah, the doctors could use that as a defense. So they might actually be hurting her compensation, her recovery, right? No, it was abortion. Trump was sue Trump. They probably wanted to sue Trump. It wasn't the doctor's fault. It was Trump's fault. Sue him. What's going on? This one from Donald and Cheryl Lynn Rubos, saying a nice prayer for our friends who have been impacted by the prior hurricane and may be impacted by the upcoming hurricane. Here's a prayer from the Rubos. They say, Heavenly Father, we cry out to you for your mercy, grace, and protection as we lift up in prayer everyone in the path of Hurricane Milton. In Jesus Christ's name, we ask for you to protect the lives, pets, homes, properties, possessions, and vehicles of everyone in the path of Hurricane Milton. Put a shield of divine protection around them, around the entire state of Florida. Be their covert from the storm and the rain. Be their covert from the wind and the tempest. Do not let the storm surge overflow them. With the power in the name above all names, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, we rebuke Hurricane Milton. We speak to Hurricane Milton. Peace, shalom, be still. To God be all the glory. Peace, be still. Amen from the Rubos. Man, what a great prayer. Amen, baby, from the Rubos. Great prayer. That's a powerful one. You can feel it. You know, when you say a powerful prayer, you can feel it, right?
That's looking at a good job.
Bones? It's good stuff. Amen. Carrie B, what's up? Says, did you see the Arizona GOP election integrity lawyer is resigning? I think that's what that Langhofer guy, effective Wednesday the 9th, same day ballots go out. He refused to sue to get those unverified voters off the rolls and isn't leaving until it's too late to bring a suit. That's interesting. All right, I'll look that one up. I'll see what's going on there. Now, he may not be able to, like, remember, I think the Court of Appeals came out and decided it. Like, I don't know that he can file a lawsuit. To be fair to that guy, I don't know anything about the guy. But to be fair to him, we already got a decision on it. Like, I don't think there's much more to sue on this, which is why I was concerned about this. Like, I think it was a bit of a bait and switch. Okay, they came out, they say we've got 90,000 people who have not had their citizenship verified. Those 90,000 people turn out to be Republicans. So then they take it up. It went up to the Court of Appeals already, and they said that no, they can't remove them from the ballots. And the Republicans celebrated that, right? Then they doubled the size of the list. They said, well, the size of that list is now double. So in other words, so now people are saying, well, where'd that other half of the list come from? Now it's 210,000 instead of the 90,000. But the Court of Appeals has already settled that, basically. I mean, we covered the other lawsuit. I got to look into it. I got to see what he was working on, what cases he was working on, because we also read the list. Remember the lawsuit, like America First Legal. We read that filing from them. They're suing for a records request to figure out who else is on that other in that other bucket of ballots. So, yeah. So I don't want to throw that guy under the bus without knowing more about it. Like, I don't know that he's doing anything nefarious, but maybe he is. I don't know. Yeah, but I thought it was kind of settled. Like the Court of Appeals came and said, we're not removing anybody off those lists so close within an election, which is probably the right move, actually. So that begs the question, why did Richer just discover it right now? And why did they release it in two tranches? The first tranche would be to anchor in the rule. Then they release the second tranche and they say, well, we're not checking those ballots because the rule is we're not checking those voters because the rules are what the rules are, if that makes sense. But thanks for flagging it for me, Carrie B. Yeah, Arizona, squirrely. You can feel it already. Hey, Mick Hale says, hey, just where were these Neanderthals 3.5 years ago? The GOP are nothing more than big mouth cowards. The Constitution states they control the purse and they failed immensely. The GOP doesn't represent anyone except her own pocketbooks. Where was the GOP during the man-made hurricane? Tweedledee, Tweedledum. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in that comment from McHale. And the GOP do have the power of the purse and they constantly neglect to use it. They just sit there and kind of whine. Yeah, the giant nude Trump photo. Oh, it's in Arizona? It's on display behind a Phoenix dispensary. Oh my gosh, these people are so pathetic. On Thursday, it's a weirder day than usual at the weed store. The effigy titled Crooked and Obscene was moved. Tom Yerrick, the property's owner, it's a perfect location for it. Yeah. Nevada is pornographic and deplorable, just like their entire ideology. The Trump campaign didn't respond to a request for comment. I'm trying to figure out where it is in Arizona. 24th Street in Washington. Behind the Bud Smart marijuana dispensary at 24th and Washington. So that's like It's not too far from me. I'm like Central and Roosevelt, more or less. That's general location. So yeah, so I'm like, 24 streets away, more or less. But it might be interesting to see what's going on over there. I don't think it's a highly it's not a great area. Let's just leave it at that. 24th in Washington, not a great area. Probably not going to want to go hang out down there for long. So, all right. Well, that's what they do, right? That's what they do. It's the kind of people they are. They just love that stuff. Big, giant Trump wieners. Some guy like all day thinking about constructing a giant Trump wiener. What are you working on today there, Tim? We're making a huge Trump with a giant Nathan's hot dog on it. Wow. You're saving America. One naked effigy at a time. Weird, folks. Very strange. All right, let's see. We got some great comments in the house, my friends. What's up, Milo Phone Bill? Was here this morning. Thank you, Carrie B, for sending in some of it for clipping for us this morning. What's up, Milo? Great to see you. Says, did Biden in this press conference throw Kamala under the bus or what? Well, he thinks he's like elevating them. No, I did a great job. She did a great job just with me. ABC said it shows Trump in a swing state. That's kind of funny. I gotta say, that's pretty funny. Shows Trump in a swing state. There's a lot of comments you could go with that one, but we'll be mature adults today. Thank you, Milo Phone Bill. Yeah, I think he did from her perspective, because she doesn't want anything to do with Biden, but they're the same person. Biden is Kamala. Kamala is Biden. Kamala is a man. Chubby, what's up? So stuff Kamala has said in the very recent past cannot be held against her, but Trump and Vance can. Exactly. If not for double standards, the left would have no standards at all. That's exactly right. They can do whatever they want all the time with no consequences. The rest of us get ridiculed and prosecuted for even thinking it. Thank you, Chubby. Spud says Milton is close to a Category 5. Pray for Southwest Florida and my folks. Indeed. And we did. Thank courtesy of the Rubos, man. Great prayer. Mark Butcher, what's up, Mark? Good to see you. What a nice family, Mark. Gosh, amazing. 10 months as a member. Says, you hear that the cocaine in the White House was Kamala's? I did hear that. I don't know if that's confirmed at all. I saw some weird video with some guy talking about it. Wouldn't surprise me at all. There are many clips and videos of her where I'm pretty sure she's drunk. You can see it, like her eyes look glazed over. There was one I was watching the other day, an old one. She's not doing it so much anymore. Like, she seems like she's sobered up. But a while back, she looked drunk to me. I'm like, that woman is drunk. And I've sat across the table from a lot of drunk people in my day. What's up? Be still. Thank you, Jesus, for being here and for blessing our souls. Rubos, say heads up, everyone in Florida. Intercessors and prayer warriors, please pray. We posted a prayer in the comments. Can't post it here. It's over 500 characters. Yeah. Did we post? No, I think we posted the earlier update. Oh my gosh. We posted the one at 6 a.m. and it was a Category 3 at 6 a.m. It's a Category 5 now. Yikes. Okay, here it is. Rapidly intensifies. Hurricane Hunter, 160 miles per hour. Yikes. Okay. Rick D, what's up, Rick D? Hey, Rob, pass this on. This site allows you to get faster updates and includes real-time storm surge data from the buoys. Weather Underground, wunderground.com. I've heard that. I've heard of that website. I think I've heard that's a good app, right? On a weather app on your phone too. I heard that's a good one. Thank you, Rick D. Hopefully you're safe too, my friends. Prayers for all of our people there. Elena, what's up? AKA Nally. What's up, Nally? Says, thank you, Robert, for all you do. You're my go-to for legal updates. Thank you, Elena. Yeah, we're gonna hit it extra hard. So there's a lot of election updates. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. So we're going to see what else is happening with the elections, but a lot of lawsuits are flying all over the place today. So between now and November, we're going to see a lot of it. What's up, Jennifer? Thank you, Jennifer. Have a great day to ERT and FAM, to ERT and FAM in the house. Jennifer, thank you, Jennifer, for being here and for being an amazing membo. JTR says, this is a real book on shelves, 191 pages, only 6 pages have type. The rest are blank. It's funny. Yeah, and I think I saw this one. This one was from. Yeah, I don't know. Was this actually like on the shelves at Walmart, or did somebody just print that and put that on the shelves? But it's the achievements of Kamala Harris, and I don't know where that went. But if you go to it, you'll see there's nothing inside of it. Womp womp. The achievements of Kamala Harris. Nothing inside of it. So, like, is that actually the book? Like, are they stocking it is my question. But it's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Kamala Harris. My friend Joe Polish, he's dating a vaginal plastic surgeon. Joe Polish. And she has a book, the same thing. It's like her book. She's like world famous like vaginal plastic surgeon. And that's her book. It's Everything Men Know About Vaginas. And you open it up, there's nothing in it. Yeah. It's pretty funny. Joe Polish, yeah. She's great. Her name's Cherie. She's great. She's pretty hilarious. But yeah, apparently that's a thing. I didn't know much about it. But now I know a little bit more about it. Yeah. Does all sorts of things to tighten things up and stuff like that. I don't really know what's going on over there. But she wrote a book too. Everything Men Know About Vaginas. You open it up, there's nothing in it. So Joe Polish, who's Genius Network guy, he takes it around, he gives it to everybody. It's really funny, actually. It's pretty funny stuff. 51K says, I imagine you would be in that line of work, a vaginal plastic surgeon. I mean, I don't know that I want to get that invested in them, right? I mean, I'm a big fan, but that's a whole different level. I think that's a whole different level. I think I'll just I'll leave that to the professionals. Thank you, JTR, for that one. I'm sure they make a lot of money. I'm sure she does well. Yeah, they're like, she has like rejuvenation things, like rejuvenation. I'm like, I don't know what's going on in those offices. V is never silent says, Rob, have you seen anything about Candace Owens reporting on Kamala's ancestry? Yeah. Family tree's very sus. Why would she write totally verifiable misinformation? Do the folks in charge really think Americans are that stupid? Yeah. Yeah. I think that. Yeah, tighten it up, baby. Hilarious. All right. So yes, I do think they think that we're that stupid and that they can just write create fake candidates and just shove them down our gullets and everybody just laps them up. I think it's true. Hey, Just Me says the construction. What's up, Just Me? Thanks for the nice dono. Says the construction is a contract with free and independent people and a government. The body is the power we people give to the government, and the first 10 amendments are the rights and power that the government cannot touch. Yeah, the Constitution, right, is kind of a contract, and the government gets their power from us. We enable them, and so we have the rights. Like the rights are ours; they're natural. We don't get our rights from the government. The government gets its power from us, not vice versa. And a lot of people have that inverted. Yeah, the Candace stuff's interesting. And I'm sure there's a lot more to that. What's up? Kyle Cowden says, have y'all seen the SNL skits? My feet are cold. I did see some of those clips. I didn't play any because they really get mad about copyright with SNL and that whole thing. But yeah, they were pretty funny. They were ripping on Tim Walz. They actually ripped on him for doing the school shooter line, which is pretty hysterical. Good to see you. Thank you, Kyle. Thanks for being a member for 3 months, Kyle. Hey, Scottish Gal. What's up, Scottish Gal? Says, Rob, it is an actual book. It's on Amazon for $13.95. That's hilarious. Yeah, everything Kamala knows about leadership. Empty. Funny. Very funny. What's going on? MJ Powell says, vote watchers. Vote, vote, vote. Hit the like button and happy Monday to you all. Happy Monday to you, MJ Powell. You're right, my friends. If you're in Arizona and you haven't registered to vote yet, well, I don't know what the heck you're doing. Do it. Today's the last day. Dang it. But I'm pretty sure you are probably. If you're here, you're probably registered. So if you know anybody that isn't, today's the last day in Arizona. So let's get it done, baby. Thank you, MJ. Happy Monday to you, my friend. Thanks for the very nice dono. It's crunch time, man. It's less than 30 days out. Can you believe that? Woo! We got Flash. Says, I wish everyone a splendid week filled with hope and faith. May our collective prayers fortify our nation, ensuring it remains a republic as we look to the divine for guidance in our choice of leadership. Let us also pray for protection and safety for all those in the path of Hurricane Milton. Amen to that, Flash. Nice comment. And a nice sentiment. Yeah, a nice prayer. It is. It's going to be a great week. It's going to be a great week. And we're glad that you're here, Flash. Hey, and this one too. What's up? From Elena, a.k.a. Nelly, says, I'm a paralegal. Shout out to our paralegals. We love our paralegals. Have you followed Armed Scholar and the sneaky Mexico suit versus many gun manufacturers now going to SCOTUS? I have not. No, I have not. But RP Game says the manufacturers have been removed and SCOTUS has agreed to hear it. No, I did not even know of that. But I do know SCOTUS is back in session starting today. And in fact, there was even, I think I had something pulled up on that. I don't know what case it is. Is this happening today? Yeah, like there were oral arguments. This one. Yikes. Jangle those cords, all right? Jangle those cords. Those are bad.
100 years of precedent, every single Court of Appeals decisions, that would be changing the rules.
All right, yeah, so they're back in session. There were oral arguments today. I don't recognize that case. This one was Williams versus Washington. Another one, jangle those cords. Yeah, no, I have not, Nelly, I have not seen that lawsuit or that litigation, but it looks like an interesting one. Armed Scholar and the sneaky Mexico one. I have not seen it. But it's a good one. I like when SCOTUS is in session because sometimes we'll get some good stuff that pops up. We'll see if it does. Thank you, Elena. And shout out to our paralegals, man. We love our paralegals. Some great paralegals in my day. And some, some other ones too. What's up, Elena? Thanks for that. All right, so my friends, let's do a refresh. Thank you for these very nice donos and this lovely conversation on this beautiful Monday morning. Hey, Go Red Team says, hey, normally I wouldn't say this, but I think Biden knows exactly what he's doing. My guess is he's mad as hell for the way they treated him while booting him from the ticket. I believe he's giving her exactly what she deserves, whether she wants it or not. His endorsement. Yeah. So he'll just keep, nope. I love Kamala. Kamala's amazing. And keep smearing them two together. Just keep hugging her, kissing her everywhere they go. Chelly B says they should have to take drug tests. Who, Congress? Could you imagine? Imagine getting the blood results back from Congress. Just anonymize it. We don't even need to know their names. But just how many of them test positive for cocaine or meth? Honestly. I'd like to know. Meth. How many of them are on Adderall, literally? Regularly. Or on like major doses of antidepressants. How many of them are on antipsychotics? Or on right there. Other personality adjusting mood disorder treatments? How many? Lots of them. Probably statistically higher than the average of America. Right? Flash says, Rob, by the way, today I decided to get my feet wet by starting with this jewel. I have a lot to learn. So with a pair of Baofeng ham radios. Ooh, you got some Baofengs? Let's see what these are. Oh, these look nice. Yeah, these look nice. Man, this is a nice kit, too. Yeah, your boy's got a Baofeng set. Baofeng set. It's fun. Don't really know how to use it much, but we're going to. Once this election is over and we have Trump in the White House and America's back on track, then we're going to have some time for some Baofeng activity. But right now, we got to save our country. All right, so my friends, we're going to leave it there. Yeah, I know they're Chinese. They're nice intro radios. They're good intro radios. They're fun. They were fine. They're kind of fun. Okay, so my friends, we're going to leave it there. We're going to call it a beautiful day. We're, of course, going to come back in a few short hours. We're going to have a great show. Don't know what we're talking about quite yet, but Mondays are usually busy, and so there'll be a bunch of stuff. He is never silent says, have any of you heard about the stepping down of the entire board at 23andMe? I did not hear about that. That DNA collection company. Very curious. Yeah, very curious. They're going bye-bye.
Once you complete all of this,
I wonder where that DNA evidence is going to go. CIA? Maybe it was them the whole time. I don't know. All right, so we'll leave it there, my friends. It's going to be a great Monday. We're going to come back. We're going to have an outstanding stream. Until then, I hope you're out there getting after it and making it a great day. We'll see you back here soon. Bye-bye.
I won't wait. I'll wait. Keep going on with us on that first. I can tell you that we try more to reach out to you and you don't give us time. All right, uniform pretty simple. Big deal is that you have, one second. Let me fix this real quick. I don't know what's going on here. Must have a connection problem. Okay. Let's just go to this for now. So I'll do this. Be right back. Okay. This is a protective footwear. That's the biggest deal there. Steel composite toe, boots, shoes, doesn't matter, but it's good. Try it yourself. Report allowed. Another thing, the uniform goes, jeans or jeans that work time. No shorts, no sweats. Shirt has to have a decent fade sleeve. Tank top. If you wear a hoodie, I recommend that you take the string out of it. You don't want to get it snagged on one of those.
210, take a residential B&E alarm at 281 East Lake Street. It's going to be coming from the front door, basement, and living room motion. Unknown occupied. That was 281 East Lake Street. 210.
117 and 297.
Safety reasons, so it's all close to my house. Occasionally they do have overtime, typically voluntary. Everyone's eligible for it. I do let you know though, if you volunteer, you don't show up.
411 will be en route to the building. En route to the building.
A lot of what's out here is covered in the video. Call off number, that green card they gave you. It's called a call off number, but technically it's a text off only number. You call that number and leave a message, then go down to no call, no show. Okay. Reason being is that voicemails are so hard to understand, especially when someone's actually sick. So it's very clear in that text. You text your name, your shift, and why you're not. And that's what you come. Okay. They pay every week on Friday. Payday is Friday. By 9 a.m. Now, typically, depending on how you get paid, it may normally come earlier than that. But if it doesn't, there's nothing you can do about it until Friday. Okay. One of my favorite calls on Wednesday and Thursday is, hey, I should get paid today. The check date is Friday. The bank will even answer that question. Okay. Now, what you can do though is the same place you went online to do your onboarding tasks. That's where you can see your pay stubs. So if you go on there and you look at the pay stub and you notice an error, let us know right away. That is definitely something we're going to get before Friday. After Friday, it's not going to be fixed all month. Okay. So, yeah, if you see an error, quickly, 99.9% accurate on that stuff. Yeah, something is in there. So, and we can look at it. Yeah, that number there, that's the number. Now, it's not the same number you've been texting me on or releasing on. Okay, so Call it, if you text that number, no fellow. It's only that number that they use. They need to change it to the same type of number that you've been texting us now, but right now it's.
210, you can either receive the proper passcode.
Well, they are very strict about tenants there. That being said, they will allow you up to 9 points to terminate. Get a point for a call. If you're not, if you get a point, go there. No call, no shows, 2 points. You two no call, no shows in a row. Right. If you're late up to a half hour, it's a half hour. Or a half hour, it's a full point, it's a full point. Don't think, oh, it's over a half hour, maybe a point anyway. You can't find one minute. Well, you want to be late. 1 minute. Usually they don't have people generally out. You leave early, or typically what they do is when they release the line, they release the whole line at once. Okay? But if you leave early, come into that. They can be different. Biggest thing though is if you have to step away from the line for any reason, let your line leader know. We're responsible for all the names that are assigned to that line. Emergency, that's who they're going to go looking for, who they're accountable for. If you have that doesn't know, someone's going to listen back for you. They can, if they choose to, we will land it up and then straight along. Now, points will always go up. If I was to call up today, after 90 days, like I said, 9 points would be terminated, but if your goal is to get hired in there, relatively be hired in there. I wouldn't let you go. That's what yeah, it's 9 is their cutoff for termination, but to bring you on full time with them, it's pretty. If you have more than 4 of them, they'll say, oh, that's pretty good.
56 Baker. Baker.
Yeah. See. Now, if you ever terminated because of points, you could be eligible for termination. Provided they can consistently make on their rules. Other than that, any questions?
You say that call is, I can get started with that one.
You're right, we don't get it for that.
Okay, so yeah, you know, I mean, I have prior.
What shift did you put down?
Third.
Well, yeah, that's basic.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
this is basic.
I have, yeah, during that.
I got you. So don't worry, I'm not going to off if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just remind us if we used to reach out to you and say, hey.
So you said, what is it, Sunday night through?
No, it's
Monday, you went Monday night
to Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Friday morning.
Friday morning.
Dispatch 405.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's going to be good. If they do, and typically if they do have overtime, it's 1/3 shift because they're right. They're 5 days for
Dispatch to 405.
that's usually what it's called. It's usually not a full shift. Overtime usually not a full shift.
Okay, please go ahead for 405.
It's not 10 hours, so I mean.
You go along.
At least 8. It's usually about 8 time and a half.
Days 405 or afternoons
And
405?
even if you're working in normal days, you keep it there for a little bit longer or something like that. Anything over 40 hours.
Right. Okay. You're saying if you do get hired in, they start paying them cheaper than you all, they start checking on you guys, right?
Right. They send us the hours and we pay you, and we bill them.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah. They do their own payroll.
211.
Yeah, last week I said very soon, but we didn't even get a single order last week. I think they're just getting retooled, this time of year is they do auto parts for all manufacturers, everyone. Foreign manufacturers, domestic manufacturers, as well as everybody. Okay? Everybody needs the parts for this type of weather. So, whenever they do a change at a lot of the manufacturers, that's when we move it. I mean, they're not laying people off, they just have to move people off. Could be soon, could be tomorrow. Typically what they do, especially for third shift though, whenever they request people, we'll get the email at 2 o'clock saying we need 10 people tonight. Right. So, make sure you have rules. Right, say memory footwear, whatever you want.
Yeah, but so somebody was telling me they have a bus.
Stops in front of the building. Stops right in front of the
So,
building.
yeah, stop for the casino, that's either way, it's right.
Well, there's one that goes behind the casino, and there's one that stops right in front of the facility. You come the other, come back.
Right.
But yeah, and the time is sink in with both shifts. So you're not gonna wait too long.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Good questions. Start pay is 16 for first, 50 cent differential. For third. I hate to guarantee that ever, because I don't know. I can tell you that we want to get to work as soon as possible. We hate having a big list. Because, the biggest thing is what happens is that if it goes a couple of weeks, people's phone numbers change, and then we can never get hold of them. That's the worst thing. If your number does change, let us know, because that's how we're gonna reach out.
Okay, so you figure maybe, it goes fast, yeah, so, so like I said, I think certain.
Okay, we got a pretty nice size. So,
right. Okay, so not that far down the list.
Like I said, you could be far down the list, and we could still call you, because, like I said, we go through it fast. I feel that was fast, people call that.
410.
Okay. People don't like that heat too.
Yeah, it's not so bad. And those misters are not bad either, even when it's super hot. You guys good?
Yeah, I mean, it's you to
Yeah.
file.
All right, so good to go. Okay, really, definitely, so now that's different. Okay, so what can we do? Let's get into
Construction, but it's still based on material handling, on materials, but this year, we should have got last April. So I know the heat, and I pulled the glass, loaded the line, unloaded the line, inspected the glass, scanned it, stuff it in. So, yeah.
I'll get it right in your file.
Right, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Could get it uploaded.
No worries. So, you know what, if something else opens up for forklift code,
Right, I can see it right now. I'm gonna do it. So, school, four walks, very cool. And so, it's the most I'll see what's saying somewhere. Right, yeah. Oh, she said something about,
yeah. Steel plant there?
yeah.
Yeah.
I poured all the concrete back there after the day.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I just need a couple day notice.
Okay.
If you could do that, right, get the transportation, because I can get all that. I just need that couple day notice. You know what I mean? There's some places making more money.
Oh, yeah, it does.
You know, and that's what she was saying. But you got 30+ years on and off on the forklift.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, what we do is, whenever they do call for drivers out there too, well, even if you're low on the list as far as up here, we're gonna call you to get tested.
Yeah, because I'm either to any job, anywhere, whatever.
Okay.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
You know, I was gonna let that, like, I'm working.
Okay. Sounds good.
But yeah, just, if you can, just that couple day notice in weeks.
Gotcha. I'll tell Alicia too.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, guys.
you send me, Dirty? Yep. Hey, you too. Something going here. I'm sure there's something on the juju.
Is going to start tomorrow around noon. We're going to go for 8 hours just doing pre-hurricane coverage, answering your questions. We'll have Caleb out there putting probes out, storm surge probes. We're going to have other storm chasers that we're going to be talking to in the area. Additionally, we're going to be relaying news about evacuations and that kind of thing. And it just makes a lot more sense to do that in a real-time live stream fashion than trying to put everything in the video and have it be outdated by the time it goes up. So tomorrow we're going to be live for most of the day talking about the hurricane. And then on Wednesday, our final live coverage covering the landfall is going to start probably around 2 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll go until 2 a.m. or whatever's needed to cover the landfall, the storm surge, the flooding, and the tornado threat that's going to come along with major Hurricane Milton as it slams into the western side of Florida. As I'm filming this, major Hurricane Milton is a high-end Category 3 hurricane with 125 mile per hour winds, and the pressure's down there around 945 millibars. This is astronomically stronger than what it was yesterday, and that intensification is going to continue today. By the time you're watching this, it's probably already a Category 4 storm with 145 mile per hour winds, and that's around 2 p.m. today. As soon as 2 a.m. early in the morning tomorrow, we could have a high-end Category 4 with 155 mile per hour winds right here just to the north of the Yucatan Peninsula near Progreso, Mexico. I really hope that the people down here in Mexico are watching out for this one, because this is taking a really strange approach. I don't know if this area has ever had to deal with a hurricane like this coming in at this angle and at this intensity. This is going to be a pretty bad situation for Mexico, especially if it takes a more southern track here, because it's going to be at its peak intensity right here. The official forecast is of course for 155 mile per hour Category 4 storm. However, I really do believe that this could very well be a Category 5, maybe even by the end of today, not even tomorrow. And then it could be a high-end Category 5 by the time it gets to this area, especially if it continues to strengthen in the unbelievable fashion that it has so far. But from there, it is going to start slowly weakening, okay? We do expect it to be down to 150 miles per hour as it goes a little bit farther to the east. Once it gets between the Yucatan Peninsula and Florida, as it's really starting to approach Florida, it's going to be down to 144 miles per hour. And then we expect it to make landfall, or at least be just off the coast of Florida, as a Category 3 major hurricane on Wednesday, sometime after 2 p.m. and before 8 p.m. So that's the current thinking right now. We do expect that this will still be a Category 1 hurricane in the middle of Florida around Orlando as we get into the early morning hours on Thursday. And then, of course, this is going to go out to sea and become a post-tropical storm. And I really don't think we have anything to worry about in the Carolinas, which is something that we kind of hinted at yesterday. The track has shifted south quite a bit. But yeah, the storm has undergone rapid intensification. It's going to continue to do so, and nothing's going to stop this thing from absolutely blowing up, except if it goes a little bit farther south if that core of the storm does actually make landfall or actually interact with the Yucatan Peninsula here in a significant way, that could cause enough of a disruption in the flow of the storm to weaken it significantly, or at least stop it from explosively intensifying in the way that it has. So we can really hope for that. Obviously, that would be better for Florida, but that would be a lot worse for Mexico. So really, there's not a winning scenario here. Both places are going to get absolutely pummeled by this storm, but we're trying to think of the best case scenarios. Here's the latest experimental cone from the National Hurricane Center. As you can see, we have hurricane watches in effect for much of Florida. This includes Tampa. This includes Fort Myers. This includes the majority of the western side of Florida. Now, the hurricane watches do not include the landfall area from Helene. So I think, Perry, I think that you guys are out on this one. I really don't think we can expect a landfall from a hurricane up there. We're still going to have some impacts, but this is shifting south. Tampa, Fort Myers, you guys unfortunately are under the gun for potentially the strongest parts of this storm. Here's when we can expect the arrival of some of these winds. We're talking about Wednesday at 8 a.m. We're going to be seeing tropical storm force winds at least along most of the western side of Florida. That's going to overtake all of Florida more than likely as we get towards noon on Wednesday. And if we experience any sort of tropical storm force winds on the outer bands of this storm, those will arrive in places like Myrtle Beach sometime between 8 p.m. Wednesday and Thursday at 8 a.m. So really, this is just a Florida storm, y'all. I don't think that this is going to have much of an impact on anyone outside of Florida, but the entire peninsula of Florida is going to be absolutely rocked by Hurricane Milton. But the entire peninsula of Florida will feel some sort of impacts from Milton as it goes across. Once again, the most dangerous part of this storm right now seems like it's going to be the storm surge, where unfortunately the Tampa Bay area and the Charlotte Harbor area are both in a potentially dangerous situation where we expect anywhere from 5 to 12 feet of storm surge, and everywhere in between there. I think that number could probably go up. I think that we're in our next update, especially if we continue to see the storm strengthen in the way that we have, it's very likely that we see a couple places under the gun for 15-foot storm surge. That would be absolutely devastating for Tampa. That would be, really bad for anywhere that happened. But we're going to hope that the storm surge numbers stay here and don't go up. Also, we're going to be dealing with an excessive rainfall event here. A lot of Florida, even up into southeastern Georgia, you guys are going to get an entire October's worth of rain in a day. Some places will get 2 or 3 October's worth of rain in a day. This is going to lead to extreme flash flooding in some places. So make sure if you live in a flood-prone area, you are prepared for that, especially if you're close enough to the coast to where maybe the storm surge is not going to cause like water inundation to your home directly, but could back up those waterways enough from the runoff to cause additional flooding problems. That's going to be a big time deal, I think, across a lot of the peninsula of Florida. And then, of course, just your regular stream, creek, and river flooding. All right, let's take a look at these models. HAFSA is still really far north. I think that this model is the farthest north out of any of them that I've looked at. So keep that in mind. I do think that the eventual actual path of this storm will be slightly farther south than what we're seeing here. So I think that this is going to go a little bit closer to Mexico, and hopefully that will actually keep this from getting as strong as what this is suggesting. However, I do want to point out how small this is. Once again, this is a tiny little hurricane. The hurricane force winds at this point are only going to extend 25 miles outside of the center of the storm. So it's going to be hard for it to get disrupted. It has to get really close to Mexico before there's going to be any major changes to the strength of the storm. So there's a good chance that this is going to continue to intensify right up until it gets just past the Yucatan Peninsula, which is what the HAFSA model is showing here. In fact, this gets us all the way up to almost 190 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane by the time this is just to the north and west of Cuba at 11 p.m. on Tuesday. If this were the case, this would be one of the strongest storms that has ever occurred in the Gulf of Mexico, period. So this would be an unfortunate scenario because at this point, we're 100% certain that it's going to start weakening. There is no world where this continues to strengthen as it goes towards Florida. There's too much wind shear. However strong it is right here really is going to determine how strong it is whenever it makes landfall. So if it's way up there at a high-end Category 5, there's a chance that it makes landfall as a Category 3 or maybe even higher. If are only dealing with a Category 4 or a low-end Category 5 here, there's actually a chance that we only see a Category 2 impact whenever it makes landfall in Florida. So we're really hoping for less intensification by the time it gets right here. And unfortunately, one of the major factors that is going to help us there is more interaction with the Yucatan Peninsula. But at the same time, we don't want to see that. That's going to cause some devastation over here. So this is just a terrible situation for everybody involved. But a best case scenario is going to be a rapid de-intensification on its final approach to the western side of Florida. So here's what this thing could look like by 8 a.m. on Wednesday. You can see that wind field is starting to expand. And as the wind field expands, the storm surge is going to expand as well. So I want you guys to think of some of the biggest disastrous hurricanes that have ever happened. What do we got? Ivan, Katrina, those kinds of storms did the same exact thing. They were Category 5s, they were Category 4s, really strong storms out in the Gulf, and then they kind of spread out and became weaker whenever they made landfall. Hurricane Katrina made landfall as only a Category 3 hurricane, but the storm surge that came along with that was a result of the expanding wind field and all of the momentum that it had gained over the Gulf. So even though we do expect this to weaken quite significantly on its approach to the western side of Florida, the storm surge situation is just as bad as it would be if it didn't. In fact, it's probably worse because the weakening is also coming along with the expansion of the wind field. That is actually going to make the storm surge more of a problem than it would be if it continued to be that tiny little compact storm. So we're going to be dealing with storm surge all across the western side of Florida, but I want to bring everybody's attention to the fact that because of the unique approach of the storm from the southwest here, the worst of the storm surge is going to happen on the southern side of the storm. Okay, so if you're on the northern side of that eye wall, we are still going to see some storm surge, but the 15-foot storm surge, if that ends up happening, it's going to happen south of the eye. So if you're in Tampa, you're hoping that the storm goes south of the bay. And that's going to be best for you. If you're in Fort Myers, you're hoping that it goes a lot farther north, because honestly, I think that the only thing that could happen is if it goes any farther south than what the current models are projecting, it would be a worse situation for the Charlotte Harbor area. So a worst case scenario would be that the storm tracks like this, and that is pretty similar to what the HAFSA model is showing right now. However, this is the most northern model that we've seen, right? Everything else is farther south. So hopefully this is not what happens, but if this were to happen, this would cause a devastating storm surge in the Tampa Bay area. And just because it's on the table, just because it is a possibility, I think everybody in Tampa should be getting the heck out of there. I know that I would be. And then if this thing makes landfall as a Cat 3, Cat 2, whatever it is, it's going to very quickly weaken to a Category 1. There's a possibility that we even see this become a tropical storm at some point over the peninsula of Florida. But there's also a possibility that it, stays a Category 1 all the way over to the other side of Florida. And then it's not going to re-strengthen. It's likely not going to become a hurricane again. It's going to become a post-tropical system as it has gotten so large. And then it's just going to kind of fade out into the rest of the ocean. Here's what the radar could look like as the storm approaches. Once again, major Category 5 storm likely as it goes just to the north of Mexico here. And then you can really start to see that de-intensification process start to happen here as the eye becomes less defined, especially on Wednesday early in the morning. Things are going to fall apart fairly quickly, hopefully, as the storm approaches Florida. However, even right here around 2 p.m., some of these outer bands are going to be bringing about tropical storm force winds into the Tampa area, Orlando, all the way over into more eastern parts of Florida. And also, this is when we're going to see our tornado threat. So anybody in the front right quadrant of our storm is going to have to deal with supercells that could potentially cause tornadoes. So we'll definitely see tornado watches and warnings during this time, probably widespread tornado watches and warnings in the evening on Wednesday. And that's one of the things that we're going to cover in our pre-coverage. And then the storm surge will likely really start going on around 7, 8 p.m. Once again, this is another model. This is the HAFSB model. It's showing a worst case scenario for Tampa as that center of circulation goes just north of town. If that happens, we're talking about $1 billion. We're talking about $1 billion disaster here in Tampa or greater. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I'm going to show you some more data here in a second, but we've got to prepare for the worst, right? And then this thing really starts to unwind as this gets over the peninsula of Florida. It's going to weaken very quickly. The main threat at this point is going to be all the heavy rain and the flooding. Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, flash flooding is going to be your main thing that you've got to watch out for. Once again, those two models that I just showed you are really good during hurricane season. That's why I like to show them. But those are both high-end and far north members of all of the different models that we look at. Everything else has shifted south, okay? And the farther south that it goes, the better chance that it's going to interact with the Yucatan Peninsula in a way that won't allow it to become this 180 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane. I think that there's almost 100% chance that we see it become a Category 5 hurricane, but what we want is a 160 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane rather than 180 miles per hour, because that extra little strength there is just more that we have to rip away before it gets to Florida. So right now we expect it to go from a Category 5 to maybe a Category 3 or 2 in less than 24 hours. I think that's going to be hard. I don't know how realistic that is. I'm hoping for the best, obviously, but the weaker that storm is at its peak intensity, the better chance that that's actually going to happen. So we are dealing with a mandatory evacuation in a lot of different places. I know Fort Myers is one of those places. If I lived in Naples, though, I would even consider getting inland a little bit. Same thing for places like Sanibel Island, Coya Costa, Boca Grande, Minnesota Key, Siesta Key, Osprey. I think that you guys are some people that need to consider getting the heck out of there. Longboat Key, of course, everybody up there in Holmes Beach and Anna Maria. Everybody in close vicinity to the Tampa Bay, you should consider getting out of there as well. And that includes a lot of places right around downtown Tampa. It doesn't take much water to cause a big problem there. And once again, if the storm goes farther south, which it looks like it's trying to do that, it's not going to be as much of a problem for Tampa. But if it goes right over the bay, or if it goes just to the north, it could be a worst case scenario for you guys. And with that being said, I would even consider evacuating and taking this extra seriously as far north as Pine Island and Hernando Beach, just in case. So yeah, that's the latest. I don't want to talk too much about what's currently happening with the storm because it's going to change so much by the time you're watching this. That's why, once again, we're going to be live for, 20 hours or so over the next 36 or 48 covering this hurricane. So make sure you subscribe, turn notifications on. Follow me over there on Twitter if you haven't already. I'm going to be posting some intermittent updates over there as well. And I'm going to get to work getting everything ready for Hurricane Milton. My thoughts are with you guys in the path. I'm hoping that we won't need it, but of course the Y'all Squad is on standby, and we've got a lot of resources to help y'all out if you need it. So make sure that you're keeping an eye on those channels as well. We've got a Twitter, Facebook, and all that stuff. And of course, we'll update you here on our nonprofit's progress and what we're doing on this channel as soon as we have a plan, okay? All right. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Ooh.
one thing after another right now.
Do you mind if you consent to a search, just because it's postal property? All subjects are, subject to a search.
The area of 14 Selena Ave for a suspicious person. The male wearing what the complainant describes as a fake postal badge, a yellow hoodie and blue jeans, harassing people.
Go talk to the reporting party. I have nothing to talk to you about. Yeah, I'm minding my business. Maybe you should do the same. Yeah, you mind if I wand you down real quick?
That's not our staff. That's not even our company.
Okay, I'm not even talking to you, first of all, so don't interrupt, please. You're gonna call the police? You could have just walked away and just minded your own business.
Just prefer that you keep your camera off of the people.
I would prefer that whoever that was that is on your property not call the police on me. I think it's bootlicker alert. Bootlicker alert. Do you mind if I search you? You do mind? Really? Yeah, well, it's citizen safety. I'm not going to put my rights aside because of people's uncomfortability or their feelings, because if that was the case, we wouldn't have any rights in this country. So you guys look both ways, all right? Officer safety. I'm going to go back to what I was doing. You should probably go back to what you were doing. Okay? Have a good day. Who does she work? Who do you work for?
That is none of your business.
Okay. All right.
Have a good day.
Well, here, take that with you then, okay? What's going on, everyone? This is Press NH Now over here today in Nashua, New Hampshire, at the United States Postal Service Distribution Center for our First Amendment audit to see if they respect our rights to record here in public. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. I appreciate your support. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button, let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England area. Always check your description. All links are included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England states. We're going to get right to it here, guys. Enjoy the video. It looks like. The guy coming out. I'll wait for your colleague to come.
One of my maintenance guys.
Oh, okay.
We just started. I didn't know if everything was all set.
He's maintenance? What do you do?
I'm the acting plant manager here.
Oh, okay.
Josh, how you doing?
Good. You said Josh?
I'm Josh, yeah.
Nice. Do you have a business card?
They're inside.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Everything all set?
Yeah. I mean, do you have any concerns? I mean, I'm just.
No, I just thought you. We just making sure something's working outside the building.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Do you have a badge?
My badge?
Yeah. You mind if I see it?
Yeah.
Just make sure you work here, John. Thank you. Appreciate it, Josh.
Yeah.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate it.
Where are you from?
Huh?
Where are you from?
What do you mean? What's that mean? Like,
No, just asking. I saw you have a badge. Just didn't ask you. I'm just making sure everything's all set on the property here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not allowed on the property, right? There's no like actual services here for the actual public, right?
Oh, no.
It's just like distribution and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no retail delivery here.
All right. What was your name?
One is 30 Spring Street. Dennis?
Dennis. Let's get a picture of that.
Downtown Nashua has one. A retail delivery.
Oh, wow, you got a lot of people coming out here.
No, we saw people walking. Yeah, we're just making sure you guys are all set.
Yeah. Before you guys go on the property, do you mind if you consent to a search? Just because it's postal property, all subjects are subject to a search.
Oh, I can authorize.
Yeah, just wand everybody. You know what I mean? Do you mind?
Yeah, I do.
You do mind? You don't?
No,
You
you're
mind?
all set. Retail's up in Nashua, 30 Spring.
Okay. Yeah. I have to do some business here. That's all. Yeah.
Who do you work for?
I don't work for anybody.
Retail delivery's up there.
Hey. You guys don't consent to a search? No? You guys are on postal property. You are subject to a search. Just want to make sure everybody's all safe here, you know? I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm inspecting you guys now, so. Hilarious. See if they call and if the PD actually has balls to come out and approach me once more. I've had nothing but negative and bad interactions by them. We go check out the CHHS video I did here in Nashua. Here's a quick clip. What's your name, badge number?
Hanson 30.
Hanson 30?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Right there.
Yep, right here.
What does that say?
Right here.
Right here.
Just like you.
Move along.
Move along. I'm going back in now.
Don't go back in.
I'm going back in right now.
Why are you going back in?
Because I can. I'm not going anywhere. You can relax, all right? Remember what side your taser's on, just in case. For what? What crime?
Possible harassment. Hey, you're being detained.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just staying in this general area. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't need to be directed. I do, actually. It's cold out. It's cold out. What's your name, badge number? You gonna escalate this, Hanson? Moron? Oh, moron? You too. A scared little piggy. Oh, maybe you could educate her a little bit.
I just work here. I just wondered what you're doing.
What do you mean? What do you offer, man?
No, I just when I see somebody videoing this stuff, I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah, I'm just taking pictures and video, man. That's all. It's what you see is what you get.
Okay. No, I was just asking.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of stuff going on.
What do you mean?
The homeless encampment. We have a lot of people wandering around here.
Do I look homeless?
You have a new messages. Monday, 1.
Yeah. You work right here? What's this place? What's that place?
Monday, 1.
What do you do there? Like, for...
Joey.
Oh, nice. No, it's fine. Yeah, I think I'll move on over here then.
My bad.
What do you mean? I'm not a police officer. I can't identify as that, man. So you guys have like government contracts over here? What do you mean? You just said that.
If I work for you.
Nice.
Message deleted. Monday, 1:23 p.m.
So RJ Kelly? It is. Get a couple of you too, man.
Monday, 1:24.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna call the police.
Message deleted.
You know, you could have just walked away and just minded your own business.
1:25 p.m.
No, you're not. Oh, get the f out of here with that. I'm out of here. See something, say something, bull. See what the government has caused, dude? Fear. They've caused fear. That's hilarious. They're not going to do anything either, dude. I'm going to tell them to kick rocks. Yeah, you're going to do the same. All right. Great.
The area of 14 Selena Ave.
You're not R. Kelly, by the way, are you? They're like related in any way, shape, or form? Oh, it's RJ Kelly. I'm sorry.
Yellow hoodie and blue jeans, harassing people.
See something, say something. Hilarious. Just mind your business. Now you became the highlight. Oh, I think it's bootlicker alert. Bootlicker alert. There you go. He said, see something, say something, and you wonder what is wrong with this country. The government has put fear into like this.
Yeah, Shane Reno.
It's over here minding my own business. And this bootlicker over here is calling the police for somebody who's just taking pictures on a public sidewalk. Wonder what his employer would think. Are you guys doing like some shady shit over here I gotta know about? Is that why you're calling? Make it look good for your company? What you laughing about? Me? Yeah, you're the funny one, dude. You're the joke. Yeah, I'm minding my business. Maybe you should do the same. Yeah, you mind if I wand you down real quick? You do mind? You don't mind? It's going off as a bootlicker. Make sure you lick their boots when they come, all right? I am. I'm going to do whatever I want. It's a free country. Maybe you should learn that. They on their way? You don't know what they take off? See, I had nothing to do with your company until you approached me. I was over there minding my own business, didn't say a goddamn word to you, didn't come over to your company, didn't take pictures of your company, and you put your business into mine. And you're going to learn the hard way today. You're wasting their time. I'm telling you right now, you're completely wasting their time. You do know, just for educational purposes, this is a constitutionally protected right, correct? It's a First Amendment protected activity. You understand that? You know I could sue the National PD if they arrest me right now? That's what you're doing. Just want to let you know that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should open your ears and clean them out. Okay. Real funny.
What do they have besides lasagna? Oh, is it chicken
You
trucks?
got your donut. There you go. That's what he does all day. He munches on donuts. That's why he looked on the ground. His new nickname is Pac-Man. Gullible son of a... Huh? Code 3, guy with the camera. Watch out. Look at, they got cameras out here too. Hilarious. Dude, what the f do you think they're going to do? You want them to like beat me down and tase me or arrest me, take my freedoms away? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Gonna make a great thumbnail. Great thumbnail. Should do a little bit more exercise in your stomach there instead of your hands. What else you do with that hand?
Why do you hide behind a mask, dude? Why do you hide behind a mask?
I'm not hiding behind anything.
You're hiding.
I'm hiding from who? You? The police? Yeah. It's called privacy. Something that you need to create yourself. Yeah.
You're in a
Okay.
bright yellow thing with a security wand with a fake
Yeah.
badge.
I know. The other bootlicker who's calling the police with somebody who's exercising a constitutionally protected right.
That's fine.
You're a joke.
Video in a federal facility. I just called somebody.
Shut the f up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Do what you do best. Shut your mouth. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing. You should probably go back to what you were doing. Okay? Have a good day. Let him stop me from what I was doing.
Nice picture of your face smoking cigarettes on National Scoop already. It's good.
I don't give a f, dude. I'm all over the world. I'm not hiding. Here you go, face. Here you go. Here you go. I'm not hiding from anybody. Take a picture. Go ahead, take a picture. I'm not hiding from you. I'm hiding from you. Go ahead, take a picture. Go ahead, here, get that in there too. Show the police, the FBI, DHS. Call them all, dude. Call them all. You hiding my f***ing ass, dude. It's hilarious. You're doing the same thing that I'm doing, right? But you called the cops. You're shut the up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The logic is unreal. The logic is unreal, buddy. I know. Tough. Step over the line and do something then. Step over your property and do something. Or shut your mouth. Tough. Talk about tough, dude. Yeah, let's do something then. Mutual combat. Yeah, you won't. You're not me. You're the one who called the police, not me. You're having the cops handle your problems. Another man to handle your problems. Imagine that. You can't handle yourself, huh? Call other grown men to handle your problems. What problem? You just took a picture of me. Did I call the cops? Yeah, the irony, huh? You're a hypocrite. You're a joke. Go back to work, dude. I'm going to be here when they're gone, and I'm going to be here when you're gone. They're not going to stop me from doing anything. Neither are you. You might want to call them back. You know, it's a real emergency going on here. God forbid they have some other to do, you know? Crybaby over here. It is a free country. Yeah, you should probably be working, man. Oh, you're abusing the authority, like the police's resources. You're abusing the resources of the police is what you're doing. You're wasting their time. They got other to do out there. But you're more concerned about somebody who's actually just taking pictures on a public sidewalk. Here they come. Nashua's finest. Brought more guys here with cameras. Imagine that. How you doing? This guy's out here taking pictures. A little uncomfortable about his situation, what he's doing. Awesome, man. You got a name badge number?
Yeah, Tarkov 149.
Nice, K9. Guys, can I get your name badge number?
Yeah, I'm Jimmy. It's 138.
What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
138.
The name?
Quinlan.
Quinlan. Thank you. Awesome. You got a body cam on?
Yeah, we got.
Nice. Yeah, go talk to the reporting party, man. I have nothing to say to you.
What's
Go talk to the reporting party. I have nothing to talk to you about.
what are you with an agency?
No, not.
Okay.
No, it says shiny badges don't grant extra rights.
Shiny badges don't grant.
Yeah, keep that in mind, all right? Yeah.
Okay.
This guy put his business into mine.
All right.
Hey, I'm assuming this is their property line, so I'm going to stay right here, okay? All right. Look at him bootlicking. See something, say something. See something, say something. Caution K9. All right, well, there's a canine in that one. Possibly. Natural police, naturally credited. Make sure you guys look both ways, all right? Officer safety. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Just you got to tell them that, man, not me. You know what's funny, dude? Is that I wasn't even here for them. Seriously.
And listen, so one request, just don't go on.
See, that's why I gave you look at both ways, man. I don't need to be told what to do. There's no trespassing signs all over the place. That's private property. Don't even tell me. Don't waste your breath. You too, man. You too. Do you mind if I search you? You do mind? Really?
It's not going to serve a purpose.
Yeah, well, it's citizen safety. We're here for the post office, to be open and honest with you. You know, I see the signs, man. You know what I mean? That private property, unless they welcome me on, I'm not allowed on it. I know the laws. No, I mean, there's a lot of packages missing from there. You know what I mean? I was literally, and just to give you the background, I was literally over here minding my own business, right? Not recording anybody else other than what I'm here for. And all of a sudden he came over and he just started chit-chatting with me and talking about, who are you? What are you doing? And then he became the story now. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, just mind your business. I didn't bother you. Don't bother me. I'm out here taking pictures. And then he has the audacity to come out and take pictures of me at the same time. And then it's like he calls the police for the same thing he just did. It's like, come on, man. Like the logic. You know what I mean? So.
But I can appreciate people being concerned and showing a level of concern.
Yeah, but look, as long as I'm not on the property, trespassing, disorderly conduct, all that.
That's why I said you're allowed to do it.
It's like
I just don't want you to get hit by a
no, I'm not gonna get hit, dude. I'm in my late 30s, man. I have 2 kids. I know how to cross the road, man.
So the big aspect was I just don't want people to think that you're a security officer for over there.
Look, I can't identify as a police officer. I would never do that. You know what I mean? This.
You can see how it could possibly.
You know what? But if
That's
they.
why when I came up to you.
Yeah. But I mean, they came out. They didn't even have an issue. I don't know if they called. But that was about over a half hour ago. And then he got into my business and, you know what I mean, went from there. And it's like, dude, just go about your day, man. He's like, oh, see something, say something. And that's what the government's created, man. It's just fair, you know?
I see it from both sides.
Look, I could see if I was actually doing something like really suspicious or like breaking into cars or, you know, going onto property that I shouldn't be on. Then I could see somebody calling, you know what I mean?
It's just like the thing that, like, when you said, like, you were video recording him, so he came out and started taking pictures of you. It kind of annoyed you that he's coming up.
No. That did not annoy me. I cannot be a hypocrite out here, man. I can't be afraid of other people taking pictures of me when I'm doing the same. I can't do that. You know what I mean? That's like me breaking the law, right? When I'm trying to hold you guys accountable for your job and government and so forth.
When you said to us, like, you just wanted to be left alone and do your thing.
That's it.
Yeah, but he also wanted the same thing. So that's the
I didn't bother him, though. That's the problem. I wasn't even near his business.
I think it's just because you were right next to it.
I was way over here. I wasn't even near him. You know what I mean? All right, so you did tell him that everything's all right, that it, you know.
If you end up needing something, give us a shout.
All right, awesome. You got a business card? Sorry, do you have a business card? Now, are you a sergeant or? Okay. What are the stripes?
One would be senior patrolman, 2 is master patrolman.
Okay. All right. You gonna be a sergeant one day? No, you don't want to babysit?
I don't know if I will. I don't like to assume anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right, man. Well, hey, be safe, guys. I really appreciate it. All right. Thank you. You too. Not bad, Nashua. Not bad. Did not consent to a search. Beautiful dog. I'm gonna stay out of the way over here. He's putting his seatbelt on.
Go ahead.
Kudos to him.
You can see one thing just falling up at USPS.
You know, I think they're learning. I don't think that they have any. Have a good one, man. Be safe. I think they've learned. I think they're learning. I don't know if it's the academy or just police training in general at the police department. We have a TUFA here. We got a TUFA. Is that your IQ or?
Don't do it.
Looks real good for the company, flipping a member of the public off.
Why are you doing this?
Why'd you flip me off?
Pointed at me for no reason at all.
John, Karen alert. Hello. I'm what? Clara? Claire. Hi, Claire.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey, I'm fine, thanks. Can I just ask, like, who you're with, what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm just taking pictures, video.
Of private property?
Well, yeah, there's a reason now. One of your staff members couldn't mind their own business
And-
about what I was doing over there on postal property.
Okay.
That's not our staff. That's not even our company.
Okay, I'm not even talking to you, first of all, so don't interrupt, please. So he felt the need to call the police for me taking pictures and video in public. Okay, that had nothing to do with your business, for one. And then he made his business mine, so I started recording because I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know who he is or what he's capable of, and this is for my safety at this point. So I think the police came. They were very respectful, professional. They told him that, look, just leave him alone. He's allowed to do what he's doing. He's not on your property.
Yep.
And then that's just the way it is. Do you work here?
Yes, I do.
You do work here. Are you our supervisor?
No.
Okay. Well, not that I took offense to it, okay, because it is a First Amendment right to, free speech to flip people off.
Yeah, and I
But
don't,
to work for the company and then flip somebody off who has nothing to do with them, okay, is very, very unprofessional. So that's not going to look good for your company,
I
to
would
be
agree
honest.
with you that it is,
Yeah,
but
then
you
you shouldn't do it.
that's
Well, you can't tell me what to do and where to point my camera, for one.
Well, no, but I am asking respectfully.
Yeah.
This is private property.
I get it. I'm not on your
It's
property.
managed by RJ Kelly.
Yep. So is that real estate?
They lease space to us.
Okay.
Okay, and so they lease space to all of the other units here.
Yeah, fine.
And so my issue with you
Yeah.
is that if people are in the parking lot,
Yeah.
that they should have a right to be. We had to.
No,
come
there's no,
because of the-
there's no privacy in public, first of all. And to be honest, I wouldn't have even pointed my camera over here if whoever that was that came out here to call the police on me and not mind their business about what I was doing. You would have never been on camera. Nobody. Oh, I know I can.
And I'm not.
I know.
debating that
The U.S. Constitution has allowed me to.
I'm not trying to debate that.
I'm not either.
I'm not trying to pick a fight.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I'm not either.
understand why you were just putting a camera on this building.
Well, because whoever works here, or whoever that contractor is, or whoever's allowed on that property that called the police on me has made it my business now, when they should have just minded their own. And if they did that, I wouldn't even be here right now speaking to you. I highly doubt it.
So is there a reason that you're doing this?
Yeah, now I'm trying to prove my point. That, well, yeah, freedom of the press, Well, I'm associated by myself, yeah. I mean, I work independently.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was actually doing a story. Just the shiny badges don't grant extra rights. So this is to put police on notice that their badge doesn't, give them the authority to exceed their,
Okay.
you know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's just to put them on notice.
Okay.
That, just because they have a shiny badge doesn't mean that, much to me, because I'm not breaking the law. I'm not on, and look, I'm not here to go on your property. I know it's private property. Unless you invite me on, which I have no business to be on your property, I don't see a reason. I don't see a problem here. But, if you see a camera, I mean, just keep driving. You know how many people that I've gotten on the street and just driving by, waving hi and everything else, and they just keep it going because I'm minding my business.
I can appreciate that. I'm not suggesting that you're doing anything illegal. It's not my issue at all.
No.
I just would prefer that you keep your camera off of the people.
I would prefer that whoever that was that is on your property not call the police on me for a constitutionally protected right.
So each of these units
So-
is owned by a different company.
Okay.
So I don't control their personnel. So I can't speak about.
Well, he knows now.
And hopefully they'll stop. And then I would ask respectfully that, given that is his issue with you and not ours, that you just refrain from.
Well, I can record anybody and anything I can see in public, and nobody's going to stop me. So
Well, it's
I'm not going to put my rights aside because of people's uncomfortability or their feelings. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't have any rights in this country. You know what I mean?
I should have the right to be on my company's property.
Yeah.
And not worry about someone. Don't
Then
we have as many
go in the building. You're on camera everywhere you go. You have cameras on that building. There's cameras on this building. There's cameras on that building. We're on camera everywhere we go. Mine's no different. So
Then we'll come to disagree. And
well, there's nothing to disagree on. I mean, I'm gonna do what I want to do and what I'm legally able to do by law, and there's nothing anybody, not even the police, can do about it. And now I'm here to prove my point because whoever that was, it makes this country a safer place. Yeah. So who does she work? Who do you work for?
that is none of your business.
Okay. All right.
Have a good day.
Oh, yeah, take that with you then, okay? Very unprofessional. Not gonna look very great on social media. All right, everybody. So that's going to be it over here today at the United States Post Office in Nashua, New Hampshire for our First Amendment audit. It is the distribution center where a lot of complaints have gone through Google regarding people's packages. That is the reason why I'm out here today. But there was a twist to the story. Obviously, if you've seen the video all the way through, this company over here, over on Salina Avenue, it is leased out by R.J. Kelly. There was a gentleman here who just could not mind his own business, asking me about my badge and what I'm doing and who I am. And he just kept going like this to me. And, you know, like it really mattered. I mean, he could have just went about his day. A whole bunch of other people did. And he had to put his business into mine. So he became the story I wasn't even here for, which is hilarious because I was here for the post office. 4 individuals or so came out, asking me questions, you know, not really being too hostile with me. I don't think ended up calling the police department. I do have to pull records regarding that, if it is in this video or not at the time. But I am going to be pulling the public records, obviously, for radio communications and reports and 911 calls from this business park over here. Like I said, he just couldn't mind his own business. The police department was great. Not too much in the past. Go check out New Hampshire. I think I have a playlist. I think they earned that. I think that's going to be it over here today. I appreciate your support. Please make sure you go like, share, and subscribe to my channel at Press NH Now. Also, check out my playlist to see some videos you might not have seen in the past. Hit that like button. Let all your friends and family know about my activism in and around the New England area. Always check your description. All links are included. Donations are greatly appreciated. They do help me continue my activism in and around the New England states. Till the next one, guys. Press NH Now. Peace. Check out these next 2 videos.
One moment.
And you strengthen America's economy. Small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy.
But pardon me, Madam Vice President. The question was, how are you going to pay for it?
Well, one of the things is I'm going to make sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes. It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations. And I plan on making that fair.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the Quartering. I hope you have an absolutely wonderful day, although it's Monday, and so I know a lot of you are just listening to my videos to get through the grind of the day. I 100% understand that. I've got good news for you. That's right. Great news for you. Kamala Harris just plummeted in the voting odds pools, and the poll makers are hiding the latest data. Meanwhile, SNL made fun of her. She went on Call Her Daddy podcast. The podcast lost thousands of followers. I was completely eviscerated in the comments and did a bumbling 60 Minutes interview that could only be described as the worst tasting word salad that's ever been word saladed. I guess I don't know. When I think about word salad, I don't think about the flavor of it. But nonetheless, that's that. So, of course, NBC chose not to show Elon Musk at the Cowboys-Steelers game. We've got people like Antonio Brown. Avoid it, but I decided to instead go down with the boys, and YouTube did get me within minutes of everyone else. The Trump Elon rally, I think, was particularly powerful because, well, quite frankly, it was probably the most watchable rally in history. Would you think that that's hyperbole to say?
Probably pretty close to it.
Gotta be, right? Like,
yeah,
70,000 live plus 500,000 watching live on the internet. Plus, I think they also were like simulcasting it on like actually mainstream news outlets, I think. Somebody told me they were sharing it on.
Yeah,
like,
actually,
CNN.
CNN and I think MSNBC actually covered it as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so that definitely had to be one of the biggest moments. And I don't know, like we've often said on this channel that like Poly Market and these gambling sites are just they show like velocity and the emotional feelings. They're probably just as reliable as political polls, but to use them like directionally, I think is an okay thing to do. And there is something pretty amazing that happened this morning. I mean, I don't know if Trump opened a flippin' massive lead. I don't know what happened. Like,
yeah, he's gained double digits in some of the states actually at this point.
Yeah, and look at this. Like, he now has 53.6. It's 53.6 to 45.6. That's 8 points when he's up by 8 when Kamala Harris was up by 2 before the Butler rally. So that's a 10-point swing.
They've begun diverting.
It's wild when you look at when you look at the like it actually Trump got all the way up to like 54.5.
I just keep freezing.
So he was a full point even higher than this. Somebody came in. I don't know how these things work because it's weird because it says that there's been like $1 trillion bet.
Oh, God.
Well, it says 340 million on Trump and 270 million on, check that, $500 million bet. Now, these are not American citizens. This is all over the world. They're taking people's money. But this is as low, like Harris had a mini dead cat bounce here. They call it in the market. Like she bottomed out at 45.2, then bounced back up to 40. What is this? 46.9. But now she's had it right back down. She's back at 45.6 now. It's hard to imagine this being anything but the Butler rally, right? Like this, either that or one of the things we talked about was that essentially Donald Trump just had to wait out Kamala Harris and then eventually she would be forced to talk. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
She was forced to talk, and she went out on 60 Minutes. Set Tim Walz on a Fox News where he got obliterated. Did a podcast about blowjobs that didn't even break 100,000 views on YouTube.
They've been doing the show together twice a week for a while.
How'd you know I smell like potatoes today, Landon? I just had potatoes for lunch. What's going on? I don't know. Like, do you think that this is the inflection point now? The hurricane, like it was like a superstorm. The hurricane, Trump's insane Butler rally.
I think it was the rally, not even the hurricane itself, but Kamala's reaction to the hurricane.
Yeah.
When
right.
she immediately started rambling about Lebanon and sending money to them, and people are having trouble getting their 750 maximum that they have to pay back and sometimes don't even qualify for. It just seems skeevy, like really skinflint.
Yeah, and they also, there was some data, voter registration data that came out today in Pennsylvania that they register Republicans at 2-1 in October, or must have been in September, 60,000 to 30,000. Now, it seems like the Trump campaign and Elon gone balls deep on Pennsylvania now.
Yeah.
Like, he rolled through Wisconsin at like noon yesterday during NFL football. And like, he'll probably be right back in Pennsylvania now.
Yeah, that was something
or
else.
Georgia.
He should probably go to both.
Trump
I
would've
think
just
his
rolled
strategy is to hit.
Yelled at the teleprompter guy, but Peter rolled with it.
Up at least one location every single day.
Yeah, I think if he just literally spent the next 30 days bouncing between Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, and maybe Michigan. That's it. You could even concede Michigan at this point. If you think you have a statistically better chance at getting Wisconsin.
I would compact them, so to speak. Like focus on maybe 4 of the swing states and really hammer away. I think Arizona would be a good one.
Yeah, did you see that where
Pennsylvania.
somehow Kamala Harris got 150,000 Arizona University people's phone numbers and texted all of them?
Yeah. And then they're trying to gaslight and say that it had nothing to do with the Harris campaign, but it mentions Harris and Walz by name.
Yeah, of course it did. Yeah.
And it's
Somebody
like,
said,
where'd they get the data from?
somebody said something's going on with locals. I see that. It says it's scheduled for 2. I don't know. Locals is wonky today. Obviously, there's
usually wonky.
Yeah, that's why I moved everything to thequartering.com. You know, shout out to the people that are doing a really good job with locals, but it just isn't fitting my needs. Yeah, we talked about this too, dude. Like, not taking Josh Shapiro has truly, like, we don't know how it would have played out with Josh Shapiro, I suppose. There was some weird, like, wasn't there like some weird murder cover up? So he had some scandal that they were afraid of, I think. No, Josh Shapiro.
Oh.
Like, it was some woman who like stabbed herself 40 times in the back and then they ruled it a suicide or something like that. I feel like yeah. I mean, the real reason she didn't take Josh Shapiro is because he's Jewish. That's the real reason.
That would have pissed off some of the left-wing voters, and she really needs them. She needs them to be able to canvass and stuff like that. Because they're going to be the younger with the outdoors and, harvest ballots.
Exactly. They're the door knockers. They're the young people. And more importantly, they are no, that is the more important part. That's the ones that are door knocking. They're the ones that are doing the canvassing. She even went on 60 Minutes yesterday and refused to call Netanyahu an ally, which, by the way, I don't disagree with. Like, allies don't just take. Like, we keep calling these people our allies. What has Israel ever done for the United States? I suppose act as our proxy war machine in the Middle East. I suppose that's fair. There is
basically it's a giant open air sort of base too, because if you wanted to invade anything in the Middle East, it would be a natural launching point because it's so central. That's
true, and you have port access.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's true. Now there is a clip. I just want to show. Like, I know the left is calling this cringy. I don't think it's. I mean, I think Elon is just naturally kind of goofy. He's kind of awkward.
Yeah, he puts on a show.
Yeah, but this clip of Elon. Check this out.
He's a great gentleman. He's done such an unbelievable job for North Carolina, for Georgia, for Alabama, for Florida, for Tennessee. His name is Elon Musk. He saved free speech. He created so many different great things. Where is he?
Yeah,
Come on
where the
up
hell
here,
is he?
Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space.
He just goes berserk back there.
Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
I love that Trump is literally his hype man. Like, he gets him jacked. And Elon doesn't get enough credit for that. I don't care if people don't like Tesla. That's fine. Okay, no one's forcing you to buy one except Kamala Harris. That's fine, but he created the only American car company in a fucking 200 years.
Yeah.
So there's that. You know what? Meanwhile, we got Kia, Toyota, Honda, all this stuff.
Asian companies, yeah, mainly.
Yeah, at least Teslas are made in America. And so you may not like them, but Tesla employs Americans, and it's an American-made product. And by the way, SpaceX is the sleeper product that he has. Obviously, the space travel is one thing, but Starlink, that is my dark horse pick. Remember, Sticks, you've talked about it before, like an Internet 2.0 or like a different internet that might exist, free from censorship.
Like a node-to-node sort of thing.
Yeah.
They've got those little, what are they called? The Raspberry Pi, I think it was called. You put it in the computer and then have like a local internet.
Yeah. Imagine like I believe that that's what Elon Musk believes Starlink can be.
Did you go?
Yeah.
Independent internet satellites, not dependent on municipalities to run cable. And I believe that he will use Starlink to also launch a cell phone at some point in the near future.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
It just makes too much sense not to do it.
They overregulate them.
It's sort of like the
trying to
jump
do
from
to them
terrestrial
now.
radio to satellite based.
They don't like him anymore.
Radio. So you can get around some of the censorship and shit.
Exactly. You get around a lot of the bullshit that the FCC has. And essentially, Starlink at any moment could create its own network that you dial into, so to speak. And you have access to almost a different kind of internet.
Not allowed.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. You have a friend that was going?
By the way, I tried to order that black hat. It was like, I went on the Trump website. It was immediately
see,
like
I'm not
high
just bagging on
volume
Trump,
orders. Can't, you know, it's going to be a
First of
month
all, I
before you
wanna
get
say
it.
what an honor it is to be here. And, you know, the true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot. Fight, fight, fight! Blood coming down the face. Now, America is the home of the brave.
I think he does pretty good. This is clearly off the cuff, too.
Yeah.
And there's no truer test than courage under fire. So that, who do you want representing America? Yeah, absolutely. And I think this election, I think it's the most important election of our lifetime. This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
Interesting, dastardly.
They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to. They want to take away your right to vote effectively. You've got 14 states now that don't require voter ID. California, where I used to live, is just passed a law banning voter ID for voting. I still can't believe that's real. So how are you supposed to have a proper election if there's no ID? It's just meaningless. And free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And if
Trump
people
definitely
don't
has a
know
teleprompter. They're right. You can
what's
see them
going
in the
on, if they
video.
don't know the
They're right
truth,
here.
how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Paste.
President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America.
So he goes on and says something pretty important at the end, something that I think Trump's been sucking at in his rallies that he needs to do better. And it's like this message
Register
here.
to vote. I'm being repetitive for your social media, everything. Get them to register to vote right now. Only 2 days left for Georgia and Arizona. Only a couple weeks left in Pennsylvania. And if they're not registered to vote, it doesn't matter at that point. Register to vote. I'm being repetitive for a reason, okay? So Nothing is more important. And a lot of people think maybe the vote doesn't count. Well, it does. Okay? It does. It matters. And this election could be decided by 1,000 votes. A tiny margin. So get everyone you know to register to vote. I believe it's swapthevote.com. I believe that's the site. And double check that your registration is good. Don't take it for granted. I'm just being repetitive about this point because it is the one takeaway more than anything that will matter is getting those registrations and then getting everyone you know to actually vote. That is what will decide this election, especially in Pennsylvania. So thank you, and honestly, you want to just be a pest, just be a pest to everyone you know, people on the street everywhere. Vote, vote, vote. Fight, fight, fight. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
I mean, he's right. That's one thing that Trump hasn't done a great job on. He did say it yesterday in Wisconsin.
He needs to say a lot more.
Yeah, like 70,000 people at your rally. That's cool. That's cool and all, but they're already voting for you. So he's got to like tell them, hey, leave here and go harvest a ballot. Like, I stood over and watched my brother-in-law register to vote on Saturday. I'm like, hey, register to vote. Like, then after he's registered, now I can harass him nonstop to go vote.
Yeah.
And he's right that if you don't register to vote, not every state has same-day voter registration.
I think Georgia and Arizona do though.
I don't.
Oh no, they don't.
Yeah. So I think Wisconsin does, but like Georgia and Arizona do not. So there is a reason that 150,000 text messages from Kamala Harris yesterday, like, they just cheat. If Trump did that, they'd be taking him to court.
Yeah.
Like, guaranteed. Gold 818 says, glad to see Clank is out of the clink. Shout out to your Discord mods who have been very supportive. Also, I will be on the call-in show later. Keep up the good work, Jeremy. Shout out, yes. Remdog 1138 says, gents, today's cartoon has the world's worst traffic cop, Alejandro Mayorkas. Instagram and X at Remdog1138. All the best. Yeah, give him a follow. Bystander Syndrome says, I refuse to believe that Trump is up. I'm still harvesting at least 10 ballots. That's the best way to do it. That's the correct attitude. Biwu says, Sticks, when I was a teen, my pastor said, Dems were a party of Satan. I thought he was joking. Now, they seem to summon storms and disease. Do you think the hurricane will cost Trump, Florida, and North Carolina people not being able to vote?
No, because I think that the reaction to them has been so pissed poor by the administration that for every person that's not going to be able to vote, you've got another person that
90
says, well, screw this. And says,
Yeah, I'm also...
voting or I'm voting for Trump.
Yeah, I'm 100% not black-pilled about the hurricanes affecting the vote. I think that's just cope by the Democrats. They're
I
like,
think that
oh,
they're
look
trying
at
to
the red
blackpill-
areas.
They're trying to blackpill by putting that out there.
Yeah, Trump voters will crawl over broken glass to go vote. Like, they're like, well, North Carolina is mostly Republican areas. Well, in case people don't forget, I think this was in 2016.
They have a Democrat governor.
I think they'll go and set up tents in those towns. Like, they'll get the votes. Like, those people will be able to vote, and they're going to vote Trump. And anyone who isn't directly affected by it will be, like Stick said, even more likely to actually vote.
Salad.
That was
Fried chicken nuggets.
Take over the show. I gotta grab this call apparently.
All right.
Whoop.
Yeah, we're talking about all sorts of crazy voting demographics. I personally believe that the storms may actually help Donald Trump actually more than they help the Democrats. Tell the truth. Asheville and Boone are also blue hippie areas, as Ultra Chase 513. Yeah. Some people don't realize in urban areas you're going to get more liberal voters. And those places.
Duke City's in that area picking up bodies right now. He said there's thousands more than that have been reported.
Has got, crushed just as much as the rural areas did. A lot of it's infrastructural damage, like, bridges washed away, things like that.
I'm getting anxiety with the power of Pisa, of all the boxes I have the stuff. So, yeah, get it. Yeah, send them on out. That's perfect. All right, thanks.
I'm not going to send him another reminder. Piss him off. I've already got one scheduled.
Yeah.
I guess he's got the Leaning Tower of Pisa in his remains.
Thanks so much. All right, bye. Okay. Trump.
You forgot to mute, and everyone heard about the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
No, that's okay. I knew it was on the Trump cookbooks. They just called to say like, "Hey, can we ship half your order today and half of it tomorrow?" I'm like, that's 100% fine. Like I have to ship 2,000 of them, so I'm like having mad anxiety about that. So I'm like, get them here, so I can bang out the first 500 the first day, and then when the rest of the books come, that's fine.
Will you give me a second to use the bathroom?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Sending prayers to the people in Florida. Milton is category 5 now. FEMA won't.
No, they're saying it's going to be category 5.
Help them. Yeah. Is it it's category 5 now?
No.
Alicia says, I convinced my mother to vote in this election. She hasn't voted for decades now. That's how we win. Great job. That's how we win. And if everybody watching, gets one person, and that could swing a whole state. It really is that real. Yeah. Is it really? Is it still looking like it's going to hit Florida? Or is there still a chance it might miss?
I get it, but kid's pretty responsible.
Is there a chance it might miss still?
There are no fries. We got no fries. It's all salad.
Today is the last day to vote in Texas.
Mostly salad.
No, register probably, not
A
vote.
bowl of chicken. Fried chicken chunks. There's a ton of salad here. I've already been eating on it for a while.
Yeah. Tampa is straight in the way. Let's go right down. Definitely hitting us in Florida, near Tampa, maybe. Today is the last day to register vote in Texas. Correct. It's going to hit Florida, and I'm in the direct path. Oh, boy. Hopefully it weakens. Not going to miss.
Fucking Barron Trump is 6'9".
Oh, they told the kids in the dorms to evacuate too? No chance of it missing, but it could weaken. It looks projected to make landfall as category 3. Is that I mean, I don't know a lot about hurricanes because I don't live in like hurricane country. Like, what was Helene when it made landfall?
I think it was a 4.
What was Helene when it made landfall?
Ryan Hall, y'all thinks it may hit. This new one may hit a Category 5 though.
4 to 5. Okay. Well, hopefully it gets down to like a 2. That would be nice. It was Category 4. Okay. So 3 is a little bit better. Category 3 is nothing for Florida. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully. Pennsylvania voter registration website is under maintenance from 6 p.m. until midnight. Helene was so bad because it had so much rain in it. Okay. Why does Rumble Chat suck so hard? I don't think so. Rumble Chat seems fine.
Yeah.
We get hurricanes. We get tornadoes here. Who says I was being facetious, by the way? Oh, I don't think they can actually summon these things. I was just worried that people will be washed away or deleted. Well, that is an interesting narrative that's going on around the storm. You know? Katrina was Category 3. I guess it just depends. You know. Maybe it'll drop to a 2.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever seeing one start in the Gulf and move east. Well, probably space lasers, you know. Hey, by the way, while Styx is away, I'll remind our goal for members on thequartering.com is 38, carrying over from yesterday. We have 14, so we're 24 shy. Let me tell you what you're going to get if you join as a member on thequartering.com. You're going to get exclusive content, members only videos only available on thequartering.com. Styx and I will be filming one today, I believe, about October surprises, what they are, what their origin is, and what they might be this time around. Melanie and I did one. I did one this weekend, so both of those will probably be live today. You also get access to me in a private Discord and the private Discord community, so you can talk directly to me every day. I know Melanie's in there. Maybe I can get Luddite Styx to join, although I am not optimistic. Also, you can call into the show. Also, I'm working on everyone who sponsors on the show to give you better discounts. So right now, Coffee Brand Coffee, you get 20% off. So if you're a Coffee Brand Coffee buyer, that basically pays for your subscription. You get 15% off Biltong if you're a member. And then you're going to get, I think, 25% off Sheath when you're a member. All separate promo codes for members. So I'm going to try to give you enough money to save so so that it doesn't really cost you anything. So just go to thequartering.com and you'll see a members only button. Today's goal is, carrying over from yesterday, 24 heroes to go. Go to thequartering.com, join the members section. Now, Styx, I thought it was interesting that we didn't have any polling data come out Sunday. You follow this more than me.
Yeah.
Normal? Where the hell are the polls, bro?
Normally, you don't get updates on Sundays.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Our RCP doesn't even update the news docket generally on Sundays unless it's something really big.
They put in 2 new ones today. Yahoo News shows.
I got him last week.
Wait, this is a battleground.
You remember I even told you about
national.
Dillers?
Yahoo News shows it at bad for Kamala. INI shows it at Harris plus 3, which would be very good for Kamala. Although they have a margin of error of 3.2, so that's within the margin of error. She certainly isn't up 6, I can tell you that much.
They need 5 people for Thursday.
And then the only other October polls.
I was like, great, I have a 5.
We have Emerson.
And then she's like, they
NPR,
must pass a B either. They must pass a background.
Just to put that in
Yes,
perspective,
so,
this week
and I was
in
like,
history,
yeah,
Joe Biden was up 10.
So then she texts me, and that maybe I shouldn't even be telling you.
I forgot how big
This is not a race.
Joe Biden was crushing.
You know,
in the
you work
2020
as a
election.
team. That's
And
why
keep in
I'm
mind-
like telling you. And they must pass their E-Verify.
And he barely won.
And
He only won by
and
like
this is
80,000
crazy,
votes.
'cause it- like a time passed, almost like it
So
just
at this point, if
or something. Like it was like 10 minutes later, and she like texted me that, and she's like, "This is
polls
not
are
a
to be
race."
relied upon
And
the
if they're
aggregate
from the
of these.
Finley area, they will be going to Finley.
Okay.
And then I
Yeah,
was
and
like,
Clinton was up 5.
"Yeah, like I talked to you."
Clinton was up
last week
4.7 at this
about
day in
these
history in
people.
law.
Those are who I'm talking about. Backgrounds are already done.
Harris is only up
E-Verify's already
2.1.
done. I'm not in the race. I already told you about it, and they're from the
I think most people say she's got to be in the +3 or more on the national
That was
polling
kinda
to have a
shitty.
Yeah.
Like,
chance.
Yeah, I'm pretty
to
sure Jessica said
the
something.
electoral
had to,
colleges.
like she really had to.
If we look at the swing states, we don't
I
have
was
any,
kind of like, I drink.
we don't have any good information.
So I didn't say either.
No.
I said they're
With
not.
Wisconsin, the polling there is always
I was
low.
like,
You
shit,
remember
when I
the
read it in the morning, I was like, damn, I should have had said it. like that.
2016
Now
Republican
I
primaries when Trump
insinuated,
was up considerably, but
like myself, like if she would have.
Ted Cruz ran away with it.
Yeah.
And I think in the
But I
general,
was just like,
also,
I am working as a team.
Clinton was favored to
And
win.
like you even knew about this. I know you have a shit
And
ton
Trump
of
won.
shit on your plate.
Yeah, Clinton was up 6.
So
Well, especially, but the thing is, when she has all that on her plate, she doesn't need
And
Jessica in her
now
ears.
she straight out told me, this is
If you're Kamala Harris, that's
kind of it
devastating.
is.
Yeah, whoever can,
Right?
we fill it
If
as
you look
fast
at
as we can.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah, so like if you're saying like I'm having
where Trump is going balls
the
deep,
conversations on Thursday.
it's currently tied. Okay,
Like that was
there hasn't been any polling since the 28th, so there hasn't been any polling since the hurricane.
And I don't want Jessica to go with that. I called and I rescheduled her appointment.
So I think it's safe to assume,
Yeah, I don't need her trying to come
or
in
since Butler.
to have their
So I
friends
think
go
it's
with
safe
her
to assume
all the way in Finley.
that Kamala
Which
Harris
I
has
don't
not
agree with,
improved her
but,
position.
If she made that comment to Gina, our boss,
Yeah.
where Gina,
But let's say even if it is just tied,
Clinton
Clinton was up 7.5.
Don't even listen to it.
But you know what I mean? I just felt like that was kind of like shitty.
Yeah.
Kamala
We're not saying
Harris
anything.
is
We're
zero.
still IS.
Yeah. I mean,
If you look at
our
North
team.
Carolina,
Well,
which I think
sometimes,
Trump will
I
carry,
mean, just like when we're working together, you're doing a lot of the other extra jobs. I'm focusing
Trump
on
currently
even
leads.
trying to help out when
Again,
with other
no
stuff.
good polling in the last 10 days.
I don't think,
But
you know,
Clinton
when
was
you
up
said
2.
I already got all 5, I was like, great, because I just heard about it this
6.
morning.
Michigan,
Great.
It's, and I know because
Monica just
she
told
had-
me about it this morning. She said, "Oh, we're gonna have to have 5 people."
same
for
thing, no
Thursday."
good polling in the last 10 days.
She hadn't even heard yet.
Oh, I-
Harris is up 0.7. Clinton was
That's
up
great.
7. I mean,
Huge swing.
I mean, now one thing I will tell people, you tell me what you think about this, Sticks. I think obviously the idea of the secret Trump voter isn't nearly as big in 2016 as it was in 2024 as it was in 2016.
True.
I'm pretty sure that like that's why I try to like temper people. The one like caveat to that might be that there is a new batch of secret Trump voters. Like a new batch of secret Trump voters that the hurricane has flipped or abandoning Biden has flipped.
Yeah.
You may also have the secret apathetic voter. And that's what, and again, I don't have any science behind this. But I would
Yeah.
say like people that are just like, yeah, I like Harris, but they're not getting out of their way to go vote for her. They're not
Yeah.
going,
Their
they're not
their
gonna show
turnout
up.
will be much lower.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe it'll be lower than in 2016. Like, or similar to it. Hillary Clinton had the same problem. People hated her. But she at least polled well. This next 30 days for Kamala Harris is an eternity. like a literal eternity. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, is there any coming back from this? By the way, West 36 just joined as a member. Thank you so much. Is what if you're Kamala Harris? If you're advising Kamala Harris, after you tell her to stop talking, is there anything that she can do to flip this? Because I think it's only going to get worse on this current trajectory.
If I were advising Harris, I would say pound away at 3 or 4 of the swing states, just enough to get you over 270. Ignore the rest and stop going on the ridiculous talk shows because you're talking mainly to an echo chamber. Like I can't imagine that the average person watching the What Is It Spank Me Daddy podcast, whatever the heck it is, I can't imagine that they're on the fence with regards to who they're going to vote for.
Yeah, that's why I like Trump going on Lex Friedman or Trump going on that comedian. Because like those are not audiences. Like Trump coming on our show is going to it'll be great for us, but it's not going to convince anybody to vote for him.
Yeah.
So her going on the Call Me Daddy, which is a show literally about being a whore, or her going on 60 Minutes. Did you see what happened to her on 60 Minutes? She got live fact checked pretty badly. Overall, you see here. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Thought I had it. Do. Where is this? Oh, here. Wait, that's not the one I wanted. I wanted the one where the dude's like, "How are you, bitch? How are you gonna get the money?" Here. Wait,
Seems that
this is one of her answers on 60 Minutes.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Well, Bill, the work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
Seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening.
Like, what?
I was even saying. Oh.
Yeah. What was she even? Like, I think I had. Where was this? Kamala 60 Minutes. Where is this?
Plenty of fodder for humor, that's for sure.
Yeah, here it is. This one.
My plan is about saying that when you invest in small businesses, you invest in the middle class and you strengthen America's economy. Small businesses are part of the backbone of America's economy.
But pardon me, Madam Vice President. The question was, how are you going to pay for it?
Well, one of the things I'm going to make sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes. It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations. I plan on making that fair.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
But the real world includes...
How are you going to get this through Congress?
You know, when you talk quietly with a lot of folks in Congress, they know exactly what I'm talking about because their constituents know exactly what I'm talking about. Their constituents are those firefighters and teachers and nurses.
I mean, he literally was like, it was literally like, well, how are you going to pay for it? Well, we're going to tax the rich. Bitch, you know they're not paying. So how are you going to pay for it? Well, I don't know.
We're going to get it through Congress. How? Constituents.
It's the same nonsense as when she talks about restoring Roe v. Wade. Her entire platform is young women who want to have their abortions, and they're dumb enough to not know what the Supreme Court is. They're literally running on that. Like, Donald Trump took away your ability to abort your babies. When I'm in office, I'll get it back. That's not how it works. Like
she's angling to be an imperial president.
Yeah.
Ruled by executive order and so forth.
Which won't work, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court. Here you have her refusing to say if Netanyahu is an ally, which of course I don't know. If
Do we have a real close ally in Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important alliance between the American people and the Israeli people? And the answer to that question is yes.
Do we have a real close ally in Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think, with all due respect, the better question is, do we have an important...
So in other words, I don't want to answer the question. I don't want to anger my left-wing constituents, and I don't want to anger Jewish Americans and Jews.
She's like bending and twisting and turning in the wind because she has no position.
Well, she does. It's just that if she names her position, she pisses somebody off.
Yeah,
whereas with Trump, he's like, yeah, I'm pro-Israel.
Yeah, I'm pro-Israel. Deal with it. Some people won't like it, but at least I've taken the position. She is just like, let me
think about it.
Yeah, here's FEMA, by the way. Ketchum just joined as a member. Thank you very much.
What?
New York City VOAD, Voluntary
This is as loud as it
Organization for
gets.
Active in Disaster, has a diversity, equity, and inclusion and anti-discrimination pledge that is required for the VOAD members. I suggest that everyone contact New York City VOAD, get a copy of it.
It's lovely to know that FEMA is going to I think he froze up. Oh, there he is.
Our once per show.
It's wonderful to know that FEMA is prioritizing LGBTQ people.
Yeah, they're all suffocating under mud and water. The gays are the double victims. Now, by the way, these natural disasters, pretty sure, are generally when you display a lot of like humanity. Like, people don't care about who you voted for. It's like people helping people. Instead, they're worried about people's pronouns. This is a different call, by the way, that says that people who are LGBTQ are double victims.
Sparked a few things in my mind, thinking about preparedness and how you said, LGBTQIA people and people who have been disadvantaged already are struggling. They already have their own things to deal with. So you add a disaster on top of that. It's just compounding on itself.
They should get double the money, I think.
Maybe, the why.
Only double, you bigot. It should be triple.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. I repent.
We're not paying attention to this community. Thank you so much. Maggie.
Thank you. There are a couple of things that are intersecting in my mind here. One of them is the culture of
Gender
emergency
ideology?
management as an organization, as an industry in the United States specifically, not abroad. This has, and my cat sometimes does this, she gets really loud suddenly, so you'll have to just allow.
Of course she has a cat.
Give it a second, I got a call coming in, I got to.
Yep, go ahead.
The shift that we're seeing right now is a shift in emergency management from utilitarian principles where everything is designed for the greatest good for the greatest amount of people to disaster equity. But we have to do more, right? And so this topic is intersecting, I think, with a number of other topics where we have to look at policies and understand to what extent they have disadvantaged communities that had less assets, communities that had pre-existing vulnerabilities in accessing
So if this is
disaster relief.
FEMA, by the way, this isn't just like some woke weirdos, right? This is actually FEMA doing a call about how gay people suffer more. By the way, while Styx takes a call, can we get? I don't think 22 is reasonable. It's Monday. I hit it pretty hard over the weekend. But can we get 10 new members? I'm going to show you, by the way, what if I show you how you can make an easy $50? Would you join? What if I showed you how you could make hundreds of dollars for free? And I'm being dead serious. If I showed you this hack that no one else is showing you, would you join the quartering.com/members right now? Will you commit? This is not bullshit. I'm going to show you how you can make money right now. Hundreds of dollars. At quartering.com/members. I'm going to show it to you. And you're going to see that I'm not full of shit. Okay? Can you explain the difference between the basement and quartering.com? Quartering.com is going to be the only place I eventually support. I'm supporting the basement because many of them already paid, but I'm asking them when renewal time comes to go to the quartering. Okay, ready? I'm going to show you. It's not a pyramid scheme. Okay? Elon Musk. This link is in the description right now. Okay? I understand why you're interested. You don't have to pay me any money to make this. Okay? Elon Musk's PAC. Okay? Is paying you $47 per person. You can get to sign this in a battleground state. $47 per person. You can make hundreds of dollars. All this is Elon Musk's super PAC. It's linked in the description. Okay. Here's what you're going to do. And I'm going to show you how to make money, and I'm going to show you how to help hurricane victims. Okay? Ready? And don't wait, because I assume there's a dollar limit that they're set to give out. Okay? The First and Second Amendment guarantees freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. By signing below, I'm pledging my support for the First and Second Amendments. In appreciation for your support, you will receive $47 for every registered voter that you refer to sign this petition. So you could make thousands of dollars, right? Their goal is 1 million, which means they've dedicated $47 million for this. The program is exclusively open to registered voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. So if you go to this website, and by the way, if you also want to help Hurricane, this is Elon's thing. It's not a scam. Make sure you put that the quartering@gmail referred you, and I will take every dollar that I get from this to send to hurricane victims. So you'll make money. Hurricane victims. Have you seen this, Sticks? Elon is paying $47 per person who signs this agreement. And by the way, so everyone who's going to sign it right now, with the quartering@gmail.com, if 1,000 people sign up, that's 50 grand we could send to hurricane victims. But then once you sign up, you should sign up other people to make money. So Redline, sign up and say you referred me. You know, I was referred by you. Then you go and tell people to refer. It's linked in the description. It's like, it's literally free money. I showed you now I don't know if there's a limit on how much you can earn from it or what the case is, but it is real. Here's Elon's tweet. It's not from a fake Elon account. Sign our petition to support the Constitution. Earn $47 per every person that you refer to sign this petition if they're in a swing state. The goal is to get 1 million voters in swing states to show support for free speech. That's $47 million up for grabs. So if you live in Texas, you might know somebody in a swing state, though. So register and then tell somebody that you know in that state, and then you'll get the $50. Okay?
Cha-ching.
Yeah, there you go. And make sure you put the quartering@gmail.com as you refer, and I will take that money and give it to hurricane victims. I won't keep any of it. How about that? There you go. Very, very easy. Okay. So now that I've showed you the infinite money glitch, you got to go sign up on the quartering. The other, other stuff, the news is kind of like, it's difficult right now, but there is this clip of Dr. Phil that I wanted to share that was pretty good.
Transgender boys who might not have their own money to go buy tampons, if they're provided free in the bathroom, it's a huge plus.
Men do not menstruate. Only women menstruate. Now you can call yourself whatever you
don't
want.
menstruate, but trans men do menstruate.
No,
Same
they
as
don't.
non-binary people.
Only women.
Menstruating is not exclusive
Yes,
to
it
cis
is.
women. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So explain to me as to why my body
if your chromosomes are XX and you're young, menstruate. If you're XY, you don't.
Correct, but what about trans men and non-binary?
They're
We're
not men.
excluding a whole.
Like, I love that. I love that Dr. Phil's like based era. I don't know.
I'm still not a big fan of Dr. Phil.
I mean, it's not like I watch his show.
He's
But
sort of like the middle class version of Springer.
Yeah, but I loved Springer, bro. Like, you can't hate Springer. Springer was one of the best of all time. Former judge, I believe, right?
I don't know.
Or mayor. He was a mayor before the TV show. An infinite money glitch that isn't called check fraud. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know why it's legal or how it's legal, but I signed up right away. I mean, where do you see, we've got 30 days left. The major news was Kamala Harris did a bunch of podcasts and bombed. And because of that, it's now 53.6 to 45.6, a full 8-point difference.
Yeah.
That's the biggest lead that Trump's had on Kamala since she entered the race. That's big. Now, again, it's just a gambling site. I bet you Predict It still has her up significantly because they had her up like 15 cents. Oh, awfully close now. 53.51. So I wonder what.
Yeah, she declined quite a bit there.
Yeah, she was up like 15 points on Trump, if I remember correctly. She was up bigly on Trump, and this is still, again, shows DeSantis and Joe Biden and Buttigieg on here. So I mean, obviously DeSantis would go to Trump, Buttigieg would go to Kamala. So I mean, I guess it's about even. What do infinite money glitch worked for me. Used Control-Shift-C. Yeah, right. Yeah. Sign the petition, I don't know if I'm going to donate whatever money we raise, but you guys can get that free money from Elon. Why wouldn't you? I think that actually is a genius plan by Elon. That's a lot of money, $47 million to commit to that. Just to sign a petition. I suspect he wants to then email spam you to go vote for Trump. But okay, fine, who cares? I'm already going to vote for Trump. And I'm in a battleground state. So I don't know.
Unfortunately, my vote doesn't matter because in the state of Vermont, that's clearly going to go Kamala.
Yeah, and you're not.
It was the only state that went for Nikki Haley in the GOP primaries along with DC. So.
Oh, that's right, Nikki Haley. God, she's insufferable. There's a big call for white. Remember white dudes for Harris? You ever wonder where that went? It completely disappeared.
They couldn't find any white dudes for Harris.
Yeah, I mean they got a couple of dork. Someone said I just tried texting everyone the America Pack link and it's being censored. None of the links of the text will go through. I had spaces and
I'm getting another call.
Yep, your thing. Yep. I assume his sticks is dealing with court shit today. So there, I just shared with you the infinite money glitch, and we've got Teslata just joined, Master T5 joined, Alex, Brayton, and Jane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 new members. We're getting close. That takes us to 21. That's right. So we're only 17 short right now. I knew Sticks would be distracted during the call today, just because he's dealing with court stuff and all that kind of stuff. How's it having an indentured servant? Well, he sure has to take a lot of phone calls, you know. What do you guys think? By the way, shout out to Veebs, who sponsored the stream. It's a mobile app, okay, that you can use to make sure you don't give money to people who hate you. Promo code 4444 will give you a free trial of it, and it's also linked in the description. You just scan the UPC code of whatever product you're looking at buying. They also added travel. So if you want, your airline or your hotel and you want to make sure they don't hate you, another excellent opportunity. Download the Veebs app, available on iPhone and Android. Promo code 4444 will give you a free trial, which you should absolutely use. Everybody should have the Veebs app by now. I keep mentioning it like crazy, so make sure you do that. Sticks, if you have to dip, I understand. I know you've got some paperwork to deal with.
Oh, no, it had nothing to do with that.
Okay.
No, it was just a call from my wife.
Okay. Grab that Veebs app. What would happen if Biden went scorched earth and endorsed Trump on a revenge tour out of the White House? Not much. I don't think it would be much. I also don't think that. I don't think that he would. You know, I don't know. What do you think, Sticks?
It's hard to tell. What I hope is that when Biden, is exiting, he says, don't vote for Kamala.
That would be better.
That bitch for 4 years.
Yeah, that would be better. It would be better if he anti-endorsed Kamala. Because nobody who voted for Biden is going to suddenly be like, oh, I love Trump now.
It might get him to stay home. That would definitely throw the election to Donald.
Schultz in there says, so disappointing that both Sam Elliott and Jeff Bridges both cucked for Harris. Can't watch the movies anymore. Yeah, well, they took the bag. I can't really blame them. I think that they probably were going to vote for Kamala anyway. What do you think this means? Now, where do you think this goes, Sticks? You think that Trump opens up the lead bigger now? Or do you think it comes crashing back down to even?
I think that it evens out roughly and becomes more or less linear.
It's got to, right?
It'll narrow a little bit before Election Day, if I had to guess. But I don't think it'll be enough for Kamala.
Yeah, I don't see Trump maintaining an 8.9-point lead in the betting markets for the next 30 days. There'll be something, an October surprise, which we're going to talk about in the members video. The polling. Is there any big story that we're missing from the weekend? I feel like it was just Kamala falling apart all weekend.
Yeah, over Lebanon, that's a huge gaffe. That's at least a B+ on the gaffe scale.
Right. Do you want to inform people about that?
Yeah, contemporary to everyone flipping out over the FEMA response and over what's happening in Asheville, the $750 checks and people getting cock-blocked by FEMA and all of the other stuff going on. We've got a major domestic crisis affecting millions of people. What does Kamala post about? We're sending 137 million or something like that over to Lebanon.
Yeah, 175, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you that would have been. Now, I don't know the number, okay, what the population of people is that were directly affected by Hurricane Helene. Let's say it's 10,000.
Oh, it's way more than that.
It's more? Okay.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, well, maybe it wouldn't have gone so far then. I was like, well, if you split that up with the people that needed it. But they literally put that out during Hurricane. The worst possible moment. The worst possible moment. They put that crap out. They put that. Oh, we're giving 200 million. The crazy thing about Lebanon is, as I'm getting new to this kind of stuff, but just so people understand, we bought the bombs that we're also paying to fix.
Yeah.
In Lebanon. You got to grab that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. We bought the bombs that Israel is bombing Lebanon with, And now we're also paying to fix the holes that they left. You know what I mean? Like that's absolutely wild. Redline, $47 coming your way. I don't know how they're going to track it, but I hope that now you go register and you get some money. You know? It's absolutely positively bonkers. And it just keeps getting worse, you know? Couch Incident just joined as a member. Very cool. Thank you so much over on thequartering.com. How about the $8.7 billion to Israel? Also bad. I feel like people think I don't criticize giving billions of dollars to Israel enough. I'm pretty solidly on the record as not being a fan of that. I'm pretty solidly on the record of not wanting my tax dollars to go to Israel so they can bomb brown people. And then
what I would like is we're playing both sides on all sides.
Right. We have to pay for the bombs and then we have to pay for the cleanup. It's insanity.
Yeah,
Like,
as I pointed out yesterday, it's a shakedown. You take taxpayer money, buy bombs, give them to Israel. They bomb Lebanon. Then the contractors go in, rebuild Lebanon. And
Right.
meanwhile, all the political forces on all sides, they're embezzling a little bit on the side for themselves too.
Oh yeah, everyone's getting paid. And then it's like 200 million goes into Lebanon and like 2% of that probably gets to the people on the ground that actually need it. You know, like it's wild to me. You know, that was a huge gaffe. Saturday Night Live actually, like liberal media started turning on Kamala Harris, which is extremely rare. You know, you see here, Hurricane Milton, could it be the worst storm to hit Florida coast in 100 years? As it now strengthens to Category 5.
Yeah, it's gotten stronger than expected. Originally, they were already worried when they were saying it's going to make landfall at 3.
Yeah, 3 would have been bad. 5 will be catastrophic. You know, you see. Oh yeah, by the way, of course, Kamala goes on Call Her Daddy, and which is it's a show for like housewives to feel naughty to while they listen. Like, ooh, when you're sucking a guy's dick, do you ever look at his balls? Do you play with his balls? Like, that's the kind of stuff they actually talk about on the show. By the way, the show has 11,000 dislikes to just 6,000 likes and only 140,000 views. That's Kamala Harris. Donald
Okay, I'm
Trump,
going to ask you some rapid fire questions.
like Post Malone got 1 million views. 1 million. The average show she gets. Let's see if it's like if there's a full show. These are all clips. These all seem like clips. I don't know if her actual full show is somewhere else, but I mean, her clips are getting 1 million views, 800,000, 100,000, 125,000. And the episode with Kamala Harris comes out. It gets barely 150,000 views and gets
Former
downvoted
President
into
Trump
oblivion.
recently told women, "You will be protected and I will be your protector." What do you make of that?
You know, her dumbass people, her people wrote these questions.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Like, there's no way. This woman is used to talking about blowjobs.
I love how they're pretending that all of these appearances are unscripted.
Yeah.
She wasn't. She was certainly a presidential candidate. Never insisted on having any sort of, creative control over what was going to be asked or not asked.
Yeah, almost certainly Trump does that too. But Trump will answer, like, the whole video is only 7 minutes and 50 seconds long. Yeah. I don't know if this is part of like a longer episode or, what the situation is. King of Biltong says biltong is one of the most protein-dense foods in the world, packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. You need a healthy, high-protein snack. Get yours at BiltongUSA.com. Quartering 10 for 10% off. And if you're a Quartering.com members, there's a special promo code in there where you get 15% off. Shows in the whole is 8 minutes long. Salos Paulo says this credit card will expire this month. RIP.
So he who, when he was president, hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme
Oh my God. Kamala Harris's entire platform is abortion. That's all she has. And abortion and stupid women who won't know that the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, not Donald Trump.
But he did because he sacked a whore.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, except Barack Obama begged Ruth Bader Ginsburg to retire at 1,000,000 years old, and she absolutely refused. And it was only that opportunity that allowed Donald Trump to take a conservative lead. You know, her main platform is Spotify. Yeah, I'm sure it did pretty good for Spotify, and she probably just pooped it out on YouTube, you know, like to get maximum reach. But it's like fans blast Alex Cooper over Kamala Harris interview. Feels like propaganda. She lost thousands of Instagram followers over posting this nonsense. What she failed to understand is that there is a lot of conservative women that will like this type of content, this naughty type content, and still vote for Trump. And so she thought, oh, I'm going to run this shit.
Trump makes them feel naughty enough.
Oh, they definitely feel naughty when they're voting for him. There's no one. I had to run over to my phone because I thought he said Obama banged RBJ. No, I don't know. I mean, I thought Obama was into dudes, but I'm not sure. Don't forget to turn on locals, Jeremy. I don't know how to do it. It looks like I just picked the wrong time for the start time on locals, and I'm reading the chat, like the chat room's there. Let's see. I know someone should be. You have to put in when you blew Willie Brown. Did you take his beehole? Did you look at his beehole? That's the kind of questions that she normally asks. By the way, like, I don't think going on shitty, like Stick said, if she went on a real podcast and answered real questions, I think it could actually help her. But if she goes on a My Blowjobs Tickle the Balls podcast, I don't think that there's a lot of, I don't think there's a lot of secret Trump voters. And by the way, if it's mostly Gen Z that listens to the show, they're not voting anyway.
Yeah, the youth tends to vote at lower rates, and some of them would be probably too young to vote anyway.
Yeah, if you think it's like awesome content about blowing loads on girls' backs and stuff like that, you're probably not a voter. You're probably not like a hardcore voter. Like, it's like when they came on, like, oh my God, Taylor Swift endorsed Trump. I'm like, or endorsed Kamala Harris. I'm like, who cares?
Yeah.
She's endorsed every Democratic presidential nominee over the past 12 years. Doesn't matter. All it does is cost her some fans.
Hillary Clinton was so stunning and brave.
She really was, wasn't she? I don't think we say that enough. I don't think Hillary Clinton gets enough information about, or enough credit for being just as stunning and as brave as she is. By the way, I got the couch incident. Is there anything, like, the FEMA stuff is obviously an issue. Diddy celebrity, the Diddy stuff, I don't think Sticks or I care about. It'll be interesting to see if we get any names, but we won't. If these,
you'll get a few low-profile individuals, maybe.
Yeah. Some burnouts who don't have any power anymore, but it's still like a name worthy of a headline. They'll get tossed to the wolves, but they won't. It's not like they're going to be. It's not like Ashton Kutcher is going to get named. You know, it's not like a big name Hollywood celebrities are going to get named in this. Justin Bieber, and they're just not going to be.
I don't think Justin Bieber would have gone to, and he's more likely the bottom in that situation.
Yeah. Most people believe that he was a victim of sexual abuse from P. Diddy. That's what most people think. This lawyer, every time a lawyer says we have a bombshell to release. Just wait another week and we'll release it, in front of a giant sign with their law firm name and 800 number. I'm not exactly filled with hope that we're gonna get like some sort of deep, big reveal. This is just a scummy lawyer ratcheting up PR to get more clients and more money. This guy is not like a public defender or public prosecutor interested in justice. He's just some private lawyer. So, are they going to release any names? Probably not. It would obviously be very bad. You see this guy doing more press conferences talking about people getting paid off. Of course they were paid off. Of course, and I still believe Diddy was a burned federal asset. Like, you just won't convince me that he wasn't passing information to the feds in exchange for being allowed to, continue to operate his weird sex ring. Which, again, if it's a bunch of adults, I really don't care. It's really none of my business, and I don't care.
Yeah, but it seemed like some of the people were in it against their will, so.
Yes, that is the issue. And there were also, from what I understand, some people as young as 9.
Yeah.
So that obviously suboptimal. Like,
he's going down the R. Kelly rabbit hole.
Yeah, and that's eventually what, these guys get all this power, and eventually they get bored with banging like adults. So they just decide that they want to have sex with kids. I don't know how all that works. How do you think, do you think that these guys are like pedophiles always? Or is it like how the rabbit hole of pornography goes, where studies show most people start out watching pretty tame porn. A lot of guys start out watching like girl on girl stuff because they don't want to see a wiener ear. And then like after years of watching porn, people watch more and more hardcore stuff. Do you think it's that they just tired of banging models, so they become degenerate, or do you think they're always that way?
When I went to,
I think in some of these cases they're just completely horny all the time, and it's basically whatever they can get. And then at some point they realize, these younger ones, they're more impressionable. Then it gets younger and younger, I guess, in P. Diddy.
It must be. Yeah, I'm guessing that P. Diddy probably wasn't always a pedo. What is this now? Let's see. Black Hawk helicopter sabotaging Western North Carolina, sabotaging volunteer supply zones.
Right.
So I was like, I already know. So I'm gonna text him to see how it went.
What the hell? He lowered down to blow this stuff all around.
What the fuck, dude?
That's very weird.
Also unsurprising, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know much about militaria. I couldn't tell you if that was actually a Black Hawk or not. It doesn't look like it because I don't see guns on it. It looks like a regular military helicopter to me, but I'm not an expert. It's weird. What do you make of this? These people who are getting blocked from bringing in supplies. There was a story where FEMA was like, "Oh, well, we can't get to you because there was a road closed sign." How is this reality? Is this just ineptitude, or is this something?
It's regulatory burden more than anything else. I'm sure that many of the field agents would wish they could help more, but their higher ups won't let them.
That's kind of what I think. I don't think that these people are "Oh, we want to have Americans die." I think that there's literally a road closed sign, and whatever the standards and practices are for FEMA says, hey, you can't You can't go around it. If it says road closed, you literally can't go around it. Like,
it's an invisible barrier. It's a magic one.
yeah, I'm guessing. You know, I don't know that answer, but I suspect that it's bureaucracy more so than the people whose job it is to, you know, bail Americans out in times of need. Actively saying like, hey, let them die. I don't buy that. I know that
With Kamala, she would want that. Yeah.
Well, Kamala would be like, "Oh, those are mostly Republican areas." Yeah, there's a lot of like conspiracy theories going around that I don't necessarily buy. I think that if you've ever dealt with government, you know, if you've ever dealt with government, you know how insane the bureaucracy is, and
Or
like
the legal system at large.
yeah, or the legal system in general. So, you know, I want to say it's, you know, I want to believe that Kamala is as evil as she probably is, but I also don't think I can really weigh in on if she's like purposely letting people die. I don't know. I don't necessarily buy that. A lot of these weird videos is like maybe he was lowering down to land, couldn't find a safe spot to land or something. I wouldn't call this destroying volunteer. They blew around some empty cardboard. It's not like they fired a Hellfire in there and blew it up. So I don't know. I don't know. Have you been following the lithium stuff?
Lithium stuff? No.
There's some theories around. You obviously have never dealt with FEMA. They don't care. I've worked with them. Okay, fair. I haven't had to deal with them, so I don't know. The whole thing is wild to me. You see Republican voter surge, by the way. We got Pennsylvania registration data, and it's earth-shattering. A week ago, Democrats had an advantage of 333,350 voter registrations. Today, that lead has been narrowed to 325,000. Gained 8,000 Democrats to 15,000 Republicans. I wouldn't really call that earth-shattering. We're still behind by 320,000 votes. But just because you're registered to vote, that doesn't actually mean you're going to vote.
Yeah,
I would argue that people
if that were the case, then Biden would have run away with Pennsylvania, and so would Clinton.
True, and I also think people who voted recently are more likely to vote. You know, they're more likely to vote. You see Bucks County in June 2022, 201,000 Democrats registered to 185,000 red, plus 15,000. October 2024, 199,000 registered Democrats to 202,000 Republicans. Bucks County have shifted 18,000 voters to the right. That state was decided by 80,000 votes. I mean, that was the election, truly. You know, I think what Scott's doing is incredible. The work he's doing can't be understated. Nobody's replicating it at all. But it's still like there's still a long way to go. Damn. By the way, I'm live every Monday through Friday at 1 Eastern with my co-host on Mondays and Wednesdays, Six Hexed Hammer, who joins me today. You'll find his channel on Rumble and on YouTube, where you should follow him. He does daily videos, as well as he usually live streams around 11 Eastern, so usually before this show. So if you have time to kill, or you're looking for more of his individual commentary, you should definitely follow Styx. You can also check out Styx Hexed Hammer's members-only videos on thequartering.com. There is, let's see if I can put a challenge out there. There is currently 6,300 people watching. We have a goal of, let's see, 38 members on thequartering.com. We are just 16 shy of that. 16 people to go to thequartering.com/members while we're live today. Get into the Discord. You can talk with me directly. You can talk to Melanie Mack directly. Maybe I'll teach Sticks how to use Discord, but you'll get the members only discounts or members only content, and you'll get the members only discounts, which I'm going to put in the members area too, not just in the Discord. It just occurred to me that I should do that. And you can get some live call-ins to the show, which I'm going to open up to right now while all of you are joining as a member on thequartering.com. So if you want to call in, please join the green room now. Jeremy, unban Mega Monster on 6. I didn't ban anybody. Why didn't I make a video on Sticks? Well, he's right here with me. What do you mean? Why would I make a video about it? Let's see. Got a link where we can donate poor Sticks guy some food. Yeah, send Sticks a pizza. He needs some food.
Had a meatball sub last night, actually.
Oh, nice. Meatball subs are... I don't mind them from, like, even from Subway, even though it's probably barely meat. I'm waiting for Melanie to be booted first. I don't know what that means. Oh, to get rid of Melanie before you join? Well, that I'm not doing. Let's see. Vlad has baked a cake with an iron file inside for Comrade Sticks, should you need to make a quick exit. Yeah, that's good. Let's take some calls quick, and then Sticks and I are going to record a members-only video today on the October surprise, and that'll be available on thequartering.com after the show. Sorry if I'm a little low energy today. I streamed both days on the weekend. Planning on joining if I can get PayPal to play nice. Well, you can use PayPal or you can use Stripe or whatever it is. And I'm going to add that parallel economy thing too on the new site, which comes out in probably a couple weeks. Let me open Discord. We'll get some calls. No, Sticks can't talk about his court stuff, so don't bother asking.
Yeah.
Other than that, if you want to get in, pop in the green room right now. I see a few people in there. All right. Let's see what Gold 818 has to say. Low energy Jeremy's my favorite because he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. I'll be high energy tomorrow though. Gold. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Sorry, I am on the mobile today, so
No
sorry
worries,
for the
you
mic
sound good. Yeah, what's on your mind?
So Sticks, I'm not sure if you know me, but back in 2018, when you're at the Gathering of the Minds event in New York City, I asked you a question. I said, do you think the Democrats will try to suppress broadband connectivity throughout the rest of the United States as more rural people connect to things like alt-tech? That was back in 2018.
Yeah.
Today in 2024, the internet penetration rate is somewhere around 67% of the globe. As we've seen in North Carolina, Virginia, and so forth, we are noticing that there's a suppression against Starlink satellites out there to rural neighborhoods to report on the ground of what's actually going on. Do you still hold by that decision that you made back in 2018, as you thought it helped both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, as far as getting internet access? Now as more rural neighborhoods get into broadband activity and Starlink satellites, do you think you're going to see more shift to the right as far as alt-tech starts?
And I know from my thank you very much, Sevenfold 777. But I know from inside sources on the West Coast, you know, my inside sources, they say a lot of the plumbing and a lot of the piping, they're already full of sand and they haven't had time to really get it all cleared out. So that's just going to create more flooding. So all these businesses, all these homes, all these things on the west coast of Florida right now are going to be in a world of hurt. And I don't wish it on anybody, but all I'm saying is be prepared. If you're going to stay, be prepared. Because, you know, it could be one day, it could be 2 days. This storm, I think, is only moving at like 6 miles, 7 miles an hour. which means once it actually gets into the Gulf, and if it stays at 6-7 miles an hour, it's just going to sit there and spin and just gather. And as it keeps hitting more warmer and warmer water, it's only going to get worse. It's like, this is actually a storm that's concerning because it looks so small. When you look at it on a radar, I mean, it's still pretty big. But for a Category 5, I can only think about what's gonna happen as it gets into warmer water. And just like Helene started out the same way, and this is on the same not same trajectory, but it's coming to the West Coast, and it's still 2 days out. This storm is going to get vicious, and if you live on the West Coast, I highly suggest that you leave. If you live in like anywhere, if you've already been affected from above Pinellas County, Tampa Bay area, I would suggest leaving. If you do not leave, people might not be able to help you, and especially if you live near water, because the water is just going to come up and up and up and up, and don't just because you might not live on the ocean. If let's say you have one of those retention ponds in your backyard, right? That retention pond, if it has 20 inches of rain come in, and you see where I'm going with this. Flooding is going to be an issue. There is going to be a lot of wind and a lot of rain. Depending on where this lands, anything like when you see the storm and it's like, oh, the track's like this, and it's like, okay, we've got.
You're not allowed giving me a lot of information.
You're not allowed to.
And you're trespassing. So you understand that is a misdemeanor offense in the state?
You know
you understand that?
Oh, no.
Yes, that
Trespassing?
is a
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to be filming.
Oh, shoot. Those guys were like, well, you're trespassing and you can't do that. And I was like, oh, no, I don't want to get in trouble. And then they were like, we're going to call the police. And I was like, no, don't. And then they did.
Can I get your name in?
Grande.
Okay.
John. That's it.
My supervisor sent me out to Los Lunas, New Mexico to do an investigation on the prison out there. Since I was just doing what I was told, even though I have no idea why, I can't be held responsible for anything that I did or said. After all, I was just following orders. I was told to record the gate and anything else I can see from a public space. I really didn't know why, but that's the thing about following orders. You don't ever need to know why. You just need to do as you're told. Since it was really boring, the editors added music into the background to make it seem really exciting and suspenseful. This little trick is called walking the dog. Once the government parasite has spotted you and decides that he wants to make contact with you, you turn around and walk away and see just how far the dog will chase you.
of your time. Sure. How's it going? By chance, do you have a permit to report? Who are you with?
What's that? Hard of hearing. Got to speak up.
Who are you with?
Oh, just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Why are you recording, if you don't mind me asking?
Just an investigation.
Investigation due to what?
I just do an investigation.
So you know that our facility, our level 2, right here, houses inmates, and we get a lot of people that toss over contraband, drugs, and illicit contraband into our facility. You know that?
Okay, hold on. Let me write that down.
So state police is on the way. By chance, do you have your ID on you?
My ID?
Yeah.
No, I just have the clipboard that says investigation. You know,
What's your name?
Can we write down? You said, what is it? Contraband?
No. What is your name, sir?
Contraband? Is that what you said?
What is your name?
How do you spell that?
Okay. Well, state police is on the way.
How do you spell contraband?
I have no idea.
Contraband. You
And
said
what is your investigation in regards to?
you said people throw contraband over the fence.
Your investigation is due to what?
Well, I'll tell you what. It's an open investigation, so I can't really give you too many details at this time.
Okay. And what facility do you work for? What department?
It's just me.
So you're doing a personal investigation?
Well, I got a supervisor. You want to talk to my supervisor?
Yes, I would love to talk to your supervisor.
Do you have a phone on you?
No, I don't.
You can call my supervisor if you want. I could give you his number. His name is Buddy Bao.
Buddy Bao?
Mhm.
And who's he with?
He's with his wife. And
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. What company do you work for? You said you have a supervisor, correct? So if
Well,
in order to have
Bao-
a supervisor, you have to have a company that you work for, correct?
Well, Buddy Bao just supervises me to just tell me what to do and what not to do.
And your name, first name?
You said people.
What is your first name?
You said people throw contraband. Is that?
Your first name?
Do you guys ever smuggle drugs in there, or is it just
what is your
outside
supervisor's
people
name?
that throw drugs in there? You guys ever smuggle
We're not
drugs?
allowed
in
to talk to you about that right now.
You're not allowed to-
giving me a lot of information.
You're not allowed to-
And you're trespassing. So you understand that that is a misdemeanor offense in the state?
You know what?
understand that?
Oh no.
Yes, that is a
Trespassing?
misdemeanor. Yes.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to be filming.
Oh shoot! Trespassing and filming.
Yeah.
Is it filming a misdemeanor too?
We'll let state police let you know that. They'll
Okay.
be on the way.
Okay.
What is your supervisor's name?
Well, I call him Buddy Bao.
Buddy Bao?
Yeah.
You know how to spell it?
Well, I spell it Budie,
Okay.
and then I spell Bao B-O-W.
BOW, and what is his phone number?
You know what? I'd have to look it up, but my phone's recording, and since you guys are here, I can't really stop the recording to look it up.
Yes, you can.
Do you want to give me a number, and I can have Buddy Bao call you?
No.
Okay, because that
Same
probably.
time, state police be on the way. Do you have a YouTube channel or what? What are you filming with?
What's that?
Same time, state police be on the way, all right?
Right here?
Yeah, that's
What if
fine.
I run?
Fine, run.
Okay, either
Good,
way.
good.
All right. Thanks, guys. Hey, what do I tell them when they get here? Hey, guys, if I leave, will you call the police off?
No, I already gave him the description of your clothing.
Am I going to be in trouble if I run then, or do I have to wait here?
Run.
I can run? Is it legal? Is it legal to run? I just don't want to get in trouble. I just wanted to do my investigation. I guess the state police are coming.
Hello.
Trespassed on a public
What up,
easement
buddy?
on a public road. Uh-oh.
Yeah, busy as hell.
To trespass on a public road. State police aren't on their way.
Oh, sweet.
He just got on the phone and asked them to call Los Lunas police because the state police refused to come.
I said pink wings.
What's up, man?
I'm just seeing if you're good. If you're here, so I mean, you're not doing anything wrong. You're out in public. You're not on their property. Like I told them, is you have a right to be doing what you're doing. You're not in the facility, so I just want to make sure you're good.
Yeah, it's just an investigation.
Okay.
Buddy Bao just told me to come here and just record everybody.
Who?
Buddy Bao.
I'm not familiar who that is.
Oh, okay. He's my supervisor.
Oh, okay.
And
What is that though? I have no idea what that is.
Buddy Bao, he's just he doesn't really show his face much. He's kind of a behind the scenes type of guy.
Okay.
But he just asked me to come out here and do an investigation, and then those guys were like, "Well, you're trespassing and you can't do that." And I was like, "Oh no, I don't want to get in trouble." And then they were like, "We're gonna call the police." And I was like, "No, don't." And then they did. So
Yeah, I mean, like I told them, you're not on their property, so you can't be trespassing. I mean, you have a right to do that. So, as long as you're all right.
I got a little scared, but I think I'll be okay now.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, they were scary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a prison, but like I said, you're out here out of their property, so
Yeah, I thought they kept all the bad guys on the inside though, so I'd be safe out here. But sure enough,
you're not wrong, man.
yeah, sure enough, these guys came out and they were like, "Rah, rah, rah, we're gonna get you." And I was like, "Ah,
Yeah, no, you're not breaking any laws. So.
okay. I'll just continue my investigation then."
514 Central. 910-4. Sorry about that.
No problem.
But yeah.
So I can continue my investigation then.
Yeah.
Can you tell them not to scare me anymore?
I mean, I could tell them.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they kind of get the point that, hey, you're not doing anything wrong. So can I get your name in?
I can give you what the homies call me and Buddy Bao.
Okay.
Grande.
Okay.
Johnson. That's
all right, man.
That's what the homies at the office call me, the investigation office. So.
Okay.
Can I get yours?
Deputy Chavez.
Deputy Chavez?
Yeah.
Deputy Johnson, you said, right? Or Chavez? Deputy L. Chavez? What's the L for?
Badge number 6136.
6136. Okay, I'll put that in my investigation for Buddy Bao then. If he has any further questions, is there a phone number where I can reach you at?
The sheriff's office. Valencia County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what's
I
what's
don't have it on hand. But if you just look up the sheriff's office.
Okay, Valencia County Sheriff's Office. And if he has any further questions for you in regards to our investigation, he can just call there.
Sure, I don't know a lot about what you're investigating, but sure.
Okay. And what's your height?
What would you put it at?
Man, I don't know.
I'm short.
5'4"?
Sure, that's what
5'4"?
you feel.
Is that right or no? What does it say on your state ID?
Probably about, say 5'8".
5'8" to 5'9".
All right, man.
We'll give you 5'9". How about that?
Yeah, I'll take it.
And what's your weight?
I don't need to give you my weight, man. Come on.
Okay, well, it's just the investigation.
No,
And
you're fine,
don't get
man.
me wrong.
Like I said, you're not in trouble. I'm
neither are
trying
you.
to be cool with you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're not in
Alright.
trouble either. I just, Buddy Bao tells me to try to do a thorough investigation as I can. So
Let's get back to what you're doing. Again, like I said, as long as you're not trying to go inside the prison, you're fine, all right?
All right, thanks, man. I'll tell Buddy Bao you were cooperative.
Very good.
Thanks, man.
The conclusion of my investigation was that government is way too big and sucks at everything, so you should clown them every chance you get. And also remember to always support local small businesses.
Shoot.
Hiya! Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you there. Don't worry.
Yes.
I mean no harm. Just brushing up on my
Yes.
skills. It's been a while since I've had
Yes.
to hot someone after all, so I can't end up becoming rusty when I need it. Anyway, speaking of hyper-lethal vectors, our subject matter today is a man who can only be described as a life completionist, being an ethnically ambiguous actor, musician, fashion icon, martial artist, guru, and literally me. He is truly the Earth's main character, as you will soon come to find out. Nanny? Simi Mason? You don't know what's happening right now? Baka. There is no need to be so bashful and coy with me, young Padawan. seeing as you clicked on this video to seek his wisdom and insight to get ever closer to enlightenment. So we can spend a brief moment to reflect before beginning our journey. Ha! His name? Yeah, I bet you'd love to know that, wouldn't you? You'd love to know who the sensei is. His name is... Seagal. Steven Seagal. Please leave a like and a comment on this video because it really helps me in the algorithm. But before I really start gibbering, do you want me to actually sound good? Well, believe it or not, that's actually possible. I want you to hear my dulcet tones at premium quality at half the price of other brands. So you should pick up some Raycons. I love my Raycons so much that I want to keep them safe. So I'm a very big fan of this protective case cover. I'm not entirely sure of how to describe what colour it is, but I really, really like it. It's great for keeping my Raycons safe when they fall out of my pocket as I run face first into doors. Oh, and the earbuds are weatherproof and sweat resistant, so they are protected from any slobber that goes flying as I fall off the wagon and start licking doorknobs. The protective case is also capable of wireless charging, so you don't need to undress your Raycons to fill them with juice. And with their new quick charge function, you can get 90 minutes of battery life with just 10 minutes of charging. So it doesn't take long to fill them up to their 32 capacity. One of my favourite new features is the active noise cancellation. Since my writer has just picked up yet another special interest that I can't be bothered listening to for hours and hours on end, being able to drown him out is much more useful than ever. If it's not about doorknobs, I'm not interested. And with multi-point connectivity, I can connect my Raycons to 2 devices at once, so I can listen to my favourite trailer music without having to pause my creaky door unlocking ASMR. So if you want to support my channel while grabbing a set of these bad boys in whatever colour you want, such as carbon black or forest green, then click my link down in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Dankula to get 20 to 50% off site-wide. We begin in the sleepy city of Lansing, Michigan, when on April 10th, 1952, maths teacher Samuel Seagal hears the news that his son Steven has entered the world. Like seemingly every other messiah, scant is known about his childhood, other than the fact that he was apparently a frail boy who was riddled with asthma. What a pussy. Moving to Fullerton, California at age 5, this move apparently invigorated the sickly Steven, presumably filling him with whimsy and glee. It was around this time that he saw his first glimpses of martial arts in the form of a presentation. This, in time, became an obsession of his that we will get into. Being a normal child, Steven went to a school. Specifically the Buena Park High School between 1970 and 1971, which, for the record, was an absolute nightmare to get a picture of because it has a peace wall around it on Google Street View, with only one angle being available to see, which looks like it's a compound in the arse end of Freetown. Not much is known about our main man's time in education. So, of course, I can only assume that he was the top of his class in every single metric and was amazing at literally everything. To which everyone would start cheering and clapping and shouting, "I love you, Stephen Frederick Seagal, for being so Sigma." Deciding that merely being Jesus and education alone is for absolute Melvins, Stephen decided that he needed to get himself some extracurricular activities. As such, he decided to start getting into martial arts properly because it's the 70s and that shit was all the rage. With Mellow Yellow Menace, Bruce Lee in his prime, doing his classic move of turning a street corner or going down an alleyway, being aggressively dubbed over in Polish or some shit, then inevitably starts beating up trillions of Chinese people with his Skeet Kune Do moves like Boeing dick twists, bicycle spins, and limping tigers, or whatever the fuck it was he did in those movies. I can't watch those sorts of films for extended periods because I get intimidated every time Bruce Lee shows up on the screen, because I am very, very scared of Asian people with white people names. They are spooky and cannot be trusted. Of all of the martial arts that he could choose from, which would it be that he would settle on and adopt? Would it be the brutish brawls and bangs of boxing? Perhaps the elegance and grace of wushu or kung fu? Maybe he wishes to grapple with the greats and partake in wrestling. No, sadly, not that one. This one. But no, he didn't pick that either. He instead went for the mystical, whimsical, and most embarrassing child of all of the martial arts, Aikido. Aikido at this time was a niche doctrine that wasn't is ubiquitously known as karate, as of course karate is for posers who just want to kickbox orientally, and LARP as an Italian boy. But unlike karate and other uncivilized arts, Aikido wasn't about hurting people or gaining new belts, or even being gay. Unlike karate, Aikido was all about avoiding direct combat through graceful redirection and fluid movements. It's about mindfulness, appreciation for the miracle of life. It's about philosophy, introspection, achieving true enlightenment, or some other gay shit. However, unlike Stephen, the world isn't perfect, as his reputation was besmirched by the peers lucky enough to bask in his excellence, describing him as a pathological liar who for some reason just made shit up to sound cool. Like how apparently he didn't directly train under the tutelage of founding Aikidoka Mori Ueshiba, because apparently already dead by Stephen's 17th birthday, paired with the fact that Morihei-sama was in Japan and Stephen was still in that weird educational black site in California. But that is just a coincidence. Stephen would never lie or embellish such things. Alongside studying the Way of the Fist, Stephen was also deep in the ponderings of Oriental spiritualism and medicine, becoming intrigued by the idea of Buddhism and acupuncture. But seeing as neither of those things were really trendy stateside, he packed up and flew west. To the east, he moved to Japan to learn acupuncture and apparently also conveniently avoid the drought of Vietnam, whilst also refining his Aikido. Now, you might be thinking, geez, that seems like a couple of petty reasons to ditch your entire life and move to a completely alien country. After all, I love war and would think that life would be far too boring without the occasional display of man's first sin. And of course you would be right, except for the fact that there was another reason that Stephen was wanting to go over there. Love. Indeed, the heart of our hero was stolen by a fair maiden by the name of Miyako Fujitani, an Eastern Rose who came to the US with her father, who just so happened to be an Aikido master, to set up and teach the art to the slovenly and decadent Yankoids. One can only presume that Seagal-sama trained in one of their dojos, got ruthlessly put down non-violently by Miyako due to her being a second-degree black belt, the daughter of a grandmaster. And then Stephen got a crush on her. How kawaii. However, no, as they apparently just met in the Los Angeles airport, realized that they were both Akidokas, and decided to just start seeing each other. Like normal, mundane, and 3D human beings. Their little fling kept on increasing until it got to the terminal stage that all wise men are wary of. Marriage. Indeed, the couple decided to tie the knot in December of 1974, moving to Japan and settling in Osaka and even opening their own dojo together. Now, here is a question for my worldly and learned viewers. What do two newlyweds get up to when they finally settle down and get a house? That's right, Chud, they start spawning in children via sexual reproduction. I didn't realise that you were privy to that information. Colour me impressed. But yes, they had children, with the first son of Stevens being brought into the world in October of 1975 under the name Kentaro Segal, followed by the birth of a daughter in December of 1979 who was named Ayako Fujitani. Just as a quick aside, they both seemed to have moderate success in Japanese television, with Ayako being an accomplished writer and even collaborating with fucking Hideaki Anno, the creator of Evangelion, to have her novel adapted into the film Shikijitsu, which for the record was produced under Studio Kajino, which is an organ of Studio Ghibli. So, of course, she also stars as the main character, and it's got some fucking shit in it.
Keep the other one as well. Okay. All right. You're welcome.
But sadly, we can't be talking about peak cinema forever. So back on topic, you notice how Ayako-chan doesn't share the same name as Steven? Well, that's because, surprisingly enough, Miyako-chan and Steven divorced in 1987. Not much is known about the nature of their separation, but my headcanon is that it culminated in Miyako-chan gracefully redirecting Steven through a table. Seeing as Miyako apparently claimed in an interview that Stephen achieved in 1978 was in fact not earned through skill, but was apparently achieved due to the judge falling asleep halfway through the test. So this could either be a result of Stephen's pathological lying or a woman being a woman about a breakup. Both equally powerful forces. I mean, she even started casting doubts on some of his other exploits that I haven't even gotten into yet. Like, apparently, Steven didn't get into street fights with the Yakuza like he claimed he did on the regular. Fights which, of course, he always won. Or the fact that he didn't get approached by the CIA to train their operatives in Japan with language skills and Aikido, forging them into hyper-lethal vectors. Yes, Steven Seagal actually claimed he did this, by the way.
Were you drafted by an agency or someone that wanted to take advantage of the fact that you were an American and a martial artist and someone who may have known the country?
Something like that.
Something like that.
So it seems that Miyako-chan just gets off on crushing my dreams and defacing my heroes. So we will just move on from her female toxicity and get back to the absolute inspiration that is Steven Seagal. After completing all of family and martial arts, Steven decided that his next passion would be acting, packing up his gear and maybe Miyako's savings that she had been accruing for years while Steven was having a fling with Adrian LaRussa, don't worry about it, and taking the long flight back to the United States, all in the pursuit of stardom. His port of call, New Mexico, to open a dojo, which fell through. So, plan B, I guess. Los Angeles. Finally arriving in the Sunshine State, Steven decided to bring along with him a student of his called Haruo Matsuoka. He then set up another dojo, though this time it was in the City of Angels and Crack. Initially in the north side of the city, they eventually relocated to West Hollywood, setting up shop, showing off and teaching their badass esoteric and lethal pacifism to those who wished to learn. elegantly throwing around students like ragdolls in totally pressure-tested and realistic sparring sessions. It was during this time that Stephen started making maneuvers into Hollywood by becoming a martial arts instructor and stunt choreographer for some films. One of interest is the 1983 film Never Say Never Again, in which Stephen accidentally broke Sean Connery's wrist during training for a fight scene. This is not only a showcase of Seagal's monstrous strength in being able to snap the wrist, James fucking Bond, but it's also foreshadowing for future events. However, Stephen's main focus was his Aikido dojo and nurturing the talents of his new students. In fact, it was one of these new students that Stephen was teaching, one Michael Ovitz, that changed everything. Because you see, Michael's day job was as a casting agent. I mean, the dojo was in West Hollywood, so of course. So, seeing and experiencing the physical and doctrinal prowess of Steven Seagal firsthand and gaining awareness of his familiarity within the industry, this naturally resulted in somewhat of a light bulb moment. This light bulb moment is how we ended up with Seagal's introduction to the big screen, with the 1988 banger Above the Law, where he plays Nico Toscani, a bad boy detective with a checkered past, moving to Japan at a young age to learn and master Aikido, and then being contacted by the CIA to help them in the Vietnam War. What are the chances of that? All I will say is that Nico Toscani is literally me and one of the coolest characters ever put on screen, showcased by the fact that his name is an anagram of Icon Actions, or Coin Taco Sin. Just some food for thought. With Above the Law being absolute kino, having grossed almost $19 million in the US alone, and notably having Roger Ebert not tear it to pieces, Seagal now not only had his foot in the door of the industry, he was now also the new cool guy on the block, producing within the next 2 years Hard to Kill and Marked for Death, with both having Stephen playing an LAPD detective and a DEA agent, respectively. I'm starting to notice a little bit of a trend. In Hard to Kill, for example, we see Stephen become LAPD Internal Affairs Detective Mason Storm, an honest and hard-working cop who's investigating mob connections to officers in the department. After coming across evidence implicating a couple of bad bobbies, Stephen then gets a visit from said boys, resulting in his family getting Stalined and our main man getting put into a coma, awakening to become an emaciated off-brand Big Lebowski. Our man's preferred method of physio after becoming a skelly man is, you guessed it, acupuncture, weightlifting, and Eastern medicine. What are the chances of that? It was also here on the set of Hard to Kill that we observed the presence of actress and co-star Kelly LeBrock, whom, for context, ended up marrying in 1987, which is really interesting seeing as that's before the release of Above the Law. This is incredibly curious. Indeed, what are the chances of that? Kelly gave Stephen 3 additional children before divorcing him in 1993. They were named Annalisa, Dominic, and Arissa. This is of interest because we now have 5 whole children who probably aren't on speaking terms with their father. It was during this time that in 1991, Stephen had his first foray into the small screen in the form of hosting an episode of formerly funny comedy classic Saturday Night Live, which consisted of Stephen editing pre-written skits so that his ego could maintain intact, when the entire point of the thing is to be self-deprecating for comedic effect. And then acting out said skits with the emotional range and charisma of a cactus. And then including an ending skit that he wrote that consisted of him donning the role of a journalist, walking into and documenting an Exxon board meeting from behind a shitty vented door, and then he started beating up everyone in the room for almost 5 fucking minutes straight. And then he babbled some shit about environmentalism. Honestly, it would have been an actually maybe funny skit if it wasn't depending on the acting capabilities of a gel-slicked malt loaf like Steven Seagal.
This is what happens when you pollute the planet.
It gets even worse when you know that that was the one skit of his that was actually good enough to be greenlit, because there were others. Like how, according to former cast member Julia Sweeney, and I quote, he had this idea that he's a therapist and he wanted Victoria Jackson to be his patient who has just been raped. And the therapist says, you're going to have to come to me twice a week for like 3 years. Because he said, that's how therapists freaking are. They're just trying to get your money. And then he says that the psychiatrist tries to have sex with her. Absolute literary genius. I know, I wish I could come up with absolute comedy gold like that. You know, therapist, the rapist. Do you get it? Do you get it? Hiya! At around the same time as this absolute fucking embarrassment, Steven Seagal was starring in and working as cope for Out for Justice when he got into a quite infamous scuffle with professional wrestler, judoka, and stuntman Gene LeBell. As it seems that Steven, by this point, had gained a bit of a reputation for abusing stuntmen and extras, going full force as it were, intentionally hitting them during scenes and generally just being a piece of shit. One of the men to call him out for this was Gene, presumably after the confrontation that they had over Steven's claims that his Aikido training made him functionally impervious to any chokes or strangling attempts. Gene coyly presented Seagal with an opportunity to showcase this immunity to asphyxiation firsthand. Being shown up and having his mighty ego pinched, Steven accepted. As such, he allowed Gene to wrap his arms around his neck in a rear naked choke, and when Steven said go, Gene was then to compress the choke and try to strangle him. The result of this refutation to Seagal's claims has two accounts. We'll start with the less embarrassing. This being the account of Seagal's bodyguard who claimed that Steven attempted to elbow Gene in the stomach before he could close the clinch and properly choke him out. This enraged Gene, who was a professional judoka, who then proceeded to flip Seagal. My mental image for this event is a suplex. Is it a traditional judo move? Probably not, but is it cool as fuck? Absolutely. The second and more well-known account comes from some of the general staff and crew present during this showdown. Upon saying go, it is said that Steven could not escape the lock in time and got fully choked, resulting in him losing consciousness and then his bowels. Yeah, really. Apparently, Steven Seagal got rear naked choked, unconscious, and literally shit his pants as a result. Like, fully shit his fucking pants. Make of that information what you will. Also, just as a small aside, because I couldn't really find a place to fit this in anywhere, but one of the people to call out Steven Seagal over this was fucking Ronda Rousey, because she was one of Gene LeBell's students. She personally threatened Steven that if he were to continue chatting shit about Gene LeBell, because Steven was calling him a scumbag liar, among other things, she would personally ensure that he would have his pants shit-ridden once again. Why Ronda Rousey would want to shit in Steven Seagal's pants, I truly have no idea. But she is a very angry woman, and that scares me. This state of events was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to Steven Seagal's reputation. As he grew older, his ego inflated more and more, matched only by his insecurity and his waist circumference, culminating in him calling out the likes of Gene LeBell, of course, but also Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee. Then, to add insult to injury, he proclaimed in Black Belt magazine that he would fight anyone who thought could beat him in a fucking death match. This act of chest-puffing hubris would result in the entire martial arts world flying into a complete tarred rage, especially amongst those former colleagues of his whom he had snubbed and abused. Enter Robert Wall, an actor and martial artist whom, after witnessing the Toffee Man's S-rank main character syndrome, concluded that he was a smidge too cantankerous and gauche. As such, he phoned some friends with mutual interest in seeing the lumbering Lima Bean's downfall and brought them on side for a little project of his. This is the creation of the Dirty Dozen. Who were the Dirty Dozen? Well, they were a group of high-profile and, most importantly, high-skill martial artists who signed a metaphorical blood pact to take on Steven Seagal, all collectively agreeing to his terms and publicly pressing Steven to engage in his death match at any time or place at the risk of their own careers or even their own lives. Even going to the effort of trying to hire promoters to hype up the match and trying to pressure Seagal into following through with his dumb LARP and actually fight someone for fucking real this time. Steven's response was to cunningly channel his Aikido powers and elegantly duck the challenge at every turn, tactically retreating from any risk or responsibility and showing any real combat prowess that wasn't a highly choreographed drill or literal fucking movie set. This abysmal display of cowardice, paired with the famous feud between himself and supposedly Belgian Backy boy Jean-Claude Van Damme, resulted in Steven's reputation and prestige as a bona fide TV badass tapering and then flatlining entirely by the turn of the millennium. People were starting to realise that he was just a blowhard that was full of shit. And to round out and supplement his decade of blunders with such hits as SNL, Jean LaBelle and The 12 from Hell, we see another epic fail of Steven's. Sexual abuse, as during the filming for Out for Justice, 3 women came forward and accused Steven of sexual harassment in the form of late-night casting sessions and repeated sexual advances towards women who were just trying to get work in the industry. This culminated in hush money being distributed, equaling about $50,000. This really demonstrates the unfair cruelty that plagues our society, as not only are women out there living my dream of being molested by Steven Seagal, but they're getting paid for it as well.
Thank goodness.
That's not fucking fair. But, of course, women seemingly can't help but complain about Steven, as in 1995, another lawsuit was brought before over employment discrimination, breach of contract, and sexual harassment once again. What are the details behind it? Who fucking cares? The case was dismissed by the judge for being repetitive and unintelligible. So why even?
Because when you signed them and sent it automatically.
To hone your skills at pattern recognition. 1998 saw Steven produce, film, and bankroll the environmental flop that was The Patriot. No, not that one. What makes this blockbuster bomb of interest is the fact that not only was it mostly produced and funded by Seagal, but that it was the first film of his to be direct to DVD. Which, in time, would be, by and large, the only way that Steven Seagal movies would ever be distributed. Now, I bet you know this, but Steven actually has something of a penchant for the musical arts, boasting a proud collection of guitars that were all owned by famed and acclaimed guitarists, including the likes of Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jimi Hendrix. Being a serial shredder himself, Steven is a force to be reckoned with on the strings, being able to create a masterful guitar solo a la Dragon Force using only 3 notes. I know. Absolutely awe-inspiring. Tossing a bassy, more like tossing a bitch, am I right? Indeed, Steven Seagal has even dipped his toes into tunesmithing, also known as making music, as can be seen with the 2004 collated audio experience called Songs from the Crystal Cave. Steven's debut album is an eclectic compendium of tracks with a wide and varied list of genre fusions that are frankly disjointed and scuffed beyond belief. But they are also so unapologetically Seagal that it transcends mere orthodoxy into becoming absolute radio. I mean, it even has Stevie Wonder, of all people, playing the harmonica. What's that? You want an example of the absolute auditory ambrosia that is Songs from the Crystal Cave? Well, here are some lyrics from the track Strut, which is an actual reggae song recorded by Steven Seagal. Yes, a reggae song recorded by Steven Seagal. And it goes a little bit like this. Girl, what you really want all night? Me want the booty, fi make me feel nice. Boy, tell me what you really want all night. Me want the punani, see for make me nice. Me want the booty, him want the punani, and me know it nice. Oh, what's that? You think that all of this is just a dumb bit and there is absolutely no way that Steven Seagal actually said this on a fucking reggae song because it's far too ethnic and also he's Steven Seagal? Well, I'm very happy to tell you that you could not be more wrong. That is 100% real. It's on YouTube. Go and look it up. But music isn't the only side hustle that Slickback Steven partook in. Oh, no. For you see, he also forged a new frontier in the energy drinks market. Yeah, I'm being serious. Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt. That's really what it was called, and frankly, I feel like it speaks for itself. It came in 3 flavors that were delightfully vague and just a little bit racist, with Root Beer Rush, Cherry Charge, and Asian Experience. What the fuck is the Asian Experience? Is that when you're forced to build iPhones or run Twitter bot farms your entire life before you die and finally our government? Well, no, apparently it's not that, but it was apparently made of Tibetan goji berries, ginkgo biloba, and Asian cordyceps. You know, foodstuffs that every single Asian eats every single day. And yes, you did hear that right. It contained fucking cordyceps. For those of you that don't know, those are those parasitic mushrooms you see that possess insects. Why did Steven Seagal decide to make this? Well, other than the hustle, Steven claimed that he came across the masterfully crafted combinations after rigorously backpacking through Asia and meticulously taste testing everything that the middle had to offer. I can totally believe the latter. So it really shouldn't surprise you that these cans of go-go juice were probably spiritually charged with very high amounts of chi. It even has an enlightening quote from Steven on the can. Very swag, Mr. Seagal. This will definitely even out the raunchy advertising campaign of you with women half of your age in bikinis flaunting your shitey energy drink at a whopping 240p.
How's it going, baby?
Boss, I put another 2,000 cans to go to fill this pool.
Man, I feel so sorry for you, but you know what? I really wanted to swim in Steven Seagal's lightning bolt with you.
Yeah, but you know I love doing it because I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Lightning Bolt is a unique energy drink.
So it's fair to say that despite all of the malarkey that he got up to in the 90s and the early 2000s, Steven Seagal was still doing relatively well for himself financially, right? Well, yeah. And that's despite the best efforts of the Gambino crime family. I know. Hell of a segue, isn't it? The TLDR is that Steven Seagal used to run a production company with one Julius Nassau after becoming heckin' besties during the filming for Marked for Death in 1990. However, it wasn't meant to last, as by the year 2000, the partnership had come to a close, as frankly, Steven wasn't really keen on following through with his commitments to produce 4 films, because apparently he was told not to by his Buddhist spiritual advisor. Because of this, Julius believed that it owed nothing short of $3 million. Upon presumably asking Steven very, very nicely for the spare change and shockingly hearing no, he decided that the best course of action to obtain said funds was to bring in some of his old friends in the mob. Thus, in the year 2000, on the set of Exit Wounds, we see the first of Steven Seagal's visitings by the Gambino boy toys, who do the typical goon behaviour of intimidating and threatening him into forking over the dosh and keeping him in line. In 2001, Steven was voluntold to get into a car, and Steven did, because of course he fucking did. They then brought him out to a restaurant and gave him a blunt ultimatum: make the 4 movies or pay a fine of $150,000 per film that he didn't make. Of course, if he did neither, he would get the Mason Men Lenny treatment. Steven later coped about this event by claiming that he had a gun on him the entire time, and he had managed to escape the meeting unharmed by using his wrinkly high IQ brain to stall and deceive the mobsters. After another visit from the mob to Seagal's LA home a month later, Steven tried to get someone to step in and mediate the situation. You know, simmer the tensions and help broker a diplomatically desirable outcome. And who did Steven go for? Angelo of the Genovese crime family. He went to another fucking mobster. Even worse, he went to visit him whilst he was still in fucking prison, and he paid his lawyer 10 grand as a favour for a favour. If Steven Seagal wasn't on the FBI's radar before, he definitely fucking was now. Though, ironically enough, that would actually end up being in Seagal's favour. In March of 2002, Julius sued Seagal for a small fee of $60 million over a supposed breach of contract. Seagal denies that this contract even exists. June the 4th has Julius and his brother Vincent named in a federal indictment, and are both promptly arrested by the feds. They were found out by complete coincidence during a wider investigation into multiple senior Gambinos, including the boss, Peter Gotti. So after Gotti got, we fast forward to March 17th, 2003, when those previously mentioned senior Gambinos were now standing trial. Amongst those who testified against them was indeed Steven Seagal. Apparently, during his testimony, he broke down into tears. That is not very zen. On August the 13th, 2003, we finally see the trial of Julius Nassau. He was asked if he felt guilty about any of his past actions with regards to Steven Seagal, to which he bluntly said, not at all, and reaffirmed that the civil case against him will still go through regardless of the outcome in court. He then promptly pled guilty, and on February the 17th, 2004, he was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day with a $75,000 fine. This all closes out on January the 6th, 2008, when Julius and Steven agree to a settlement out of court. In return for dropping the dumb $60 million case, Julius was to be given $500,000 and expected to fuck off forever. And he did just that. Don't you just love a happy ending? You know, it's not like he threatened to kill him or anything. All of this was to say that Steven Seagal had a fucking nutty 10-year stream of shit happen to him, so what now? Whilst all of that shite was happening, Seagal was, of course, still making movies. However, he was not the star that he once was in the late 80s. Almost everything that he had been in post-2000 had been direct to DVD. This was probably seen as less than ideal for the egotistical Fig, so he needed to branch out. If he couldn't return to the big screen properly, he may as well upscale within the small screen. Thus, we now move on to another Seagal curveball, his police arc. Steven Seagal, Lawman, was a reality TV program first aired in December of 2009. It follows our sex pest Skidmark turned plucky policeman as he gallivants around dressed up as a DevGru operator, busting into people's houses with a rifle and generally trying his hardest to be an even bigger fanny than Dog the Bounty Hunter. The show lasted 29 episodes over 3 seasons and is edited like an episode of Kitchen Nightmares post-Adderall. But hold on, Steven Seagal has police training? According to him, yes, he does. But does he actually? No, he fucking doesn't. According to an investigation by the LA Times, there is quite literally no proof whatsoever that Steven Seagal has any sort of police training, and he just says that he does. The show itself was controversial, with the initial viewership peaking at 3.4 million, with the reviews being mixed. Despite this, as far as Steven was concerned, it was the beginning of a gradual return to form in terms of viewership. However, just like last time, his antics behind the scenes would end up putting the kibosh on this venture. The first time came when the production on season 2 had to be halted due to yet another lawsuit being filed against Steven, this time brought forward by one Caden Nguyen. According to her, she was wrongfully terminated from her job, was sexually harassed, she claimed Steven had sex with illegally trafficked women, and weirdest of all, claimed that he had attempted to recruit her into his harem of comfort women, which included 2 Russians.
He messaged
Apparently, this
yet.
detail was brought up as she was set to be their replacement. Naturally, due to the rather extreme nature of the claims levied against Steven, the producers held off resuming production until an investigation was performed. However, due to the fact that Nguyen had never bothered to file a criminal complaint, all of this went nowhere. The second hiccup was another lawsuit, this time filed by one Jesus Lovera. What is it this time? Well, on season 3, episode 7, Steven Seagal got a little bit too into character as a federal agent and killed Lovera's puppy by shooting it after caving in his front gate with an M706 APC. So why the fuck did Seagal do that? Well, you see, he needed the APC to knock down the wooden gate that the puppy was standing behind in order to get that dastardly Jesus probably running an illegal cockfighting ring. What evidence did Steven have of this crime? Well, Jesus owns chickens and was maybe at a cockfighting event last year. That's it. The guy had his fucking puppy killed over that. So naturally, the show got fucking shuttered after that. Though they never cited this specific incident as the official reason. After shooting a fucking puppy, the police realized that Seagal was clearly one of them. So Seagal was given the honorary role of deputy sheriff for Hudspeth County in Texas. Does he still have that title? I don't know or frankly care. But the fact that he was given it at all says plenty. Another day, another series of allegations hit Steven Seagal. As in 2017 and 2018, 3 new allegations were dropped on him. And you wouldn't believe what they were claiming. It was sexual assault and rape. Again, nearly every single time. However, due to the fact that the charge of rape was dropped due to the statute of limitations, and the previous 2 accusations were still just accusations, Steven very tactfully used a trump card that he's had stashed for the past year. His Russian citizenship. Indeed, Steven Seagal does have Russian and fucking Serbian citizenship. The former was given by Putin personally in an attempt to increase ties with the West. My oh my, did that fucking backfire. And as for the Serbian one, well, apparently that was because Seagal was training their special forces in Aikido. I don't buy that because there is no way that they are that stupid. More likely, it's due to Seagal's public support for the Russian annexation of Crimea, which, for legal reasons, I must reiterate, I do not give a shit about. All you really need to know is that Crimea is rightfully Gothic. This surprise alignment with the Rus results in some more things, like how he's the spokesman for a Russian firearms company named Orsis, which is a small firearms company based out of Moscow that specialize in hunting rifles and other such assortments of high-end boomsticks. Why, in God's name, they approached Steven fucking Seagal to be their PR guy, I have no idea. But apparently, Steve is actively working with them to create a custom model of rifle. And I would be very curious to see how that works with him, you know, literally being a fucking Buddhist. Oh yeah, I don't know if I clearly stated it, but Steven Seagal is not only an avowed Buddhist, apparently, you know, it's not like he actually follows any of their teachings, but he is also an ordained and recognized tulku, which in Buddhist doctrine is a recognized reincarnation of a high-level enlightened being. Something that Seagal is a dark reflection of by almost every metric. But back on topic, Seagal's relationship with dictators, alongside being besties with the Serbian cabinet and Russian strongmen, he has also met others, like Chechen stash cell Ramzan Kadyrov, Filipino teetotaler and Batman knockoff Rodrigo Duterte, and most famously, he is currently in an inspiring bromance with one Alexander Lukashenko. Seagal famously paid a visit to Belarus to meet the Generalissimo in his Minsk estate. After being shown the bountiful harvests and high fertility of the Belarusian soils, he was promptly given a carrot to chew on by the dictator. And what has to be the most awkward, weirdest, and funniest video of Steven Seagal in existence. I am personally very jealous of this. Because whenever I get patrolled by an authoritarian, I merely get the stick. Steven, however, gets to enjoy the carrot whenever he wants, alongside getting to hang out with a literal fucking dictator, the same as Rodman with Kim Jong-un. I fucking hate vegetables. So, where does that leave us today? Well, Steven is still fanning about the second world, making shitey action films that are ironic masterpieces in every metric. As he's gotten older, he's gotten substantially larger and somehow even more lazy and uptight. I mean, during his prime in 2003, he literally couldn't even standing up during a fight scene, so he just did parts of it sitting down. And it's only gotten worse as time's gone on. We are now at the point where it seems that half of the movies he's in, he's now always a badass spec ops sniper, because he gets to wear the tactical garb, spouting heckin' cool one-liners, and most important, sit down or lie on his stomach for most of the scenes. Steven Seagal was frankly always a prick. He's so insultingly brazen about all of the lies and absolute shite that he spews that it transcends being insulting and actually becomes mesmerizing. Did I cover everything that he's done with a fine-tooth comb? Of course I fucking haven't. This guy has been actively worming his way through multiple industries for so long that even documenting all of that can become a massive headache, made even worse by his flip-floppiness with dates and his compulsive lying. Steven Seagal is well known throughout Hollywood for just making up complete bullshit about himself to make himself look cool, treating cast, crew, and especially stuntmen, and is just all round a complete diva and is extremely annoying to work with. All I can say comprehensively is that Steven Seagal is a complete fucking loser. And nobody should take him seriously when it comes to acting or martial arts. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, Aikido doesn't fucking work. It's hokey pokey shite that will get you absolutely nowhere in a real fight because it refuses to stress test and seemingly banks off the fact that the overwhelming majority of people still operate off of the Hollywood conception of martial arts, ironically influenced by fat mongos like Seagal. That if you were to do a mantis stance and go hi-ya whilst doing an over-choreographed kick, that the guy you're scrapping with won't just tackle you to the floor, start leathering you and put you through a fucking wall, while you're being completely overwhelmed by your ki or some other gay shit. But despite all of that, all of the lies, all of the bullshit, the God complex, the fake martial arts, the main character syndrome, and the absolute cringe that is all of his movies, I fucking love Steven Seagal.
It's Count Thank You on YouTube. Everybody should subscribe.
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a day. If you stick around, it'll forward to Friends in Code. Peace.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place, off the liquor that we chase. Got some egos to the face, baby I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game,